Hallelujah. All minds clear. Hallelujah. Turn to the east and give all praise, all glory, all honor to the Holy One of Israel, to the one who sits high and look low, the high and lofty one who has mercy on Israel, loves Israel, and leads us and guides us into all truth. We give thanks. We give you praise. We give you all the glory that's due your holy name by saying hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
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 Okay.
Lord, for all your mercy and
Thank you.
hallelujah.
So all right. We off to a good start. Well, we off to a good start. Everybody got all that energy. Y'all know energy is contagious, right? So y'all know that's why when I get on this joint, I'll be like, yeah, making all that noise, getting y'all amped up, getting y'all hyped, so we can be moving. Have a great Shabbat day. Shalom, Ima. Shabbat shalom. How are you?
Shabbat shalom. I'm well.
Okay, great. I'm better
Shabbat
now
shalom.
since I know you better. Yeah, y'all didn't. That's my wife right there, y'all. For all y'all who don't know, that's my Isha, my wife right there. That woman right there, yeah, that one right there. Yeah, she one of them. Yeah. She's been like, yeah, that's her.
Shabbat shalom, sister.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
shalom. See, that's how we do it. We family. That's how we do. We greet everybody. Well, this spirit right here is awesome. Y'all just on fire. Yeah. All right. So we're going to start off by giving some commandments. And I know y'all had a lot of time to think. Y'all had like a whole week to read your book every night. You know how you read your book, your chapter every day, every night. And then you had time to meditate on some commandments. Right, Sister Amber? Right, Sister Amber? You had time to meditate on the commandment. So we're going to see. We're going to see how deep you go in your preparation for the Shabbat day, so that when it come time to give a commandment, you be like, first on the list. So who would like to be first? Who would like to be the first one to give the commandment? And you know you can't say any of the 10 commandments. And you can't cheat and read in your book. You can't read out. You're not supposed to cheat and read in your book like right now. All right, you're supposed to have it all prepared like earlier in the week. And so when you got here on the Shabbat day, you'd be like, yo, Prince, I got a commandment. All right, you ready, Ima?
The first commandment that came to my mind today was, if a man becomes unclean by way of a wet dream, then he cannot go before the Creator. He is unclean. I can't recall though if it's until the evening or, well, I believe it's until the evening. And I brought it up because I thought about it, but last week I was going to talk about another unclean law, but I noticed that a lot of times we talk about the uncleanness of a woman, and a lot of times that law is omitted because men will get unclean and still be present teaching in services or holding prayer and things like that. So that was the first law that came to my mind.
That was a very good commandment. And it's often one that's missed by a lot of people, especially a lot of men. A lot of men overlook that. A lot of the community is basically focused on the uncleanness of a woman, her nida, her menstruation cycle. And that's majority what they focus on. But there are other different types of uncleanliness that we have to be aware of. A venereal disease is an uncleanliness when it issues from your body. When it creates sores or scabs, it's a venereal disease like a cold sore. Men, women, they get cold sores on their lips and on their genital parts. When that happens, it's an outbreak, you're unclean. It's just that simple. But a lot of Israel, we ignore that because it's so common in our community. It's so common. So because it's so common, people ignore it. But these are people who supposed to know the law. I had one brother, we was doing a unity Shabbat, and this guy was a Moreh, and he had this big coat on his lip, and we up praising, worshiping, and when I bumped into him, I said, yo, Moreh, you unclean. He didn't know what I was talking about. Didn't have a clue what I was talking about. And all the other brothers that was his friends, because I had just met him for the first time, but some of the brothers who was his friends who understood, nobody wanted to tell him he got to go home and sit down. So I said, yo, you just got to stay away from everybody, man. You can't be touching up on nobody and none of that stuff. Wherever you sit, you got to keep it separated. If you don't understand that, that's in the book of Leviticus, the 15th chapter, first verse. And it'll tell you about when a man has an issue in his flesh, especially in his follicle, he's unclean. And even if he shake your hand, he makes you unclean. And it's somehow the Most High knows that, but that cold sore can be transferred from contact. You could be rubbing your cold sore and go shake somebody's hand or touch somebody, and they'll get a cold sore right where you touched them at. That's how contagious it is. The Most High understood that many years ago, and he left it on record for us to keep in mind that these days, those things make a person unclean. And if they touch you and you don't bathe before the sun go down, you're unclean. All right. So that was a very good example of a commandment for a man.
How long are you unclean for?
To the evening. A lot of us men, now if you don't take a bath before the sun go down, then I'm assuming you're unclean till you take another bath.
I'm sorry, I meant if you have the issue.
Oh, till the issue goes away. You're unclean until you no longer have the issue. All right. Are there any other questions? No? Okay. It's funny how when you have that type of uncleanness that it secretes from your body as a form of pus. It lets you know that something is not right. Most venereal diseases, most of them, not all of them, but most of them shows you physically that something is wrong with you. It's up to you to be honest about it and deal with that issue. Yes, Ishi, Ima.
So you said till it goes away. So once it goes away, you don't count a certain amount of days to be clean? Or that night that it disappears off your face?
Let's
That means they're clean?
let's go check. Let's be sure. All right, let's go to Leviticus 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when any man have a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue, he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh runs with his issue, or his flesh be stopped up with his issue. It is his uncleanness. So if it's stopped up and there's a lump, a swelling, a bump, a sore, you're unclean. As long as those things are there, you're unclean. Yes, sis.
Leviticus 1 and what?
Leviticus 15 and 1.
15 and 1. Torah.
Right now we're on verse 4.
Torah.
And every bed whereupon he lieth that has the issue is unclean. And everything whereupon he sitteth shall be unclean. So you know what that brings to my mind? That a lot of brothers who are deceitful to their nashim, who are out having sex with other men, other women. I hope they ain't having sex with other men, but other women. Hey, you never know. We got a lot of that too. But they catch a venereal disease and they don't tell their wife, right? But they go get the shot. And you know, it take a little while for that to go away. And they still laying in the bed, sitting around the house and pretending as if nothing is going on. They are unclean and they made their Isha unclean. Brother Yaakov, Shabbat Shalom. That's Brother Yaakov, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Right, shalom.
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 But they just love you, bro. They just love you. Prince showed up, ain't nobody say nothing. Brother Yaakov showed up, they all over the joint. Brother
Yeah,
Yaakov.
I had a, my mother-in-law, my sons, my older sons, grandma passed last night.
I'm so
So,
sorry.
I mean, it just happened just like some other family members here that, in Israel that we know, same identical thing, so, but she, in prayer, she died peacefully. She waited till some other family members came and then she passed peacefully. She was a peaceful woman to my children, and I really miss her. And yeah, she was a good mother. She did her best, what she knew. And she gave them good structure. So I thank you all for just acknowledging that.
Our condolences, bro. May the Most High bless her memory. That's always sad when you hear about the death of a loved one, especially somebody you highly respect. And it appears as if you highly respected her.
Oh yes. She was she brought continuity in my family because I was married to her daughter, and then when the divorce ended, I had children with my second wife, but she kept the children together, and she always even babysit, not babysit, but she made things work. She was the gel, she was the matriarch, and her and my mother was, good peoples together. And my mother died a long time ago, and so those are the good things. We have to appreciate family. Can't pass too much judgment on them when you grew up in that structure. She was one of these I would say Caribbean peoples where the Bible belt in the islands, but make sure the kids get up and pray. Make their bed up. All the things at home. Be respectful in the best capacity. So even while growing up in Queens and they grew up in Queens and then moved to Delaware, they kept themselves out of good amount of trouble. All praises to the Creator. So yeah, and I told them about the morning. We all have to pass one day. That's part of the cycle of life. And though she got 84 years in because of circumstances, she's transitioned. So my sons took it different. The older one is a little different. The younger one, the middle one, he's more sensitive to her because that was her, little guy there. But it's all good. But they're good, and I appreciate your sincerity and your.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
May
I mean,
the Most High bless her memory, and also may the Most High bless your family at your time of sorrow. I'm sure some are going to take it differently from others, but in the end, everybody has lost your matriarch or lost someone special. So we're going to keep your family in prayer that it all goes well through this time that you're dealing with a transition of someone so close. Everybody loves their grandma. And I don't know. I dread, that's the day I dread, I know that it was maybe coming if I live, but it's certainly a dreadful day. But may the Most High bless her memories.
Thank
Don't
you
get
for that,
easy.
sister. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Sister Ali, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Ali. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Thank you so much.
Shabbat Shalom.
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 I hate to hear about that. I really do. I know that it's something that befalls us all. And oftentimes I think about how it's going to be. But it's sad. The reality of it, reality of not being here anymore, not even having a conscious mind, have at the present time. But we do, but a different place, different type of mind though. But this is cool. Yeah. All right. We were reading in the book of Leviticus, we was talking about the uncleanliness of a man. Or in this particular issue, it could be a man or a woman, talking about venereal disease in the flesh. And we left off on verse 4.
Is there anybody you would like me to call, brother? Pardon me for interrupting. Would you like me to call Drusilla or Tamar or anybody?
Whatever your heart leads you to do, wake them up out their bed, tell them to get up.
Okay, very well. Okay, very
And
well.
call Sister Mariah too. Whoever got her number, call
Yes,
her.
I have a number. Okay, very
She's
well.
been here in 3 weeks. We about to pull her out. She's about to get kicked out the group.
Nah, we're gonna love her back in.
So we're reading in Leviticus, the 15th chapter, the 4th verse. And it speaks about the man or the woman with this venereal disease. Every bed whereupon he lieth that has the issue is unclean, and everything whereupon he sitteth shall be unclean. And whosoever touches his bed, we're reading in Leviticus, the 15th chapter, verse 5. Whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe his flesh in water and be unclean until the even. And he that sitteth on anything whereupon he sat. Now, if he's unclean, and then you sit on those things, you're unclean to the evening. So therefore, you got to wash your clothes and you got to bathe your flesh and you'll be unclean until the evening. But you got to do all that before the evening. And then after that, you become clean and you can approach the Most High again. But prior to that, you can't. So one thing is that what happens is a lot of times we as men, we shake hands. Sisters, we hug. Physical contact is a part of human nature today. So you never know who made you unclean throughout the course of your day by touching, or if you catch public transportation, by sitting on the public benches and seats and all those things, you don't know. So just always ask the Creator for protection, because that's what I do all the time. Before I leave my house, I make prayer, I ask the Most High to protect and bless us and strengthen us. Before I enter into buildings, I make prayer and ask the Creator for protection. Even buildings I own, I ask the Creator for that protection. And it might seem like a little too much for a lot of people, but to me, it's just normal for me to do that. It's just like it's normal for you to make prayer and bless your food. For those of us who do that, it's normal for me to exit my home, enter my home, or enter into your home, or another home, or a building, a structure, anything. I always pray to the Most High for protection. And it's just something that I've learned, taught myself to do, and I do it. Sister Tucilia, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Shabbat Shalom. That's my girl
Shalom.
right there, boy. Y'all hear that? Sister T.
Yes. Sister Cecilia, we just called your name.
Oh, you did? Oh my
Yes,
goodness.
ma'am. I just dug up your phone number. I have, pardon me, Prince, is Zanta? That's not Sister Cecilia. That's somebody else, right? That's Opal.
Somebody else. Opal.
All right, very well. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know where Opal. Zanta ain't been here in about a week, maybe.
I'm gonna call her right now.
All right, boy, you on top of it. You said we ain't having nobody missing these lessons, boy. We gonna start digging them up from 2 years ago. Go ahead. That's what I'm talking about. All right, Sister Tucilia, we're in the book of Leviticus, the 15th chapter. We're around verse 7.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready? And he that touches the flesh of him that has the issue shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even. And if he that has the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water after busting him upside his head for spitting on him and be unclean until the evening. Why am I the only one laughing?
He thought it was funny.
Y'all didn't think that was funny? I thought that was funny. Oh, I heard y'all. Y'all said you shouldn't add to the word of the Most
Everybody's
High.
on mute.
You shouldn't
Everybody.
add. Yeah, well, take yourselves off mute. I like to hear some noise sometime. Let me know I ain't the only one talking. Okay. All right. So if he spit on you, you gotta wash your clothes, bathe your flesh, and be unclean until the evening. But now, a lot of people during intercourse, or even by way of night, you have a dream and you have an emission. A lot of people only get up and wash their private parts. But that's not what the Father says. The Father says, wash your flesh. You shall bathe yourself in water and be unclean. Let me see if the word I'm looking for is here. It says, wash in the water and be unclean until the evening. You're supposed to wash the garments upon also that issue gets upon, or whatever they spit on. You're supposed to wash that also. Okay. So let's read on. And the saddle, now what we're looking for is we're still trying to find what the man's supposed to do after his issue has ceased. And the saddle soever he rideth upon, he that has the issue shall be unclean. It shall be unclean. And whosoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that beareth any of those things shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. And whosoever he touches that has the issue and has not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. So it appears that you just can't wash that area, but you have to bathe your flesh in water and be unclean to the evening. And the vessels, now this is a very interesting part here. This is why I say certain things spiritually pertaining to the law that you have no understanding on, you got to look deeper into. Now, why? Ask yourself this question. And the vessel of earth that he touches, which has the issue, shall be broken. So if you got a venereal disease, a physical sickness upon your flesh, and you got real plates that's made out of mud and dirt, real plates, and you touch them, you got to break them. Made out of earth. You know what I mean? I don't know what the majority of these plates, this glass that they use today, I don't know what that is. But in the ancient days, our vessels were spun on a pot with clay and dirt and mud and water. And they would design it and then put it in the oven to harden it. And what he's saying here is, if you touch any of those things, you had to break it. It could no longer be used. What is that? I mean, what's the purpose of that? See, the things that's made out of earth can be contaminated to spread that contamination. The Father said, break it, destroy it, do away with it. But an unspiritual man wouldn't be able to understand that. He would still question why. He could have sold that for some money. And every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he that has an issue is cleansed of his issue, y'all ready? Y'all ready? This is what we were looking for. He shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing. So even after it goes away, you got to count 7 days after it's gone. The swelling after it's going. The secretion after it stops. Then you know that you're good. Then you got to start counting yourself 7 days even after that. So if you go to the doctor and the doctor give you that shot or the doctor give you them pills, you still have to wait till these symptoms go away. And once these symptoms go away, then you start counting to yourself 7 days. And wash his clothes and bathe his flesh in water, in running water. It's specific there, running water, and shall be clean. So this brother in those days had to go down to a stream or a lake, you know, or take some water, and somebody just constantly poured water on him. Some kind of way they had to have running water because he didn't want the water to sit. Because think about it, some of that semen might have still been around him somewhere, or that dirty semen or that dirty fluid, that dirty pus, it could have still been around. So if the water ain't running, it's still sitting in the water, you sit in the tub, as soon as you get out, that stuff is still attaching itself to your body. So you're still being contaminated. So if you take a shower and it's running water, it runs it off of you and down the drain, as opposed to being stopped up in the bathtub with the filth still in the tub. That's why a shower is a lot better than a tub, but a tub is a lot better than a shower in certain instances. But even after you take a bath, you should always get up and take a shower if you were really dirty. Because when you take a bath, you sit in the tub and the dirt is on the top of the tub. As you get out, that dirt gets back on your body. Oh, dang, Prince, I never even thought about it like that. Yes, it's true. Therefore, after you take a bath, you should run a shower over yourself just to get the excess dirt off your body. Amy, you have a question?
It's not really a question. It's more like a observation that it just kind of like made it real for me because like at my job, I give injections for like STDs. And I don't even think about like I'm unclean because I just gave that person the injection. I mean, I get home and take a shower, but I didn't even, correlate the two because I'm at work. So I just realized like all the times that I've given that injection for someone who has an STD, basically, especially if I got home at nighttime, I was still unclean and didn't consider that.
Wake up call. And on the 8th day, he shall take of him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons and come before the Most High unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, the other for a burnt offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Most High, for him who has the issue. So there we have it, y'all. The commandment that was given was in reference to a man being unclean because of emission of semen by night. We took it from there and began to talk about venereal disease. So the question came up, how is he cleansed of his venereal disease? And this is the process. Are there any questions for anything that we just read? Any comments? All right. We were in our portion of the class where we all give a different commandment pertaining to the laws of the Most High that the Most High might have given to us. So who would like to be next? Is there anyone else who have a commandment of the Most High?
I have one.
Okay. Amber. Who was that? Sister Amber or Ima?
It was both of us. I'll go after her.
Okay. Sister Ima?
Yes, you can go ahead.
She just gave it to you, Sister Ima.
Okay. Love thy neighbor as thyself. And I had a little testimony to go along with that, little something that happened to me and my neighbor. The neighbor on the left, I always speak to them, hey neighbor, how you doing? Trying to be neighborly, loving, and all that kind of good stuff. But the neighbor on the right, I was a little perturbed with her because he had some bushes that was over my driveway, and the city said that I was responsible for them because over my driveway. Y'all all know that. probably. But so I was gonna take the route of, being mean to her or whatever, not speak to her like I speak to my other neighbor over here. And, the Most High was just, letting me know that's not how you love your neighbor as yourself. And so what I did was I just turned the table and I spoke to her like I speak to my other neighbor. And she appreciated it so much that she got the bushes cut down. And I could just tell that she appreciated the fact that I spoke to her and not make her, not shun her, and that just made me feel so good that, it was peace within my body and myself that I didn't go that route. And I went the route of the way the Most High said, you love your neighbor as yourself. I just want to say that, hallelujah.
I got to ask you a question, sis. When bushes grow, they grow slow. So them bushes that was leaning over in your yard must have been that way for a long time.
Long time. I mean, she had trash, dirt. She had trash over in her yard. Cars that's been there for years. All that's gone now. So I
And
was
you
just
wasn't
like,
speaking to her all that time, huh?
What you say?
So you wasn't speaking to her all that time?
No, I just moved here. No, I just moved here not long ago. So I didn't,
How long ago was it that you just moved there that you weren't speaking to your neighbor?
How long?
Yes.
It wasn't long. It wasn't long at all because the Most High just pulled my coattail real quick. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't long.
Okay. All right.
No, it wasn't.
All
Why
right.
you ask?
Because I was just saying, you've been there all that time you've been living there, not speaking to your neighbor. And then one day, remember the law, you say, you know what? I gotta be nice to her too. So you speak to her and she felt so good that you spoke to her. So that means she felt your anger and bitterness toward her or whoever it is.
She did.
They felt it.
Even for the short,
and then when
even
you
for the
finally
short
spoke.
Sorry, go ahead.
Say it again. Say it again.
I even noticed she felt it on the short period of time, even though it was a short period of time. People know when you don't speak to them. I'm not ignorant to that. We know when we shunning somebody and that somebody is feeling some type of way. We know. I'm not stupid. I'm not dumb, and I'm not gonna play dumb. I knew what I was doing. I knew she felt some type of way, like, wow, she don't speak to me. I knew. But I'm just glad that the Most High.
Well, you know what?
Pointed to me.
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he opened your eyes. I'm glad he caused you to see that because it's important.
Me too.
I remember when I moved years ago. Did you want to say something, Sister Ima?
No, I was just saying we walk around like we don't, know that we're supposed to keep these commandments like we are supposed to. We know better.
That's right. You're absolutely right. All right, Sister Amber, you wanted to give us a commandment?
Yeah, I've always had questions about Leviticus 19 and 28. And it says, "You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you, for I am the Lord." So is this talking about tattoos? And if so, what are the what are the consequences, or what do we do if we do have tattoos?
I think you might be in a bad area. The phone is got a really bad sound to it. But I think I got the gist.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. I think you were asking me about. You might want to use the phone. You got a lot going on. I don't know what it is. A lot of distortion in your phone. And when it's time for you to speak, just unmute it and go ahead and speak. But I think you're asking, if you have a tattoo, what are you supposed to do about it? Is that your question?
Yes.
If you got the tattoo, I mean, what can you do about it? You can get it removed if you want to, or if you have the money, you can get it removed. But if you have it and you just come to understand that you weren't supposed to have it, ask the Most High for forgiveness and just don't get no more. Ask the Creator for forgiveness because you violated His law and don't get no more. But if you're able to have it removed, depending on what they do to remove it, then get it removed. You got a lot of tattoos, or you know somebody with a lot of tattoos?
I have 6. Don't do that.
She wasn't playing. She got one for every day of the week except the Shabbat day. All right, sis. Here you go. Now that you know you can't get them, you shouldn't get them. Ask the Creator for forgiveness and don't get any more. And if, now this is, I'm not saying this is what the Creator's saying, I'm saying this is what Prince's suggestion is right here. If you can have it removed, then get it removed. One by one, take your time. Just show the Most High that you're about this you want to please Him. If you can get them removed, then remove them. But if you don't want to get them removed, I'm not saying there's a law that you got to get them removed. I'm not saying the Creator says you got to get them removed. But if He puts it in your heart that you feel as though this is what you should do, then you do it. Anything to uplift Him. Whatever He puts in your spirit toward Him, then that's what you do. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Now, the other part of that law was about cuttings in your flesh for the dead. You ever seen those people with those rising on their arms? There's a lot of people who actually put marks on their bodies other than just tattoos, but they take knives and cut themselves in remorse or memory of one of their deceased families. Spiritually, it's a way of you holding on to them and not letting them go. And that's why the Father tells you not to do it, because He needs you to let them go. You mourn for them physically for a certain amount of time, and then you let them pass on to the next life. And that's it. We don't understand the power we have with our minds and how in the spirit realm, it affects the spirit realm tremendously. You can have a great spirit as a person, which means your mental is on positivity all the time, and it'll reveal itself through the way you live your life and through the different type of diseases that you'll have, infections that run through your body. But if you got a nasty mind and a nasty spirit, you usually have a nasty disease. Usually it'll affect your physical, the way you think. It definitely affects your behavior. You know that as a fact. All right, let's move on. Who would like to be next to give us a commandment for the day? A commandment from the Most High.
I got one.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
You should not partake of blood, whether it be fowl or beast.
That is a very good commandment. So you know the white man is guilty of that, right?
Yeah.
Because when you go to the restaurant with the white man and they cook their food, now this might not be all white people, but this is the majority of them. If it ain't got some blood in that meat, they don't want it.
Yep.
You gotta have some blood coming out that meat. They say it's too done. It's too done. If it ain't got no, that's how you know they want to serve them. I mean, it's just the truth.
Yeah, it's that medium rare.
That's right. If it ain't got some blood coming out of it, then we don't want it. That's how they are. And a lot of black folk follow after them.
Are you saying blood?
B-L-O-O-D. Dam in Hebrew. Dam is the word in Hebrew, but B-L-O-O-D. If they don't have blood coming out their meat, they think you cooked it too well. So the Most High gave that command that you shouldn't eat the blood of anything because the blood is the life of the creature. That's the law of the Most High. That's a very good command. Anyone else? Any other commandments?
I have one.
Yes.
You should not bald your head or mark your hairline. I
Shave it.
forgot about this.
Or edge up the corners.
Yes, that one.
That's right. That's a good one. So let's touch on that for a minute. You should not cause baldness upon your head. Very good command. But we have a lot of Israelite brothers, who do it for fashion. Some brothers just bald. They just get bald spot and then they say, well, I'm gonna shave the rest of it off. And I'm not saying that that's cool, but that's what they do. I got one. I got a moray. I actually spoke to y'all about him the other day, not too long ago. But he was a good moray. I don't know where he at now, but I know he's around. I call him, I can get in touch with him, create a willing. But I don't know if he's teaching now. I don't even know if he's living his life. I hope that he still is, but he was a good guy, very good guy, and very good character. But as far as the law, he fell off from the law and started doing things that was pleasing to him as opposed to what the law says. Why am I saying this? Not to tell bear about the brother, but to try to forewarn you all of walking in that path. That's all. He started doing things that was pleasing to his flesh. Therefore, he walked away from the Most High in many instances. But what he used to tell me about his bald head was because he had his started going bald up here at the top. So it was an embarrassment for him to be out in the public like that. So he shaved the rest of his head off, and now he walks around with a complete bald head. That's fashion. That's all it is. You're trying to look good. Some people even bald their head and didn't wax their head so to shine. So the women be like, ooh, let me touch your bald head. That's what a lot of men do. Now, if you got bald hair like alopecia and all your hair is gone, then that means the Most High wanted you that way. But for you to take a razor and then decide to shave your head, that's because you wanted it that way. You know, women, now I'm going to jump with y'all women for a slight second, and I don't mean no disrespect, but I'm going to be real. Can somebody tell me why women wear makeup? The rouge, the eyeshadow, lipstick. Why do they
enhance?
To enhance. Iman, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, it's different reasons. Mostly we see it because society has said the makeup is to, some people who use it because they have skin blemishes, because of low self-esteem. Like, it's different reasons. And I think most people just see it and assume one reason and take it as that's what the person is doing it for. But it's different reasons. It's just like the same with if a person has to cut their hair off, it could be for different reasons. Some for fashion, some for health reasons, or some just because they like it.
All right, thank you very much. Sister Ali? Sister Ali, are you on mute?
Okay, sorry. So how it started with it is because either you're going to, in the spa industry where I'm working, you're gonna go home or you're gonna wear your makeup. And you'll stay at home from work until you wear your makeup. And then I started finding that there is also makeup that has minerals and things like that. That's just really good for the skin and kind of helps with keeping the pollutants off of the skin at the time. So it has more than one reason. So if you have the ones with like minerals on it, I mean, you're going outside and you're outside or you're it's pollutants and things in the air. Well, you're creating a barrier. That's one thing. And then also for some people, I'm just saying some of the reasons that I have found. And like some of them do have, for me, the more natural ones that has a tint in it definitely has some SPFs, more natural SPFs. So, and then like your wife said, yeah, some people use it for different reasons. It's like if someone wearing a necklace, for example, it's like, to me, the same thing. Like you're wearing, it's a type of way of adorning, enhancing or adorning yourself in some ways. I don't know. That I'm just speaking from someone who actually does wear makeup occasionally. So I'm sure, some people don't wear it, so they would never understand sometimes, and some people will. So that's the reasons that I have. Work, personal reasons. There are some benefits in some ways, depending on what you use. The cheap stuff from Walmart, definitely not. But they do have some that do have, especially if you're doing certain treatments. Yeah, it can help. So that's what I have for you.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Why do women wear makeup?
May I? Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. I think that having worn makeup for many, many, many years, I think that we bought into the system or the train of thought, school of thought, that we need it to enhance our beauty. Some people may legitimately wear makeup because they're trying to cover a scar or something, trauma or something that may have happened to their face. As you know, a woman's beauty is associated with her face. So that's where we go to try to display our beauty. But I think that we sort of bought into the world system that this is what you need in order to be beautiful. Whether you pay a couple $100 at Macy's or hit up the dollar store like I do. The reality is why we wear, whether or not we need it, are two total separate different issues, because some people may feel like they need it in order to enhance their appearance from like a burn or something, whereas others just doing it in vain to just want to try to make themselves look beautiful, or it maybe even bring attraction to themselves in some cases. But I believe that because we bought into the world theory, this is what you need to look beautiful.
Very good. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to comment? Do we have any men that want to tell us why they think women wear those things?
Men wear makeup too now. Oh, just saying.
Mr. Ali?
They sure
So
do.
to me, I've thought about this a lot since being new in Israel, because I know people have different takes on it, and I just do what I mean. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't wear makeup, and sometimes I do. Depends on what's happening. However, I did think about it in a deep way, so I also realized wearing makeup and using cologne or perfume, like they're definitely the same. They're in the same realm. So if you could answer why someone would use perfume, you could just take a shower and you're good to go, right? Yes, this is natural. Why someone would, at least that's what I got when I did some critical thinking. Like, why would someone use perfume or cologne? Why? Or oils? Why? When you can just be natural. It's the same with the makeup. Whatever answer you could give for the perfumes and things, basically is similar. At least that's my theory on it. That's what I thought. Because I thought about this deep for, a while. I gave it great thought, so that I could, I gave it that thought because at work at the time, I needed to be able to have critical thinking on the subject of how come I'm working in the spa where they do perfect skin is a thing and things like that. Like it needs to be shown at all times, all day. Not everybody feels perfect every day or looks perfect every day as far as society says, right? So, but when you're working in that kind of industry, you need to show that. Appearance is very important. Presentation is very important. So I needed to be able to have at least some kind of intelligent reasons and responses to give them as I gave my, my reasons for not following these rules at that time. So that's what I came up with. I was like, oh, well, why do people wear perfume or cologne or oils? Like, it's the same exact thing. It's not like y'all gave us, he didn't force us to do that, but we do it. But why? And the same thing with makeup. It's very similar. And to me, it's the exact same thing, So that's my thoughts on that. Just sharing.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, sis. Brother Yaakov?
Yes, I'll answer that one. I think it's the why women wear makeup. You ask, even men. It's for it's the laws of attraction, as they say. So men wear cologne to attract, unless they wear oils, and oils have some therapeutic uses, but they wear some of these colognes to smell to attract with pheromones in it. And woman is vanity, and we understand that they wear sometimes they wear makeup for for their beauty to bring back imperfections, they call it. So it's not necessarily to I would say on a sexual piece, but women they have the emotional aspect, and they look for perfection. And the history of makeup goes long, the Sumerian times. So they've always looked for perfection in their beauty. And image is important, for all of us. We look in the mirror. Before they had mirrors, we look at reflections in the water. But men also now what they call metro males. They do the eyeliner, and it's getting crazy. That's part of I think it's part of the feminine. I see young men, wearing these traditional colors that we men didn't wear before. And they wear eyeliners, everything, nails, toes. I mean, you got to keep them clean now, but they would go to the extent being more on the feminine side. So that's what my take is on that. And I do have a commandment when you finish.
Okay.
Can I give my commandment now?
Can we let us finish the topic that's at hand?
Sure.
And you can jump right on that commandment thing.
Okay.
And I'm sure it's a doozy. So thank you. Shalom, sis. Sister Mariah, Shabbat Shalom. Ima.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shalom, Emma.
We miss you, sis. We miss you, Ima.
We're vacationing.
Y'all vacationing, okay. Enjoy yourselves. The topic at hand is right now, we're dealing with the commandments overall. Everybody's giving the commandment, but these commandments today has been so good that they've been sparking different conversations. So right now, the question on the floor is, why does women wear cologne? And I'm going somewhere with it, and I have something to bring forward. It's just that we're trying to bring forth an understanding.
It's makeup. Why do women wear makeup?
Y'all got me on that cologne tip. I ain't worried about cologne. It's makeup. Why does women wear makeup? So does anyone want to answer that? Anybody else has a response to that? Why does women wear makeup?
Well, I can't absolutely speak for other women. When I used to wear makeup, like if I get a zit, I wanted to cover it. Also, I found out that when I wore a particular shade of blue over top of my eyelashes, it made my eyes pop. The women in the room understand what I'm saying. Different colors do special things for different women. That's why they have so many different colors. I don't wear makeup now. As I started to stop using makeup, I would only use that blue pencil and lipstick. Then I went down to just lipstick, and now I wear me.
Wonderful. Very good. So you probably can relate when I bring forth my understanding. You could probably relate to where I'm at. But I want y'all to know that this is not judgmental toward any woman. None. Everything that I speak is about elevating and motivating and bringing us to a higher level of understanding. So, sis, there's no reason for you to beat yourself up when I give my opinion about the matter. So here's the other question that I wanted to ask. Because we started off talking about men with bald heads and why they shave their heads. And the answer to that is just like with the answer to the women, why they wear makeup. The second part of my question is, why do sisters wear weave in their hair? Oh, it's so that to give my hair time to heal so it can grow and thicken a little bit. So I got to cover it up because the damage in my hair.
You're good, brother. You are good. You ask the question and give the answer.
Right. And that expression.
That's the expression said it all, doesn't it? Oh, it's because, yeah. So other than that excuse.
I can break pan raise.
All right, Sister Ima. Ali first, and then.
Okay.
I don't know if that's Sister. Who's speaking right now with the 5992?
That's me, and I can't raise my hand from my phone, so I have to just say hand raise, and then you can just call me whenever it's my
Sister
turn.
Ali, you go. You got the floor, sis.
Well, I don't wear it anymore, but I used to, so I understand. Like as I said, the makeup, there's benefits for wearing makeup, regardless. Mineral makeup, it has great benefits. It really does. But hair, it also has benefits. If someone feels like if they've had chemo or something and they have no hair, I understand as a woman, not saying if it's right or wrong, but I mean, to me, it just is the same as, okay, we can wear just all black clothes or just all white. Why do we have to wear something with decor on it, with fancy, etchings on it, like fanciness? Why don't we just keep it simple, white tee, white pant, or just, something simple because of that beautification. And it's sometimes small things can make some people happy and they don't necessarily do it for other people. I didn't used to wear hair like when I wore braids and stuff back then. I didn't wear braids because I'm like, whoa, other people are going to see this. No, I wanted to do it because I like art. I love beautiful things. I love beauty. The creator made me that way. And I think he made a lot of us that way. So I would not get any hair weave on my hair, but my hair is extremely long. So I don't even need it. But I think that is because maybe people wear the hair weave because they like it or they want to try something different or they want to the men wear toupees too, right? Like
we ain't talking about the men, we talking about the women.
But they're weird. Okay, women.
Switching the subject.
That I think that everybody's doing it because either A, they like it or they want to try something different. And some people may do it to look suitable because I know in massage, I know a lot of Black women, most of my clients are white, and a lot of white women come in and they're wearing hair extensions and they're wearing things like that, like tape-ins or all kinds. Majority of them are. And I know it's because they have jobs in corporate and society has made us feel to do that type of thing sometimes. And I think those options, because they want to try something different. Me, I did it because at that time in my 20s, I thought, oh yeah, it's beautiful. I was married then and my husband liked it. So I did whatever he liked. So I did that. And that's, but I also chose my own styles because I'm like, this is fun, or this looks great, or I'm going to the beach. I'm going to Hawaii this weekend, so I need to braid it. And I didn't want to deal with at that time, the chemical process, which I didn't know better then, the chemical process, which I learned differently now. So sometimes people just want to, for societal reasons, maybe to please someone else, or maybe sometimes just to please themselves. Maybe that's why they do. Those were my reasons at the time. Yeah, thanks.
All right, very good, very good. Thank you very much. Very good explanation. Sister Tamar, you got the flow.
I agree with the last sister that spoke. She spoke very well. And I wanted to say the reason why women adorn themselves is because the Most High, that was one of the judgments that the Most High put on us in terms of making us bald. And to be bald, you don't feel beautiful. Also, I wanted to say that the shaving your head was a part of the ritual of repentance and mourning, right? Shaving your head and wearing sackcloth. So a woman doesn't feel, most cases. I know there's some women that can really rock some nice short cuts, look good, feel good, and even be bald and be beautiful. But that beauty comes from within. And I think it's with us being co-creators with the Creator, we have creative energy. It says the Most High is diverse and He reflects all His creativity and the beauty in the earth we desire to create. And so if there is something that seems to be unappealing, then we're able to modify it. We're able to fix it to our liking. And then please leave my hand up because I want to share also my commandment that I take as a commandment anyway.
All right.
So that's my thought.
Zanta, Shabbat Shalom, Zanta. Okay, we're not going to do the commandment yet. We're going to get back to the commandment as soon as we deal with this conversation that's on the floor, if you don't mind. All right, Sister Mariah, Ima.
Again, because of my age, when I was a child, you wore a hat. We wore it on Sunday for service. We wore it on Monday for prayer service. We wore it on Wednesday for Bible class. We wore it on Saturday for youth meetings. Anytime you got dressed up, you wore a hat and gloves. And gloves. So as
Tell them why, Ima. Tell them why. Tell them why.
It was a form of modesty for women.
There you go.
Then as I grew up, I just matched hats to my clothes. And then I stopped wearing it for a while because I started wearing my hair even longer than below my shoulder blade. And then, I don't know, I got cancer, chemo, lost all my hair, well, a lot of my hair, taking it all down, et cetera, et cetera. Now it's going back, but I still wear my hat because I feel comfortable. With or without hair.
There you go.
In my hat.
Tell me, Ma. Tell me, Ma. Tell them.
It's just my thing. You know, not necessarily. I like to see women in hats, especially if they match their outfit.
All right. Zanta, Shabbat Shalom. Welcome to the call.
Shalom, shalom. I'm on the line.
All right. All right, y'all, here we go. Men who have hair missing out of their heads, the world has taught them to hate themselves. In other cultures, it's an honorable thing because it shows that you're aging and you have wisdom. A lot of men, it's like gray hair, and what they do is they shave the rest of their heads to match that baldness so that people can't see, because the world has taught them it's an embarrassment. It's a bad thing. Or in order for you to look your best, half of your hair missing is not a good thing. Your hair thinning, it's not a good thing. So some men will go get those implants, or some men will go get a toupee, or some men would rather take the bald look and cut all their hair off just to fit in with society's social norms. This is a reality. The ancients of our people never did that. As a matter of fact, to bald your hair and to not have a beard was an embarrassment for our people in the ancient ways. That's a fact. Another thing was this. If your hair came out on its own, then it came out on its own, and that's just what you did. But it wasn't something that you hid, or you shunned. Some people, through their genealogy, have natural recessive hair in certain areas of their head. The society in which we grew up taught us that eating chicken is an acceptable thing. But if we had grown up in a society that eating cats is an acceptable thing, we will be eating cats and we wouldn't have a second thought about eating a cat. We would look at other people and say, oh, they don't know what they're missing. These cats is good. Because the culture, the society, and the social norm that you are under as you develop determine the types of qualities of life that you accept. They advertise these things in the public, on the news, and the televisions. Everywhere you go, they advertise how you're going to be in the next 5 or 10 years. They start planting little seeds, and then 5 or 10 years later, it becomes a social norm. When I was younger, homosexuality was something that was shunned, something that we resisted with every ounce of our strength. People laughed at it. People made you fun. They would beat you up. They would do all type of things to people that was homosexuals. They even crack jokes and talk about you and say your mama homosexual, your father homosexual, however it was, because it was an embarrassing thing. Well, society found out, or the people that's in charge found out, that they have to keep our people oppressed. And part of the way of doing that was to bring in homosexuality, because a homosexual ain't fighting too many things. Usually, they're not fighting too many things. They don't resist too much. So what they did was they began to put things in our food, things in our plastic, things in our water that will cause our hormones to change to make us more susceptible to how they wanted us to be. Social norms. They begin to put things in our music and in our televisions that we will see with our eyes. They put things in our food and in our water and in our plastic, like plastic bottles, that will have an effect on our physical, that will cause what we see with our eyes to allow our behavior to adapt to those things. See, back in the ancient days, women wore hair extensions in their head, the Egyptian women that I know of. I don't know of any other women, but the Egyptian women wore things in their hair. They had to bring all that back by way of dumbing us down so that we don't rebel. Ultimately, it's about our rebellion as a people. If you want to keep a slave, you have to take away his mental strength. And that's what they did to us. They began to implement things in the world for us to see, in our foods for us to eat, that will cause our brains to have a different type of reaction to the reality that we're in. Therefore, makeup was one of those things. Extensions in your hair. What you're doing is you're presenting yourself other than who you really are. It's almost like the life we live. We live a life pretending to be what we're not. And these things like makeup, extensions, and colognes and weaves and all those things, I wouldn't say colognes because I'm going to give a different explanation for that. Perfumes, I'm going to give a different explanation for that. Jewelry, I'm going to give a different explanation for that. But let's deal with the things that we can affect, that can change, that gives the appearance as if we're not real. You'll meet a woman in a club, in a party, at church, wherever you go. I put up a video about that on my Facebook page. And the very next day, after being with that woman for a whole week, a whole day, a whole month, and she take off all that stuff, you won't even know who she is. She's not even the same woman. There are videos when you can watch when a woman would sit there and show you her face and then show you the progress that she made in making herself up with phony hair, with makeup, with those eyelashes that look like spoons. She make herself up. And we'll watch the transformation and look at the picture side by side, and we'll think she's playing. That ain't really her. We watched her do it. Yes, it's her. And that's one of the dangers. Therefore, they call these things witchcraft. Why? Because they're deceiving people intentionally. I don't consider it to be witchcraft. I'm telling you what a lot of people call it. Because they're deceiving people to make them think that they're somebody that they're not. Think about it for a minute. This is how we live our lives today. A lot of men wear fancy jewelry, drive expensive cars, and their clothes is like really expensive clothes, but they live in a mom's basement. They have no bank account. They go to work every day just to continue that facade or that image. They want you to believe they are what they're not. And a lot of women do it, all that weave in their hair, makeup on their face, the imitation eyelashes. When Ema said when she was younger, they used to wear hats. It was for a reason. It was to hide what women think or what is the woman's beauty, for modesty. Women always want to be as modest as possible. That is the best of women. But when women are unhappy with themselves, they cover up that unhappiness from inside with an outward expression of trying to make themselves look pleasable to the world where they can fit in and look good. When I see women or men that walk around with these big blisters and bumps and sores all over their face and don't try to hide it, I honor them. Because it takes a lot to walk through a wicked society like this in your natural form. And most of us have not learned how to do that. So what do? We pretend as if we're rich. A lot of men pretend as if they're tough, and they're not tough, they're weak. They're punks. And put in a situation, they'll flee quick and leave a woman right there, leave their children right there, and they'll flee. And the woman will turn around and say, "You big and strong, you weigh 280 pounds, you're muscle bound. I thought you was my protector." No, he's his own protector. That's why he ran. We live oftentimes in our lives putting up a facade as if we're somebody that we're not. We got a lot of Maureen, spiritual teachers that teach the laws of the Most High in the forefront. Oh, you got to keep this law, you got to keep this law, you got to keep that law. But behind the scenes, we're perverts. That sexual demon got control of us. Oh man, ain't nobody know what I'm doing. Hey, shalom, shorty, what's up? Let me see you do this for me. Or they'll go to the nightclub or the party house. Don't nobody know. All they got to do is see you on Facebook like this, see you on social media, or go to the house of worship, but they live in a whole totally different city. Don't nobody know what they do. And they don't bring nobody in their circle. We're living a life unlike the reality of who we are. Therefore, we have no problem with makeup. We have no problem with false hair. We have no problem with eyelashes because it puts up an image that is acceptable to society to make society believe that we are something other than what we are. I see your hand, sis. Talk about that. Cool all the time. If you're ashamed of it, if these are your insecurities, if you're a sister and you ain't got no hair, then rock a bald head. Be naturally who you are. And if you got little hair and it's scraggly, then find some kind of way to do it so that it's acceptable to you, so you don't look raggedy. When I see young black women, when I see young black girls and they got that natural, I let them know your hair is so beautiful. I don't hesitate to try to let them know how beautiful their hair is when it's in its natural form. A lot of us today, society has put pressure on us and we have conformed to the rules of fitting in with society. And we do with society, we make up all these excuses and all these reasons, we justify, but we don't get to the fact. And the fact is that the Most High is not pleased with us. Therefore, he's bald our heads on our women, because the women with hair is their beauty. It's what makes them feel good. It makes them feel, yeah, look at me. When women flirt with men, they do this in their hair. Subconsciously, they don't even know what they're doing. They play with their hair. What that does to a man is it attracts a man, and he don't even pay attention, but it attracts a man to her beauty, her physical attraction. It has nothing to do with who she is on the inward part. Because a lot of men don't look for that because we're not interested in that. We're not looking for a wife that's going to help to enhance our lives and make it easier for us. We're not looking for that. We're looking for somebody that look good physically so that when we go in the public with her, that people say, hey, she look good. And she with him. Oh, and that makes him look good. All that's the society teachings. Has nothing to do with the Most High. Well, let me read something to you about what the Most High says about a woman and how he took certain beauty from her for his reason. And then I want you to know that your struggle isn't with you. Your struggle is with the Creator. You're really unpleased with what the Most High has allowed to be done to you. So you fighting it, and you fight it in the best way you know how. And listen, I just got to make this clear to y'all. I don't teach for people to agree with me or to make friends or make you feel good, because that's not what I'm here for. Sometimes you'll be in these classes and it will make you feel bad because you'll be guilty. Or you'll justify it and say, I hate what he's saying, but none of that matters. I'm not going to tell you a lie. That's not who I am. And I sympathize with you if you have allowed society to control you to the point where you go to these extremes to step outside of who you are. One person on here today, I think it was Sister Tamar, I'm not sure, but one person on here today said it's about the inward beauty. That's how the Most High judge us. And in this life, we're supposed to do everything we can to do that inward man or that inward woman is supposed to radiate on the outside. I've seen women with nappy hair all over the place looking a mess, but their spirit was so powerful that none of their physical meant anything. That spirit, when they open their mouth and they speak, the way they conduct themselves, the words that they use and the articulation of their speech overpowered everything else. And although she might have had peas curled up on her head, tight to her scalp, looking a mess, according to society views, her essence dominated all of that. And most of you sisters don't have anything close to that. Most of you don't have anything close to that. My wife come telling me, I want to get this in my head. I said, no. Another thing they do is they dye their hair. They're not pleased with themselves. So they're looking for different ways to be pleasing to themselves. And the way that they get pleasing to themselves is if society says it look good. How many times did you have a girlfriend check you while you got dressed to see if you looked acceptable, if you look good? It's a habit because you're looking for outward satisfaction and gratification than inward satisfaction and gratification. And your inward satisfaction and gratification has been altered based on what society says it's supposed to be. Just like homosexuality. When I was little, they used to beat you up. And gradually they led into that through the televisions, through the radios, through the music. They gradually led into it. And now homosexuality is totally accepted right now in our culture and in our society. Totally accepted. But back then they were shunning homosexual. You used to get fired from seats in Congress and offices of public offices if you was homosexual. Now today, the majority of them are homosexual. And it's accepted. It's a social norm now. Just like weaves, extensions, makeup, the little spoons that they have on their eyes. All those things are accepted now. So what do? You fall right into the rules and say, you know what? It makes me look better. So you think, but you don't see the damage that it does to your soul because you are really unpleased with who you are as a woman or as a man. You're really unpleased with who. When I go out this house, I go out this house looking like a bum. Can I wear a suit every day? Absolutely. I got enough suits right there in my closet. Every day of the week, I can wear a different suit. But when I leave out of my house, majority, 90% of the time, I'm looking like a bum. I don't care what people got to say. I drive a pickup truck like Sanford and Son type joint. I don't care what people say about me, but that's just Prince. I'm just that kind of guy. You might not be that kind of person. I never, as far as I can remember, may the Creator forgive me if I'm in error, but I've never been one that was down with social norms. I remember in high school, I wore some gazelles, the glasses that was in frame. Man, I felt so good because I was cool because I had what society said was the in thing and everybody couldn't get them. I had me some gazelles. I don't know where them gazelles at now. Don't even care. But what I'm trying to get across to us is that we have to enhance and beautify the spiritual essence that we have inside of us. And once we achieve that, it will show in our outer appearance, in our humility, in our walk, in our conversation, in our speech. All that physical stuff we can leave behind because it doesn't go nowhere with us. But that internal stuff will take us to the next life. And how you conduct yourself from the inside is what the Most High uses to judge you and reward and bless you. Oh, man. Know for surety that the Most High doesn't care when you come before him that you got a bald head or you got short eyelashes or you got a couple of bumps on your face and your skin. The Most High don't care about those things. But what is it that the Most High cares the most about? Your inward being. And that's the thing that you give the least attention to. That's the thing that you work the least to enhance and improve, the inward being of you. Now, I'm not necessarily talking to you who are here today. I'm talking to those who are in the audience and those who will hear this message in the future. The real man, we don't work on too much. But that external man, we give that external man a whole lot of time, a whole lot of our attention, a whole lot of money and work. But classes like this, that's going to build you up from the inside and make you whole and presentable before the Creator, those type of things we avoid and we shun and run from. Sister Ali, you got your hand up.
Yes, sir. So I have a question. So, well, we know as believers, we know that when the Creator make us, that we're very beautiful because we fearfully and wonderfully made, and the works that He do, we know is wonderful. We all know that. So, but sometimes I'm asking, like, people shouldn't wear do certain things because society is necessary, no? Or because I would get when I'm at home, I don't wear makeup. I love myself. I love my brown skin that y'all made, that the Creator made and gave me like that, and I love it. However, the people like Israel knows these things, like y'all believers, y'all know, but nobody in Israel supports me in business. There's people in other nations that support me in business, so therefore they expect a certain, at least you gotta have certain something, some ways, you know. So and I understand that. I would be, would it be wise for me to go, I'm not gonna wear my, it's not that, because I love myself always, all the ways that the Creator loves me like that, as well do I, and our people as well. But not everybody has this understanding, and it can hinder you as a business person, as a woman. I can only speak as a woman.
Yes, I
You know,
understand.
so
Let me make
you
something
can.
clear. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Please
Oh
forgive me.
no, no. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying because when things are incorrect, I correct things, especially if it's what the Creator wants, or if it's against the Creator, I would correct it. But I also know if I didn't wear some levels of some things, I mean, I don't need lashes or anything like that, and I spend a lot of money on I do spend a lot of money on aesthetics at the esthetician and taking care of my skin. But also, like I said, that makeup either it has barriers. The one that I get, it's minerals actually. They call it makeup, but it's minerals. So, but it has color to the minerals. It has a barrier and it prevents a lot of things. So, but if the creator thinks that it's or says that it's wrong, of course I don't want to do it. But also, I want to understand crystal clear because it would hinder business in the type of business I am in. It would hinder it, and no one from my own nation asked me to, or does anything with my business whatsoever. It's only other nations, and they have a certain level of expectation for us as Israel in general. So we have to come and look in the best of the best of the best in my field, and that's done. But if it's something against law, I definitely don't want to do it. I guess I would just have to suffer that loss for the creator's purpose. But is that correct or no? I'm trying to understand.
I applaud you for being willing to surrender all that you do to be pleasing to the Creator. I applaud you for that. So what I would like to say, and I need to say this so that everyone understands, if the Most High doesn't convict you in your spirit, then don't change. Do what you do. Don't pay Prince no mind. If the Most High doesn't say to you in your spirit, yo, fix this, correct that. And that's what anything that I teach you. If the Most High doesn't penetrate you and cause you to motivate you on your own, then don't do it. Don't do anything just because a man says it. Let the Most High deal with you and correct or move or change you, not the words of a man. So I'm going to say that to everyone. What I'm speaking to you right now, this matter and this subject, if the Most High doesn't move you to change it, then do what you do. If you was my wife, then I got some control over you, or at least I got an opinion that matters in your life where you would want to do, you should want to do what's pleasing to your husband, like I heard before from you, I think.
Absolutely.
But I'll say this, if the Most High, see when Ema gave her example, and she gave a very vivid example. When she was younger, they wore hats. When she got older, she got away from the hats, and then her hair started falling out. She caught cancer, she couldn't do it. And now she back to the hats.
Yeah.
Back, but she left the vanity alone per se. What I'm going to say is, whatever moves you, whatever motivates you, whatever makes you feel the best that you can possibly be and improve yourself from the inside out is what you do. So if my lesson today affected anyone, take it to the Creator. Ask the Creator what He would have for you to do. And that's with any lesson that I present. Take it to the Almighty, ask Him what He would have for you to do, and let Him reveal to you what He requires of you. Right?
Yeah, I understand, but no, I don't think I know the Creator knows that. Hey, the other nations, those are my clients, and you got to come look in a certain type of way as an Israelite. It's part of your uniform, and I know the Creator wouldn't go, yeah, bum out your, and to them, to us, it's a beautiful thing, but to other nations, it's not necessarily so. Until so I pray one day Israel will be my prime supporters.
No, it might not even be that.
Then I have to, I'm comfortable with everything. It's part of uniform. So I was just making sure that, it's part of uniform. Like I'm out now. I'm in nature. I love nature. I get sun. I like that. So I'm not wearing makeup for what? It's my private time. If I'm at home, I don't have husbands, but if I did, I won't need makeup when I'm home with him. But if I'm at work in the field of business, running a business, it's part of uniform. That's the thing, that's how I'm saying, but not about if it makes me feel good or blah, blah, blah. It doesn't make me feel good. Makeup is stupidly expensive. It doesn't make me feel good about it. It really doesn't, but it is part of my uniform. Wearing uniform in general doesn't make me feel good. But right now it's where that is until I hire more people. Then I have to wear this uniform. So I do understand that, and I'm patient. with
Good.
what the creator's doing. But it's not about, sometimes it's not about, I would hate for us to just look at women and go, oh, she's wearing makeup or she's wearing perfume. Oh, that's not her natural state of being. I would hate for us to overlook or have a thought process about people that maybe we might not always understand the fullness of it, you know. So that's why I'm sharing that.
Yeah, that's why we ask questions. But thank you, sis. And we appreciate all of your contributions to this subject. Toda Rabah, may the Most High be pleased, and may the Most High answer your requests when you approach him. Sister Tucilia, you have your hand up.
I think Tamar was next, honestly.
How was Tamar next? Did she have a hand up?
She can't raise her hand, and she can't raise her hand, and she said, "I'm raising my hand. I can't do it because I'm on my phone." And then you, Allie.
Okay, you might be right, but I thought that was before. So please forgive me. Sister Tucilia, 1 second, please. Sister Tamar, did you have a comment you wanted to mention?
Well, I did make a comment about the hair. I just had something I want to share. You were talking about the commands. You was telling everybody to read a command or share.
No, we ain't at that part yet. Yeah, we ain't at that part.
Okay, so I'm waiting till you get back to that point.
Yes.
But I already commented about. I can say I do appreciate what you shared with the sister, because I think it's very important that our leaders point the people in the direction of seeking the Most High concerning all matters, because that does take us in progression to the new covenant, and that's very important for our salvation. So, but I'm waiting to be able to share what I received as a commandment.
Thank you, sis. Now know that Brother Yaakov goes first, and then you go second. All right. So thank you. Sister Tucilia, you have your hand up. Would you like to speak?
Yes. Is it Aliyah?
Aliyah? Aliyah. Ali.
Aliyah.
Let her tell you. I call her Ali. Let her tell you her name. I don't know how she pronounces it.
Aliyah.
I pronounce it Navia. That's how I pronounce it.
Okay, so you want to be called
Kids don't call me Ali still. So whichever one you prefer, but I pronounce it Navia.
Navia. Navia?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was you're a massage therapist, right? Is it you?
It is me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was and you work for a company, or do you work on your own, or just for a company?
Well, when working on my own, I do have I don't know if this is good to talk on the Shabbat, but yeah, I have LLC, I have business, but I also contract. So I guess when you have a business, you're ultimately still working for people, you know what I mean? Because I service people. So I always feel like, yeah, I work for people because they're my clients. And even when I'm contracting, they're my clients. And then I do have a company. Yeah, but I don't go clock in somewhere. I don't do those things anymore. Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna give you my sister. She also is a massage therapist, and but she works for herself. I mean, she and I think she doesn't wear makeup. She wears her clothing is really modest, and she has long hair. But I think the people are more attracted to her spirit. Not that she's not beautiful, but the people are more attracted to her spirit and the service that she brings than her appearance. And she gets a lot of jobs like that through referral. And because when she does her job, she does it well. And some people have all made comments about, well, I have a massage therapist and I've never had a massage like this before, So she gets referrals because of her spirit and also because of the job, and she does it well. And I guess the energy that she exudes, definitely. So what I'm saying is, as Prince said, your inner person, your personality, to me, trumps appearance. Appearance, not that appearance is not great. It's good to be, looking good when you're doing your job. But I think that your inner self, what the inner qualities, whatever the creator give you shines through, you will definitely be able to be successful in your work. So that's what I wanted to say to you. And she works, she lives in Maine, and Maine does not have a whole lot of white Black people.
Okay. Sister Cecilia, it's good that you said where she lives. And I so much appreciate everything you said, because
Yes.
all of those qualities do go into it as well.
Yeah.
They're very important in our field, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is sometimes psychographics come into play.
Okay.
So we have psychographics, and I happen to live in an area of Georgia that's very ritzy, like it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Really
Okay.
matters. I don't care if you're a waitress or you're bagging groceries at the Publix. It matters here, unfortunately. In the
Okay.
area with the
Culture.
psychographics that I'm in, a lot
Mm-hmm.
of millionaires, there's a lot of, just in this area in Alpharetta, the psychographics, it's a big deal. Even you'll hear them openly say, if a massage therapist overweight, I'm not going to that, that person. They do put a lot of emphasis on their look, their appearance. It's just the psychographics in the area that I do business in.
Mm-hmm.
And I, unfortunately, it's just the nature of it for now.
Yes.
So when I'm at home, just like Queen Esther, when she had to go and do what she had to do as a queen, she had to do a certain thing. She had to dress a certain way. She had to do a thing, but she couldn't wait to get out of those things, to her like rags, right? But she still had to present herself in that position that the creator put her in, and do it in the best way, not halfway. Because people, believe it or not, the other nations learn about laws and the creator based on, I tell them, I'm not shy of that. But also, I have to come in a different way because of the area that I'm in. A lot of affluence, a lot of high power people. And so I'm expected to be and look a certain way. I can't just eat and do whatever I want. I can't get overweight. Even for the creator, I'm not going to do that. But so my business will suffer as well. And the spirit, all those things you said, absolutely. And then when people get to know me, they know, word of mouth. However, I'm not only just working for myself like that, I'm building a brand, most high willing. I'm building a brand and expanding it. Things one day I want to franchise it and all those things. So I cannot only think of myself. But when I'm out of that, when I'm at home doing my own things, just like Queen Esther, can't wait to get out of those things. However, it is how it is. And it's not saying I don't think makeup it's not so black and white. If you put it in a black and white look, I get it. Black and white, it's not like that. Because I know I do. And I've been doing massage over 18 years. And I'm not a regular massage therapist. I'm an advanced therapist and medical massage, all these type of things. So it makes a huge difference, where I'm at versus where she's at. And I get it.
Yeah,
But
it's
you know
just
what I mean?
of things.
Yeah. And then
Just
I can see in scripture too, because Queen Esther had to do the same type thing similar to me. You have to dress up and do this and that, because this what you got to do for that particular one of those hats that you wear. And then when you're done with that role, you comfortable in your space, things like that. So And I can't be naive about it. And I have to do business. You have to be a certain way, even, at least where I'm at. But I agree with you as well. The spirit, everything like that, because everything comes from the creator giving me every client. But I also, have to come a certain way as well.
All
Just
right.
because where I am. Thank
But
you.
I give I really appreciate you and you wanting to serve the creator, and you have looked for ways to scale down your for instance, you said that now you use mineral coverings for your
Yeah.
face, and I know about the mineral ones. Those are nice.
Yeah, they're good for
But
your skin
you're
too.
making progress towards that, and I really appreciate that.
All praises to Yah. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Sister Celia, could you lower your hand, please?
Well, can I say one more thing?
Sure, absolutely.
I know that the men look attracted visually to females, but I believe, do you think that if men would compliment women while they're in their raw, do more compliments to
Me?
women,
Oh, it's
or,
honestly, you
or
talking to me?
encourage,
I
huh?
get the most compliments with no makeup on, and it's so annoying, honestly,
Yeah,
because I don't want them to say anything to me. I just be minding my business. But yeah, it happens. I don't wear when like I said, unless I'm in uniform, I'm not wearing makeup, and they just be complimenting. I'm minding my business. Grocery store, it don't stop. So that's the thing. It's not even about. I don't think makeup, and to be honest. Man, maybe it's better. It is. It's natural what y'all give us is so much better. You know what I'm saying? But the other nations think we're deplorable. They think all this and that and whatever, and this is what they have to do. So therefore, they feel away. And I get it, and it's no big deal. It's not going to stop me from doing what I need to do. It's only for work. It's a uniform. We all do uniforms. Some of us do uniforms for work. But yeah, men, I don't even think about men like that because the creator gonna do what he's gonna do. And I'm not even, it's not a big deal to me because I'm just divorced, all that. It's the last thing, it's not the first thing on my mind, man. And I don't even, I don't even, brothers can say something to me and they do like quite often. And like I said, especially with no makeup on, because I understand why, I get it. And so, but yeah, I also ignore a lot of brothers. So I do that. I ignore them because it's not where my mind is. I need to know these laws. What's important? What do I need to do? How law is my life? How do I make sure living my life pleasing to the Most High? This is my main priority. So, that's if in the makeup, I don't know, my uniform doesn't affect that. So sometimes some people can listen to me because they see a certain thing, they won't realize things that are most high going to come out of my mouth. And it can be helpful too sometimes, both ways. Just being able to be.
Well, you know what? You know how beautiful you are, and you know that, you know, men might be attracted whether or not you have makeup, but some women don't know that. I remember and it always stayed with me. I always remember this because I remember when I was in high school, I think I was in ninth grade. Was it in ninth grade? No, I think it was the eighth grade. And we used to do the braids in our hair, the artificial braid, and make it hair a little bit longer or make it nice and tidy. And my sister used to braid my hair with those artificial things. And I used to think I looked good, you know. But one day, when I went to school without it, I remember one young man who was in my class came up to me and he said, "You don't need those braids, right?" I said, what you talking about? He said, you do not need those braids. You are beautiful just the way you are. You know, your hair is beautiful just the way it is. You do not need those braids. As a matter of fact, uh, uh, our people don't need them. And so I was kind of like, what? You know, because that was the first time anybody ever told me that. The women don't tell you that. He was the first male that ever told me that. And that stayed with me. That stayed with me. And I did not, after that, braids, I didn't bug my sister to put braids in my hair anymore, you know. But I realized that being natural is very beautiful, you know.
Right.
And whatever else that the creator gave you to bring out and share with the world, along with your appearance, is what carries you. And that was so significant. That statement alone from that young man stayed with me and affected me while I was in junior high school. And I always remembered, you know.
That's
So
beautiful.
I
Yeah.
was thinking that
So you
the
don't do
the
that now?
male gender should be able to, you know, affect others, like the female gender, by telling them you're beautiful without what, you know.
Yeah, I believe, because I believe the creator makes beauty. I see beauty in every single thing, because there's no such thing as perfection, right? In nature, I'm in nature a lot. I love the creator. I love his natural things he's created. So I'm in nature a lot, and nothing is we consider perfect. And I love the imperfections in people. It's so beautiful to me, because that's natural and it's nature. So for me, I get some people wear makeup because they're insecure and this and that. That's not my purpose or reason for it, because the creator, I know he knows what he's doing. Wow, beauty, the beautiful things that he creates. And even if someone has an imperfection, to me, that is even more beautiful. Freckles or marks on their face or skin or a scar. Like Seal, that singer, these scars on his face. I think it looks nice, honestly. It's imperfections. And I love imperfections as well. And I think the Father sees imperfections in us all the time. And he, what I'm saying? So I kind of probably take after him in that way. I'm not, hopefully that's the case, because I see things imperfect, and I don't look at it like ew, ew. I'm not common as some people are, and shallow. Those things are not me at all. So I get what you're saying. And no one can compliment. If they compliment me, thanks. But I don't, the validity of it all is not necessary, because it goes without saying, the creator creates beautiful, amazing things. Everything he does is amazing. It's beautiful. So I already know that. So nobody needs to tell me, oh, you look beautiful, or this or that. They really don't need to tell me, because, the creator already told me, because I see his creation and I'm in it a lot. The oceans, the trees, the birds, the flowers. I see everything he does is beautiful. So I already know, it goes without saying. So no one needs to tell me. And I see people, I don't need to tell them they're beautiful, because I do, but I don't need to. They know, because the creator creates beauty. This is how I believe. So, but some people outside our nation, they are shallow and they are not created like us. And I understand that as well. So I do, I have to understand things from multiple levels in the life that I live at this time right now. Maybe I'm have husband one day, and I don't have to think so much. I don't have to do so many different levels, because he can say, hey,
You okay?
yeah, yeah. So right now I got to think, and I got to move, and I got to be out here in the world. I got to get it done. That's it.
Right. You all right?
Yeah.
Sister Trucelia?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate her exuberance for the subject. And I appreciate her, because she's bringing all that she has, and to this world.
Yes.
It's really awesome. Awesome.
All right. Thank you, sis. Sister Malka, You have your hand up. Would you like to speak?
Yes. Regarding what one I heard one of the sisters say earlier. Oh boy. She said something like her man told her she didn't need to wear makeup, but no sister never told her that. So just to give you a little bit different perspective, a lot of times your man will tell you that because you look so good and he doesn't want anybody else to look at you. So he wants you to remove the makeup or remove those things that are bringing attention to your already beauty, that is accentuating your already beauty. Whereas there's an old saying, a man will pat you on the back, but another woman will tell you where it's at. I believe that if you was wearing makeup in error or too much or excessive, that another sister would tell you that. But just keep in mind that sometimes people say things with their own agenda. So if you're wearing makeup and you're looking too hard to try, and the brother jealous because he don't want other brothers looking at you, yeah, he's gonna tell you, you don't need it. You don't need it. And maybe you don't need it, but just need to understand where he's coming from. That's all.
Well, that might be the case with the makeup or what, but I was talking about my hair. Do you know the extensions that you put in your hair?
Of course I do. I'm a Black woman.
And and that was when I was in 8th grade. But the young man that came to tell me, I don't feel that he wanted to. I think he was very genuine about what he was saying, because I didn't have any connection with him per se, like I was my boyfriend. He was, but he just came and said, you know what, you look really nice without that thing. You don't need it, you don't need it. As a matter of fact, the more natural the better, it's something like that he was saying, and to me he was talking all across the board, not necessarily to me only, but to the females that were in our class or in our school. I think he was generalizing. He was speaking specifically to me, but the way he spoke was like, you don't need it anyway. Females, our people don't need it anyway. You know what I'm saying? The more natural, the better, So I really appreciated him, and that is what stayed with me, and to let me know that I don't need any additional stuff. I just look good the way the creator created me. That was in the back of my mind, but he brought it forth, and it was just confirmation that is where I'm supposed to be traveling at that moment in time. More natural, the better. So it always stayed with me from junior high school up until now. So.
Well, that was a good thing to stay with you. But let me say this in defense of all men. All men prefer our women natural. I know I say all men. Most of the time you can't say all men. I say all men. The reason why I say all men, because usually males don't care how you look. But female. So there's a difference between a male and a man. There's a difference. So I'm gonna leave it alone. I really enjoyed the conversation. We had a lot to talk about for that last 2 hours, dealing with the hair, makeup, eyeliner, and all that other stuff. Excuse me. I just wanted to bring out some points that I said I would about clothes, about jewelry, about cologne. Cologne makes your body smell differently than what it normally smells. Cologne is used for the purpose of enhancement as far as attraction. And a lot of people are sensitive toward different smells, and it draws you into a person who has a certain fragrance about them. Oils, colognes, pretty much the same thing. As my brother brought out, certain things are like oils are therapeutic, and it helps you, the individual, as well as whoever might be smelling it. Certain colognes have that same thing. There are 3 different types of colognes, and people don't even know it, but there are 3 different types, 3 different levels of cologne. And they're either pure, impure, or all the way pure. But the most best ones is, I believe it's the toilette, I think is the best ones. I'm not sure on the level of them, but there are different types of cologne that has different fragrances or different aesthetics about it, and serves a different purpose when you wear it. Some of it is healing and beneficial for the mind as well. But clothes and jewelry are 2 different things. To begin, you don't fake out a person with clothes and jewelry to the level that you do with makeup. You do accentuate yourself with those items, and that's a fact. But when you wake up in the morning, you ain't got your jewelry on or those clothes, you don't usually get a surprise being the other person. Oh, golly. But with makeup, eyelashes, and hair, when those things are missing after you went to sleep and she had it on, you see a whole totally different person. So there is a difference between those items. Okay. All right. So let's move on. My brother Yaakov, you had a commandment? If you hadn't forgotten by now, because we only took 2 hours to had that subject.
Yeah, I got a commandment. It's actually, it is, should a woman wear what pertaineth to a man?
Is that a commandment or a question?
It's a commandment. It says, the woman should not wear what pertains to a man, and neither shall a man put on a garment what pertains to a woman.
Very good.
And I have an advocate piece and chronology with it. So can I explain it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Let's say back in 5000 BC, men wore kind of skirt or loins, and the women wear same thing, but they had a different. It's a different spirit on the man's clothes. So, for example, so today women wear women's pants, right? Or they call women's pants, right? So, and women wear dress also, right? If I were to go into Forever 21 and buy a pair of pants, woman's pants, and put it on, right? What's made for a woman? No one will recognize it, right? Because I have a small waist. I could wear 28, 29. Okay, nobody will recognize it. And then, if a man were to go put on a woman's garment, which I just did, is that an abomination? That's a question, right? Is that an abomination? Now, we know today, because of the stand, we know women specifically wear dresses, dresses in our society, in the society today, and it's made for women. It was never made for men, even though they have kilts, which is a skirt, and some other cultures. Will be in violation of that if I were to go put one on. But it's more than just clothes, it's also the spirit of it. So when we see characters putting on a dress, they're going to pretend, they're going to take on the spirit of a feminine energy. That's why the homosexuals do wear and act like a woman more, and then when they put on the garment. So that's why I made that statement. It doesn't say a woman should not wear pants, but it say you should not wear what pertaineth unto a man. So can you elaborate on that? Because we have a lot of different things, because there's something called a pantalon. There's some pants. I seen a female have on a pair of pants. It was almost like a skirt, only said he still had the separate trousers. And a man would not wear that one either. Okay, so so that's what my commandment is. I mean, that I picked.
Okay, wonderful. Another great commandment. Somebody with the iPhone. Let me see who this is with the iPhone. Could you identify yourself? You have your hand raised. Take the floor, please. Brother Yaakov, I got you. I just meant to find out who this was for certainty. Could you take the floor, please?
Hey, it's Jacob from Atlanta.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom, my brother.
Shalom, shalom, Yaakov.
Did you want to respond to my brother's question, or you got another one of your own?
No, I mean, I believe Jacob is from Florida, is correct. But there is no commandment that says that women should not wear pants. In today's society, women wear pants. They wear women's pants. But I mean, I guess where I'm confused is if the pants are made specifically for women, what would be the issue? And then you have some people who would even argue about the garments that the men wore back in the day. Even if you read translations like the King James Version, it always referred to the garment of a man as a skirt, or it says, the edge of his skirt or at the tip of his skirt. David had cut a part of his skirt or something like that. You'll see that in the scriptures because they didn't really wear pants at that particular time. Pants were an invention by the Asians for horseback riding. But how I guess this is a follow-up question. How would we apply that in regards to the women wearing female pants? Because they could still, because like for instance, am I in violation when I wear my garments? Most of the garments what I like to call traditional wear, I don't wear pants. They're very long garments that go down to my feet. And of course, on the four corners, I wear them like the ancients. And then on the four corners of my vestes, I have the tzitziot. So, I mean, I guess it can be argued. It's a debatable topic. And I guess it was just kind of a follow-up question because female pants are female pants. They're women pants, and they do wear them. I mean, and so I don't see any. I know he said that there's a commandment that says not to wear what pertaineth to a man, but in today's society, you can wear women can wear women pants. They can wear bell bottoms and flare jeans. There are pants that women wear that men, that if men got caught dead in, there'll be speculation of what their sexuality would be like, those tight pants that they wear, the leggings and stuff like that. So,
and that's the example I gave. If I went into Forever 21, it's a woman's store, and I put on a pair of pants, buy a pair of pants out of there, right? You won't know unless you inspect it, but it was designed for a woman. It doesn't have any zipper in the front, So it was just not for argument, but it's for clarity. So we know if your Isha put on your traditional garment, that's as you described it, would she be in violation, right?
No. If I wear, I don't have an Isha, by the way.
Okay.
I wish I did. But what I'm saying is my traditional, I do have certain traditional where I may wear pants. It depends on what I'm wearing. One day I might wear, like fisherman pants, and then I might wear the tunic over it with the four corners. But then there are some days where I want to get traditional, like the day and Prince will tell you the day that that one day that I visit them for Pesach, I had my traditional garments on. They were blue, and they were all the way down to my feet, and I wore no pants. Right?
Yeah, I
And
understand that. I was
some
saying if
people might classify that in today's society. They might classify that as a dress.
yes,
Right?
yes,
Because
I see.
I've been out in public before, and I've been mocked for wearing, you know, a garment like that, with the vest over it, and then the long garment that way. And I've had like a younger generation,
I have three of
mock,
those, so I know it. Yep.
mock me and make fun of me and say, man, what you doing? You wearing a dress or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Of course, it's not. It's the ancient garments. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying. And then, of course, in the scriptures from a in the King James translation, it does refer to some of when the ancient brothers wear the garments, it does refer to them, those garments as skirts. It doesn't necessarily, we don't necessarily see tunic or ketchaneath. It does say skirts. So I guess it's just a debatable topic. You know what I'm saying? My question was, would I be in violation if I wore a garment like that and then wear pants? And then how do we why would we or how can we hold why would we hold women accountable for wearing female pants?
Yes, so that is something where clearly it takes on another spirit. If we were to go on, if I went into that same Forever 21 and bought a woman a dress, clearly we know a dress is for women today. So yes, we because of the cultural structure, we know it was definitely designed for a woman and not for a man. So they do have that. So for solutions, I would say, it's out of my own word, the women would definitely wear what they wear today, as we know, is those type of dressing, because they got pants as tight as ever, male and female. Men are wearing tight pants. You see it today now. And yes, so we have to use, as the giver of the law, we have to really make sure it won't be any argument if they wear dresses. And men, we definitely continue wearing the pants. And when we wearing our traditional garment, we know it's tradition, not pertaining to what the world thinks, or what they change the words around, colloquial words. So a skirt would mean a tie to a woman today, where in the past it was not tied to a woman. They bought or something. So we have to use a lot of good judgment, and male and female, and come together. And we have we should have agreement, because that could be a stumbling block and cause a lot of problems. And there's modest apparel too. So there's modest. Okay, they wear a skirt in when I was in Christianity, but they put on a skirt tight like gloves. Uncovering their nakedness, basically. So there's modesty within it. So that's why we have to use that sort of standing without breaking, but we know clearly there's one thing. If I had an Isha and she takes my pants and shirt and wear it outside and start putting on the characters of me, that's in violation. Am I correct?
It's an abomination.
Yes. And vice versa. If I were to take her dress, put it on, and throw on some heels, I'm in violation. I even put on her dress and walk down the street, they're gonna think I'm crazy.
Yes, that's an abomination.
Yeah.
But
so that was just for dialogue's sake.
Right. And when I had an Isha, we were Torah, when we were going by the Torah, I made sure that that she did wear modest apparel. Of course, I couldn't control what she wore to work or at work. We can't control our uniform, but whenever we were out, I did try to make sure that or in purchase for her the dresses that I believe, or skirts that I believe were modest. But there were times where I guess she wanted to feel comfortable, right? Because that's what a lot of them like to say about, they like to feel comfortable, and then they want to put on what are called leggings, which are pants. And what I would tell her is that's fine, but just so long as you wear a long garment that cloaks over that, so that young men wouldn't be looking at your backside coveting after you, right? Because you don't want to cause other men to covet, their neighbor's wife, their neighbor's Isha. So I said, I said, you can wear those, but just as long as you wear like a long shirt it was basically like a dress, that went down and covered her. And so her leggings almost functioned like an undergarment or something. But I mean, women wear them. You know what I'm saying? They do. I mean, in today's society, those particular articles of clothing are classified as female apparel. So, to apply that mitzvah, that mitzvah to a woman, that's going to be tough. I mean, especially if she has the capability to wear an actual garment with four corners over those female pants.
All right. Very well, my brothers. Y'all had a nice little dialogue, and I appreciate that.
Well, the ladies had theirs, we had ours, but yeah, it's conversation, and yeah, we have to use wisdom, knowledge, and understanding so we won't cause strife. And there's always solution, because like in the gym, for example, women they wear women's tights. I wouldn't buy women tights, and I don't wear the tight, but there are some conscious ones that wear a skirt. They make their own skirt, and they give them enough room so they can go. But they are wearing women's apparel. But again, it's not modest. The tight ones, what they're wearing is just not, it's just exploiting their nakedness to say. But still, are wearing garment pertaining to them, as the world call it. But some of them do wear skirts. I've seen some of them with their fringes on. So they are, and you can see the difference. You can see them, they wrap their hair, but they do wear the undergarment, like pants under, a cotton, and then they wear over it, or they just wear their skirt. And they got fitness skirts out there too. They actually do have them. So it's just a learning curve, and we have the holy people need to address it in a loving way, because we can't iron people up, because we have stony hearts. We came out, we have a heart of flesh. So we learn to use humility, understanding, and love. And the love aspect, show them the love, and why the Creator wanted us to be set apart from what they do. Because I've seen this a lot, and we can't be humble and take care of our physical bodies along with the inner part, because you can work out good and you don't eat right, you suffer, and then it causes the acne to come out on your skin. Then you got to put on the makeup or go to the esthetician, and these are some things that can prolific the problem that we have. So the law is very important for us to read it, study it, and come together and find a proper solution. That's how we do it here, and it is good, so we can explain it that way. If I were to run in there, like again, Forever 21's women's store, and I buy a pants for a woman, you might not notice it, but when you come up close, you be like, oh man, he got on ladies' garment. Why am I doing that? But if I run in there in the same store and buy a dress, it's a different. So it's better that we do wear the dress at some point. The women wear that's definitely distinction between the male and female, and the best we can on that aspect, than to wear, So
I agree. Autumn had an important she said Miss Sister Autumn had an important question. I'm not sure if it was a question or if she was making a statement, but she was referring to some of the pants that show or reveal the curves of a woman. And that's when we start getting into modest apparel, because that was one of the problems that I had. Well, not one of the problems that I had with my ex Isha, but whenever she wanted to wear those type of pants, I always, had her wear something over those pants, like a long garment, like a. Are you familiar with a kurta? You know what a kurta is? Jacob, Florida. Like a kurta.
You could describe it for me.
So it's basically like a very long a very long tunic that goes down to like, below the knee, near the shins.
I've seen that. Okay.
And it does have the four corners with the slits on the side. And that's how I was able to kind of maneuver around that question when she would ask, do you think that would be a appropriate solution in an instance or a scenario where your Isha or your Pilagesh wanted to wear some, I guess, quote unquote, comfortable clothes such as like leggings? Would that be a feasible solution?
Well, in the wintertime, I mean, I've lived in the north and it gets, really cold. They
Mhm.
have, that's the undergarment. It's like wearing thermals. You remember we used to wear thermals.
Mm-mm.
So, and if you live in the Caribbean where it's like it's constant 90 degrees, a lot of air, the garment is totally different. But we still have to, we don't wear as much garment. So we wear the cotton where the light and everything else reflects it nicely. So we have to use really good judgment at the same time, but not pass, staying and pertaining to the law of not the law of wearing the garment, and then also wearing modest apparel, because they will, some people try to manipulate it, and on both sides. So we have to be very
Right.
careful with that. So,
well, Yaki, I noticed that you were saying something about the modest apparel, right? Now, we know from an ancient perspective or from a historical perspective that the women in our culture wore modest apparel, right? However, the Torah, we don't have any laws per se, or any sayings per se that I would say elaborate or expand on what modest apparel look like. Of course, we have the example from the sisters in this forum, but we don't have that really in the Torah where it expands. It does says not to wear what men wear, but it does not, from what I've seen. And if anyone can point out
Isaiah,
something.
in the book of Isaiah, which is not, it's in the Assyrian captivity about the time when Isaiah talked about it in Isaiah chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
Yeah, it started from 18. It described what the woman, the daughters of Zion, specifically wore. And it's not in the Torah, but we can assume that this is, it identifies, if you want to read 18 to 18.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. Yeah, and that's where it talks about
so
the curse of
they
their
were decked out.
scalp, the curse of their scalp because of their arrogance and their tinkling
Before
ways.
before they're the cursing on them, he'll tell you how they were decked out. To say,
right?
They were really decked out.
And the reason why I bring that up is because Christianity, when we go into the Brit Hadashah, or the what is called the Greek Bible, the New Testament, and we start to get in the epistles of Shaul or Paul. He there is some emphasis there, and so when we're teaching, if we're teaching our young ladies and our ladies this doctrine, a lot of them tend to, coming from that, as we always talk about how we all come from that church environment, will try to implement that specific teaching into this Torah-based, community, or this Torah-based doctrine. They'll try to implement that type of teaching. So that's what I'm saying. If we are to teach our beautiful sisters this type of doctrine in regards to apparel, we would need something solid. You know what I'm saying? Like, because Paul does emphasize, he does talk about shamefacedness and wearing modest apparel. And I'm trying to find.
So Isaiah, Isaiah chapter 3, it starts from 18. I could read it, and the reason why it's good, and like you said, it's always good to compliment our women. And Sister Priscilla talked about that. Compliment is always important because the worldly men will compliment, you know, women don't hear that enough. And we always should always, a part of it is, you know, compliment on their beauty, because they are beautiful.
Yes, they are. Yes.
So 3:18, I'm gonna read that. Prince, can I read that? Is it okay? I'm gonna read that up. Okay. 3:18, in the days that the Most High will take away the bravery of their tingling ornaments around their feet, that's one thing. Their calls, another, their round ties like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs, the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the ring nose and nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, and the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, the glasses, the fine linen and the hoods and the veil, and the sweet smell. So these are things that were the sisters that, you know, we have reference over Paul, we have it in Isaiah, to show that our women have always, you know, always carried themselves, and maybe not all, but they were modest in the wearing of it, and that he took it away because of their haughtiness, I guess. And it was really talking about the nation too. So yes, that's basically, you know, they use those metaphors. But
Right.
yeah, yes, they use a lot of metaphors in the Old Testament, and the New Testament they call it parables. Okay,
they sure do.
So yes, we learned this. So the women they kept themselves. Beauty is important, and in Job, he gave, you know, Jemima, that word, you know, when he gave them the other daughters, they stressed on the beauty of it. So what the nation did here, they came back and put a certain woman on the pancake box, right? So you know how they do. But our women have always been beauties have been set, and you know, when they saw our mother, our matriarch mother, Sarai, went down to Egypt, the beauty is just incredible, and she carried herself as a nobility.
They
So
sure did. They sure did.
yeah. So we do have examples. We really have to, you know, like you said, if men and we are the authority, we have to show the love aspect, because that's part of the family, because the women have to show love to the children. The man is abusive to the woman, it'll trickle down to the children, and you have division, and you know, the adversary a lot of time is us. And it depends on it, but we have to learn. We have to learn and ask for forgiveness first, and speak to the women tell them how beautiful they are. And, you know, it's up because they want to hear we love to hear when a woman tells how good we are, how good we look, or what we do, and you know, give us that. So it goes both ways in that sense. All right. So
yeah, but a lot of the sisters, because of the oppression and the exile that they're in, they have a hard time accepting their beauty. Like for instance, like with a young lady that I was with, and I would tell her that she was beautiful every day. You know, even with her head covering on or off. You know, when she was around me in the house, and I would compliment her all the time. And you know, she told me that, you know, I guess it wasn't enough. She said that, you know, she has to feel beautiful inside. She has to feel beautiful for herself. And so it's I guess it's kind of a self-esteem uh thing that a lot of the sisters are kind of battling with. There's a love and hate relationship that they have with their hair and their skin. And I remember you earlier you were saying something about them putting on makeup because of the acne. Could it be because that the makeup is an Egyptian characteristic or an Egyptian practice, and the Most High told us not to function in that capacity, not in an Egyptian past, he told us not to go back to Egypt? Could that be the case? And then also the fact that they are polluting their hair with chemicals, and those chemicals in turn are causing putting bumps on their face.
oh
Could
yeah,
that
and
be?
the food, yes, most definitely. And those are the repercussions of not walking in that way. And that's why we need the emas or the elder sisters who have experience they need to fellowship with the ladies, you know, to guide them directly. We do need, you know, like we said, we need our elders to, you know, certain elders anyway. And you need our emas, because sisters like, I'm telling, sisters like to have sistership. That's just, I see it. Whether or not you can't stop them from that, because they need, that's just part of their nature. You know, the women like to be around women, and I see it all the time. And men, we could be by ourselves sometimes, but women like to be around each other and fellowship, and share things, and you just can't get away from that. So that's important that they learn from each other, also teach them, but it has to come out the Torah, and why they don't do certain things, because it can affect their spirituality, because I find, this is my own, women seem to be more spiritual, nurturing, and that nurturing is important than us men. I grew up with a mama, sister, been around, women's, and they do have that. So we have to know each other. We all both have roles, but keeping it modest and explaining these things. We have to have I guess we just have to know that self-esteem, because as a nation we've been broken up. The women had a lot of the backbone was on the women, and then the women carried a lot of the load. They had to breastfeed the men in the fields, all these things. So the what we call the melanated woman, and now we're set apart melanated women. They have a role to play, and we just have to take our time and work with them.
And do you think that putting on makeup is an Egyptian custom?
Well, other nations do it right now. They put makeup on clay, but they're doing it for one reason. Putting on makeup today is for a healing process, because minerals are in certain things that you put on your skin, like sea moss you can put on your skin. It has 92 minerals, right? You can use aloe on your skin. It can give the shine, and hypoallergenic. And because when you eat certain foods, like if you drink pipe water, it draws all of the minerals away from the bones and everything on your skin. That's why, and it dries out the skin. So now you have to put makeup helps. Certain makeups, I think, what's the name of this company? MAC. They sell certain makeup. My daughter's an esthetician and becoming a dermatologist, and I know my cousins. So we learn a lot about with the skin purpose of it. So there's one for cosmetics and one for health. Like if you exercise, one is to really take care of yourself, and one is for they use steroids to just pump up themselves while they're okay. So there's two different things. We have to know the purpose behind it. Yes, Egyptians did it. It's mentioned there, and they did it for one thing, but it's also in the book of Enoch. They talk about those things. But makeup is important for the health aspect, and and just the nature of women like wearing they like wearing it. They like their beauty. They love, women vanity. In the book of Proverbs talk about vanity and these things. So, but we have to be very careful, because the sensitivity of male and female is too different. We have different energies, and so we have to be very careful in the sensitivity of how we approach certain things, how we deal it.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to jump in.
Job.
I'm going to jump in.
Get yours.
Y'all brothers did a great job. I really, really appreciate all the knowledge that was shared between the two of you in the ears of the listening audience and those who will be listening in the future. Very, very, very informative. Very informative. Let's see what the question is the sister has to ask. Sister Nalia, you have a question?
Thank
you
you.
for being patient. Thank you for waiting.
My pleasure. Thank
Something we
you.
had to dispel, and I appreciate that. What's your
Thank-
question, sis, or your comment?
Yes, sir. I do have question and then I have comment. I was just gonna, when they had the question about the sisters wearing pants, I was just gonna say my experience, what happened to me within Israel when I started learning of the laws. And I went to the creator, I went to the most high on the issue because I didn't really understand at first. I was like, women pants, men pants, it's different. And I had that same analogy. Well, I went and when I did prayer and fasting on it, because I really didn't understand. So I was like, well, I'm wearing women pants. But then how the creator gave it to me was, it's safer. How modest are these pants, your jeans, your this, how modest really are they? Not as modest as you think. And it also is a form of protection for our sisters. Really, if you think about it, at least that's how the creator showed it to me. It's a form of protection. So you don't want to wear, even though like, maybe I've been in Pilates class before and trying to wear my skirt is difficult. It's all women, So, but still, and I have wore leggings on the before I had to get corrected by the creator himself, or what he was putting in my spirit. Because it's not safe. It really just isn't safe. That's first of all. And then it's like really leggings are underwear, honestly. I mean, yeah, in a way, because it is like when they said it's cold up north and things like that. Yeah. Or if I go camping, I will wear some leggings under my skirts. But I have done it both ways. I've done it in error. And but then when I asked the creator, I did realize that he did show me that a lot of times it's just not safe to be wearing like jeans or and you know, I know the brothers did say with the modesty, yes, but then some more modesty to one sister is different. You know, I don't know. Some people think, I don't know, some stretch pants or anything like that is modest. So it, but the person that's looking at them, the man that's probably gonna grab them or something, to him it's not modest. So that's how the creator showed it to me. And then I had a question. Brother Yako from Atlanta, he said when he was, I don't know, I don't understand, so I'm just asking. I'm kind of new to this stuff. So I get you. You said you would tell like your Isha at the time to wear the. I get why you would say wear a tunic or something. That's amazing. It's beautiful, and I'm in full agreement with modesty. And how, but that she, so she doesn't make a brother be coveting another man's wife. Like, how could you make a brother? How could a sister make a brother covet another man's wife? That's like if I say, "Oh, look at that bank. I need a lot of money. They should close that bank so they don't make me want to go rob them." Like, wouldn't it be me to be in control of my own thoughts? I'm just trying to understand. Like, could a sister wearing something make a brother covet someone's wife? Like,
Of
I don't
course,
understand that. Because couldn't that's not making him. He's choosing to have a bad thought, or am I wrong? Or is
of
it
course. I mean,
forceful?
of course, because men are very observant creatures. We look. That's just in our nature. You know, we're going to look all the time, and so when we understand that logic, and this is why our people, our ancestors dressed a certain way, and this is why we're talking about modest apparel. And as a matter of fact, kind of goes on to what you're saying is, being safe, and as a man, when you have Isha, your job is to protect her in each and every way, whether it be physical, mental, spiritual. You're her protector, you're her covering. And so in this particular context, yes, if she goes out and she wears tight, revealing clothes, she can inadvertently cause another man to covet after her. And this is why the commandment exists, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. And this is why our women in our culture dress modestly to prevent men from coveting their neighbor's wife or their women or their daughters or their mothers and so forth and so on. If you go into the Arabs are the only one that I know that may, and the Ethiopians and the Philistines, and they're the only ones that I know thus far that maintain this type of discipline because they understand that the eyes are the doorway to the soul. Men are we're men. The human being is
I'm
is a
so
carnal.
confused. I'm
The human
sorry.
being, the human being is a carnal individual. We're carnal, is a carnal nature. So of course, if she wears tight, revealing clothes, if he's not disciplined, if he's not walking in the Torah, he will covet her. So she can inadvertently cause him to covet after her. Not Prince, you want to
Wait,
elaborate on that?
wait. I was just trying to find out, like like, so she's causing him to do that, or is his pure
She
thinking
is
and
she is
his lack of doing what the creator said do? He's causing it, or is she causing it? I don't understand.
it both. It's
I'm trying
both.
to
Both.
understand.
It's both. It's both. She's supposed to be dressing modest, and the brother's supposed to
Yeah.
be keeping the commandments. So it's both. Both individuals are at fault. But you got to understand what type of world we're living in, sister. We're living in a world. I don't know where you're from, but I'm in Atlanta. So I'm in the city. I'm living in a world. I'm walking among men who are not disciplined, who do not um abide in that commandment. They don't
I'm in
abide in.
Alpharetta down the street from you.
Okay, and so
Mhm.
that's a good area. But they they're not functioning by the Torah. But if you're a sister of the Torah and you're amongst these wolves, you have to keep that commandment because you can inadvertently cause them to covet you. They're not thinking the way you think. They don't have a Torah mentality like yourself. So you have to protect yourself by keeping that Torah.
But
right.
well,
Let me interrupt, sis. Let me interrupt.
okay.
All right, sis. If you like cheesesteaks, you like to eat, right? You
But
like.
nothing's gonna cause me to take it or cause me to have a
You're not
thought about it.
listening. You're not listening. You're not letting me speak.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what he said.
All right, I'm trying to elaborate to you. If you are a person who likes to eat, I mean, you're a habitual eater. You got a problem with eating. You live to eat. You like food. It's a lot of people like this. They love food. And one day you decide you're going to go on a diet and you're going to start restraining yourself from certain foods that you really, 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 really liked. Now, one day you happen to be at lunch, during lunch break, doing your job, you're at lunch break, sitting down at the table, minding your business, eating your spinach and your kale. And some of your girlfriends sit at the table with you, and she sits right in front of you, and all of a sudden she got your favorite meal right there in front of you. Now you look, you see it, but you got to be super, super disciplined not to desire it. You can see it, you look at it, you admire it, and you say, hey, let me see if hey, give me a piece of that. And then you think to yourself and say, you know what? I'm not supposed to be eating that cheesesteak or whatever it is, because I don't do that no more. Now, your sister didn't know, or whether she knew or not, she contributed it to your desiring it, but she didn't make you do it. She contributed it to it. The weak part came on your behalf because you knew better as the man, not you, but as the man, you knew not to covet that woman and desire her, although she caused by the dress that she had on, the clothes she had on, it caused you, that weakness inside of you with the food, to rouse up, and you start going after what you wanted, but you was doing something evil.
Oh, it still all looks to me like it's all on the brother.
No,
period.
no. What's
To
happening
me,
is
I'm just saying that's the
that
only way
lady,
I see it.
that lady that sat down at your table, was it her fault that you was a gluttonous?
Right, it had nothing to do with her.
Nope, it didn't have nothing to do with her, did it?
No, nothing of it was her fault. It's my
Nothing of it
own
was her fault, was it?
No, it's my own fault.
All right.
It's my
So
own
let me
thought.
ask you. So if she would have took her butt and her cheesesteak on the other side of the room and said, out of your sight, out of your view, your mind wouldn't have been traveling on that cheesesteak, would you?
No, either way it goes,
No,
it's
you're not
all on
listening,
me.
sis. No, you're not listening.
It was never that person's fault who brought the cheesesteak. Never her fault. It's just me because my
Hand raised.
Okay, I'm trying to explain it to you.
I can't see it.
I see
I
your
don't
hand
see it.
raised. I'm trying
I
to
feel
explain.
bad for brothers if they can't control. If that's how it is, I really, really feel bad. I never knew it was like that for brothers. Like, I never knew that because sisters, we have to control a lot of aspects of ourselves. So I didn't realize someone can make it, because I used to like the cheesecake back in the day before real like Cheesecake Factory. Wow, yeah. But I mean, I just realized, what the creators say about certain things and then what's good for me and what's beneficial and what's not. And it doesn't affect me in that way
All right.
anymore, period, because my mindset changed.
Let me explain to you, sis. This is what I'm trying to get across to you. Ultimately, it's not the woman's fault.
Okay, good.
But she contributes to the man's weakness by having it on. If that person would have never sat by you with that cheesesteak, then your mind wouldn't have traveled in that direction. You'd have been cool.
Can you give an
I don't get it. I still am so confused about that. I'm so lost on it. I cannot understand. Because I think of a lot of things today that, I think it is my thinking process. I have to take responsibility for things myself. At least that's how I believe. And that's how I don't know, maybe that's That's what I'm trying to say. I still won't understand it.
All right. Well, there will be some things in life that we just won't understand. But just know that a woman dressing modest helps a man to stay in control of his nature. Once
Hey,
is
hey,
certain things
Prince.
about a woman. Yeah, just 1 second, please. There's certain thing about a woman and the way she dresses and handles herself that makes a man step outside unless he's disciplined enough to regain control of himself or to just miss it. So before I go to you, bro, my sister 5992 wanted to comment. Before you take the floor, brother Yaakov, let's see what the sister's comment was, and then we'll take you.
Toda, I so much that y'all have said that I wanted to comment about. I'm going to have to start coming to this session of the Shabbat service with pencil and paper so I can write down all my comments while I try to patiently control my spirit and wait to be able to speak so I can be able to share. You're talking about, first of all, let me do say I agree. A woman's modesty is very important and very valuable and very powerful. And there's not enough credence or acknowledgement to the power of a woman. When the brothers spoke about the adorning of the women back in the day, how they were all adorned, those were some beautiful sisters. And they was definitely undoubtedly adorned to beautify themselves and were very appealing and attracting. That's what women do. And so even the power of modesty, and I notice how, a sister may dress or how I have dressed. It commands the attention of brothers, even though I have on a long skirt. Part of it could be my spirit that's radiating from within me outwardly, but it sets the tone to how you shall approach me and how you will speak to me, and it comes to mind to me one time when I used to wear locks without extensions. A brother wanted to know, because this is when locks was somewhat new, was I wearing he was trying to pick me to find out if I was wearing locks because of a hairstyle or because was I knowledgeable. I was offended that he would even ask me that. And my response was, I am that I am, feeling. And so, of course, that answered that question to him. But the other thing I wanted to be able to say was that.
Sister Tamar,
Yes, sir.
1 second,
Yes.
please. 1 second, please. If you're not speaking, can you mute your phone, please? Everyone who's not speaking, can you please mute your phone? Go ahead, Sister Tamar.
I wanted to say I can appreciate what the sister, I think her name was Allie, was sharing about uniform. And because I started at the age of 18, I was blessed that the Most High allowed me to be able to do what was considered a non-traditional job. It was around the time when affirmative action was live and kicking. And he afforded me the opportunity to work beside majority big belly white men. And I didn't just survive that for 30 years. I thrived in it for 30 years. But there's no way I could have climbed telephone poles and gone in manholes with a dress on. It didn't take away from what was in my heart, however. Because when I showed up, I wore my head wrap, and yes, I had on jeans. And surprisingly enough, I didn't find out till later that some of the people that would have talked to me just in conversation, I was radiating outside of me that I had a line around me. You weren't going to approach me. And I have to really say, to some extent, I had a chip on my shoulder because of me knowing the history of our people and how you may or may not perceive me or welcome me. So that's one thing I wanted to say. But in terms of the sisters, the one thing that the sister was saying I wanted to share, and it is really about us controlling our spirit. Proverbs 25 and 28 says, "He that have no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls." And I think that's very important for not only our sisters to meditate on, but also our brothers. Because you got to have that level of defense where someone else can. We're living in a world where most people, women are not going to be dressed modestly. So if we have to entrust, a brother has to entrust his city into the hands of a woman, then they're defenseless every time they go out their door, because most of the world do not dress modestly. And I really think that what we experienced as a people from the time of our ancestors, when all our sisters were adorned, they was haughty, right? And they was using the power of a woman, maybe, not the whole problem, because I don't think the women were the reason for the fall. But they obviously must have been using their power of a woman in a wrongful way in order for the Most High to say that they were haughty, and he had to break them down and take their beauty from them, because it was something that was being used. And they obviously, I'm thinking, with all their long attire, was radiating a spirit that wasn't appropriate, even in their long attire. I wanted to say that. Am I allowed now to share my command, or do I wait till you gonna come back to me?
Not yet. We're gonna come back to you. Thank you very much. We really
Okay. Well, it
appreciate
does
your
kind of
contribution.
line up with where we are, but I'll wait. All right.
All
Hold
right.
on.
Thank you, sis. Very, very wise words. We appreciate that. Brother Yaakov?
I even forgot what I.
Okay.
But so far, I really appreciate, that we have dialogue, because we are definitely, though we are set apart. The key thing is, okay, when we're discussing things, we're showing discernment between the world we came out of and the world that we live in, and being a set apart people, we're able to have dialogue between male and female, but righteous men, righteous women, and there we can and we know our positions. If we don't know our positions as according to the scriptures of the Torah, we will learn them, but we have to learn and we have to put it into place and know the difference. What we came out the world with experience on some things. We can't take away the experience is what make us today, mold us. The environment. Some grew up with mother and father in the house that wasn't walking it, but they had mother and father. Some grew up without mother and father. Some didn't have neither. So we came from different backgrounds, but we are here today. All praise to the Creator to bring us to this point today, and we're able to share our information, share His word, and we walking as one peoples. And the goal is to be the set apart people that He calls. He says, "You are holy, so I'm holy, so you're holy," and that we don't want the strife to be a stumbling block from us to do the things that we want to do. So when we all learn the law, because remember, all the people was called to understand this law. Where in the New Testament they tell a woman not to speak, they need to be quiet, and all kind of bondage. I call it bondage. Maybe someone are not. Romans chapter 7:1. A woman's bound. All these bounded. They can't speak, and I mean, I don't. According to the law, it doesn't say that. The women had to teach. They have to have knowledge of the Torah, and we as men are given certain ruach to have the authority, in our household. I'll govern ourselves first, because we have to govern ourselves, because a lot of men in the world are thirsty. That's the word to use, thirsty. I see them in the gym. They get their eyes open. They're beaming on the women. That's all they think about. And yes, a woman, you do have women, even if they put on their proper attire, men produce endorphins and adrenaline and all these other things when they see, because they just they sort of drive them. And it's hard for women to understand that aspect, as vice versa, harder men to understand the feelings of a woman. One more thing, like when my wives will have they had premenstrual, And it took me a while to understand that. So I had a son, he would call me up, the wife is acting a certain way. And I said, she's probably going through her cycle. So give it a chance. And he said, wow, how do you know that? I learned it from experience. And I had friends that don't understand the nature of a woman. And we have to take time to understand each other's nature to the degree where it won't cause, strife in the household and how we communicate with others among ourselves. So back to the clothes is very important because the clothes represent certain things. When we are out as servants that Yah put us into this captivities, we're gonna have to dress a certain way until we have our own. That's why we need autonomy in a lot of things. When we work for a servant from a company, we had what they call a code of ethics and code of bylaw, how you dress. So if you're working for a company, you're gonna have to go along with that in order to, feed your family. And that is, that's all I have to say on it.
All right, Toda Rabah, thank you for your contribution, bro. Thank you for taking that approach. Isha, you have your hand up?
Okay, this is definitely a dialogue that's needed. I've talked to my younger sister. Can I be heard? Hello? I hear something.
Yes.
Oh. Yes, I talked to my younger sister about this so many times, and I've definitely had that perspective before, like, well, just because the way I'm dressed, it shouldn't affect how you as a man treat me or what you think you should be allowed to do, etc. Even in worst case scenario, right? And as I got older, especially walking, now getting exposed to this way of life, it just, my thought process changed. And I try to have these conversations with her. She shuns it and definitely goes with the feminist type of mindset. Like, well, what I do on my body shouldn't matter to a man or someone else. And I think it was Sister Tamar that said this. I think it's more so about like women coming to understand like their power, like we all know that the man has that power and authority over the woman, but the woman also has a certain influence and spiritual authority, if you will, like influence over that man. Like, I think that a lot of women, we don't really understand how we influence men. Like, there's this big wave right now of women getting back to their femininity and understanding their femininity and what it looks like within themselves and things like that. And I think modesty is like kind of a part of that. Like, we don't understand how we actually influence men, and especially when it comes to our outward appearance. So I just want to throw that out there because I think this dialogue is definitely needed. But with it though, I saw something on the internet like a few years ago, and it was interesting. I don't have all the details on it, but anyway, it was something on Instagram, and it was a lady that was doing like a TED talk, if you will, and she was explaining a study that went on in Florida, like a few years ago. And the study was that they took a group of guys, young men in their early 20s, and they sat them in a room and they showed them pictures of women, right? Certain groups of women were like in their bikinis and very, very revealing clothing, right? And then other groups of pictures of women were more traditional clothing, like covered in things like that. And what they found was that the group of men, and what they did was they had something, I guess, like maybe like a helmet on, I don't know, something hooked on their brains that kind of showed pictures of what they were thinking about or something like that. I'm sorry if I'm being confusing, but it was something to where they related to what the men were thinking to the picture of the woman that they were seeing. And what they found was that whenever a man saw a picture of a woman in revealing clothing, not only like I think Brother Yaakov talked about like the adrenaline and things like that would happen, but their studies showed that the men would think about like tools, things that they would use, right? When it came to seeing not naked women, but revealing clothes. And when it came to the other groups of women, more modest apparel, it wasn't that. Again, I'm sorry that I don't remember specific detail, but the other groups of women picture what the men were thinking of it wasn't tools. It was just like regular things that they felt like they could cherish, I think. But the most important part was that whenever they saw the revealing clothes, they thought of like tools and things that they could use for their pleasure. And the woman was explaining that there's, even though it's hard to admit, there really is a connection in a man's mind between what he sees in a woman in her body with how he thinks what he thinks he can do and how he approaches her and how he reacts to that, even down to physically the adrenaline, as Brother Yaakov said. So it's very interesting because it's like I hear what my sister's saying, like, well, just because I dress like one of my other previous friends brought this up in a post I had said on Facebook a while ago, like, dress how you want to be addressed, right? And I fully stand on that. But one of my previous friends had said something like, well, a woman can be dressed in, full down to the ground in a dress, and she could still possibly be approached in a manner that's not good, like even to the extreme. She could still, I think she said, like, she could still be raped and things like that, even if she is dressed down to the ground in modest apparel, in a whole head wrap, right? Like, she could still be taken advantage of. So it's like, I do feel like they're not specifically talking about rape, because that can happen even with a woman being dressed and fully covered. But since we're just talking about dressing, I do think that it is a power that women have to realize that we do have that influence over. Like, we can influence y'all based on how we dress. Not that you shouldn't have your own self-control, but we do influence how y'all see us. So I thought that study, I just wanted to point that study out because that was the first time I had heard it like that.
Yeah, that would be very true. The words you spoke are very true. And the study.
Which ones? Oh, sorry.
Like,
which ones? The study that I said?
no, everything that you said was very true and very accurate. And I wanted to capitalize on the study. The only thing the study can show is certain brain waves that are affected, like different parts of the brain are stimulated when the eyes behold certain images. And the brain, the helmet would only detect what parts of the brain were stimulated when the visual eyes came in contact with certain things. I think it's the higdalia. What's that, hippocampus? I think it is in the front of the head. That's
the hypothalamus.
Hypothalamus. Well, the hypothalamus is in the back, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the hippocampus up in the front. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I studied that. But like you said, that helmet would, certain things that you see, it will light up in certain parts of the brain to show different sensitivities. And it's interesting that you even use the word tools, because when we were speaking earlier about the women wearing certain things that pertain to men, that's not what the scriptures get into. That's what the translation says, but that's not where the scripture is. The scripture is talking about certain instruments that men use. Women shouldn't use those things. And then it goes on to say, and men shouldn't wear women's apparel. These are two totally different type of things. But a lot of people don't begin to understand because all we do is we read the English and we don't read the Hebrew. I would agree with the fact that a woman shouldn't wear that which pertained to a man. The reason being is for the purpose of deception, like today. Women going out there looking like a man, butch clothes, it takes them totally out of their character from being born with a feminine nature. The word in Hebrew is geber. Geber means it's a masculine thing. It's like a man, but it's a industrious man. It's like a man of, like an ima. You will call an older lady, you will call ima out of honor or respect. But a geber will be also introduced as a man, but out of honor and respect, a geber. That particular law in the book speaks about a geber. When it says, thou should not wear that which pertaineth to a man, In Hebrew, it says, thou should not use the tools of a vigorous man. And sis put that in the room correctly, kali, which means the tools of that vigorous man, a geber. And upon the woman, and not the clothes, the vigorous man should not put on the clothes or the mantle, and the mantle is shimla. He shouldn't put on the mantles of a woman. And then it says that that is an abomination to the Creator. All right. So that's just to give you full transparency of that law. So women in reality shouldn't be doing the things that pertain to a man. She shouldn't be doing the things that pertain to a man. Certain tools that men use, they shouldn't be utilizing and doing. It takes them out of their nature. Think about it for a second. Think about it for a second. A policewoman chasing down, hunting down, jumping on a man is totally out of her nature. For one thing, she's slower, she's weaker. Usually, in most cases, she's slower, she's weaker, and she's not built for that type of purpose in life. But then you have men who are policemen. They chase other men, they fight other men, and the chances are it'll be more like on an equal grounds. I was watching a video with my wife the other day. I forget what it was, but it was about a man smacking on a woman. And the woman got up and she started fighting back. But the thing was that when the man hit the woman, the reason why that's out of order because it's unbalanced. A man could smack a woman and break her jaw. Usually he won't smack another man and break his jaw. He smacks another man, the man just embarrassed, or he'll feel it and shake his head. But a woman, you can smack a woman and her whole jaw will get out of place. That's how you know that it's not supposed to be this way. Women ain't supposed to be in men positions, men ain't supposed to be in women positions doing things throughout our lives. But with this society that we in, this culture that we in, men have become women and women have become men. The roles are being reversed. Things are taking a whole totally different spectrum of reality right now. And if you go to a lot of places, you will see more female officers than you'll see male officers. And if you go to a lot of places, you'll see a lot of men assuming positions that women would naturally hold. The roles are reversed, the situations are changing. The law, if they was to keep the law, then certain things could not be done in this society because the Most High has established to keep that order. Women shall not use the tools of a man, neither should a man put on the emphasis or the pretending of being a woman. He should not wear that which pertained to a woman. The mantle, the clothing, the garments of a woman. That's what the law says. And if we abided by the law, we wouldn't have female police officers. Not that they can't do the job, they could do the job in the office. But to be putting her life on the streets at risk of having to fight and brawl with a man, she's putting herself in a bad position she shouldn't be in. If she wants to be a police officer, she just want to drive a car, that's one thing maybe. If she want to sit in the office and do the paperwork, and this ain't got nothing to do with a male chauvinistic thing, it's just talking about what they built, what a woman is built to do. Now, some women are big, but they still women. And there's a difference in a big woman and a big man. There's a difference. But society has programmed our minds to think that it's okay for a woman to be in certain positions in life, and she shouldn't be. She just shouldn't be. My sister spoke earlier about how women look when they have on pants. And she was right. What happens is when a woman has on pants, it brings about they women pants, they men pants. When a woman has on pants, it takes her out of her feminine character in totality. There's some form of estrogen running through her when she has on pants. Pants with a pretty vest and close to the body looking sweet, like a woman's supposed to be. But it still doesn't even compare doesn't even equate to a woman with a dress or a skirt on. And that's my example. Therefore, it will be best, as Maisha said, to avoid all of that and wear a dress or wear a skirt and stay in your womanly character. We had a sister the other day was accused of stepping outside of her femininity. Well, pants steps you outside of your femininity, but you don't realize it. It moves you outside of your femininity. You're not as feminine as you would be if you had on a dress or a skirt. You can pretend, and you can cause your brain to react a certain way, which will cause you to think that it's okay, but naturally it's not. Women put on sweatpants, it makes them more active. Some women tell me, well, I wear sweatpants because I'm more comfortable in sweatpants. I understand your comfortability, but you can also be comfortable in the skirt. When my children, my children ran away. They ran away. They said, phew, we getting out of here. 5 of them, they ran away. 4 girls, 1 little boy. Part of the reason why they ran away is because Abba sends them to school every day in a dress or a skirt. Ema would let them wear whatever they wanted to wear, short belly shirts, stomachs hanging out, all that type of stuff. So they felt it was better to be with Ema than to be with Abba, who has restrictions on how we eat and the clothes we wear. Abba, the funny thing is this is what I'm gonna share with you all. When I run my house in the order of what I see for the future. And when I have my children not wearing pants, my little boy could wear pants, but my daughters didn't. My daughters wore skirts, and I wore them tights and leotards and all those things to go underneath their skirts so that they will be warm and dress them properly, but they wanted to look like the other little girls in the world. So as they grew, when my children was young, I fed them vegan food. I didn't let them eat meat. I didn't let them eat beef. All my children, the boys and the girls, we didn't eat beef. The only thing they ate was fish. And I'm saying all these things for a reason, and you'll see it in a minute. The only meat they ate was fish. Other than that, no meat was in my house. The women that I had in my life, the 2 wives, would sneak and give the children foods when I ain't around or when I don't know. Very deceitful behavior, very deceitful. So my children grew up despising their father as much as they desired to be with their mothers. And the reason why is because their mothers gave them the desires of their heart. So sisters, I'm telling you right now, if you're in a situation with your husband or with your baby daddy, however it might go, do not despise his teachings in the ears of that child. Whatever his teachings are, you should enforce those teachings in your household if y'all separated, if he's on a righteous path. So this is what they did. My children will grow up through life despising their father more than they despise their mother. Children will gravitate toward the mother more so, and especially if you got a disciplinarian father and a mother that's laxy-daisy. My children grew up. Almost every one of my children now, they stepped away from the lifestyle that I was giving them. Almost every one of them has returned back to the vegan lifestyle and doing things more like what Abba was instilling in them in their youth that their mama took away from them. They returned, when they became adults, they got to see the benefits of doing these things. And then when it got to be a reflection of where they at was in life, they could easily respond to it because they had already been taught it in their youth. But most of them reverted right back to the lifestyle that I was giving them. Whether it was for health reasons, whether it was just conscious reasons, whether it was physical reasons because they was getting fat. That would have never happened under my rule. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is when we explain to the sisters about not wearing pants, the same principle applies. Because we don't never want you to regret being feminine in all of your feminine essence. You don't have to return back. You would always be there. It's something about a dress, a skirt that makes a woman classy, that makes a woman elegant, but most important, humble, humility, and feminine. But it's something about pants. I don't care how They cut how they're made, even if they're women pants. It's something about pants that bring about a portion of estrogen or masculinity about that woman. So in my house, my women wear dresses. If we going out running, then you wear some skirts, or shorts or pants. You got to have a shirt on to cover your butt, your stuff, because we don't do that. You wear sweatpants, you still have a shirt or something that covers your bottom parts and there's loose fittings so the world won't see you, because that's not for the world, that's for your man. Butt pants is something that I would ask my women not to wear unless we were working out and you had to wear them. And even then, man, I'm the kind of guy, and it's not all about me, but I'm teaching this for general principles and rules. A lot of women are so mind warped, and a lot of men too, because they allow it. They're so mind warped, so far away from righteousness, that even when they go to the beach, they want to wear what the heathens wear when the heathens go to the beach. Bikinis and a t-shirt, that's your panties and bra. But everybody else is doing it, so nobody's paying me no attention. Let me get some panties and a bra to wear on the beach, because that's what you're doing. Now I'm going to get a one set bikini, and in all reality, sis, it's showing everything that you possess, from your private part to the makeup and contour of your body to your breastises. All that stuff is so tight that you can't hide what you got when you have them on. You should never expose your body to the world on that capacity and that level. And that's usually what feminine clothes do. Female clothes, not feminine clothes, female clothes, when it comes to pants. Even some of the dresses are so tight. It's unbelievable what they do. It's unbelievable. Some of the pants, some of the shirts, some of the clothes is so provocative, and they made for women. But if you're not in the right state of mind, you'll wear these things and you'll wear them, and you will entice people to do and say and approach you in manners that are disrespectful. So you should be careful what you wear. No woman should be walking around with her cleavage hanging out. That's another thing that entices men, the wrong kind of attention. And a lot of women say, well, my breast is covered, so it shouldn't be a problem, but all this is hanging out, all the top of your breast, that line in the middle, all that stuff. Men shouldn't be seeing that. That should be covered up. If you want your chest out and that part of your chest is out, that might be acceptable. But this stuff down here, nobody should be able to see down your shirt, because you should have something on. I'm taking a lot further than the pants, because I need you to see the modesty in all of this. Like, I'm looking at Sister Eliana's picture. Everybody see that picture with the purple on? That's how a righteous woman should dress. That's how a modest woman should dress. Sister Amber, I'm looking at her picture. Maisha, I'm looking at her picture. She got on a white dress. I'm looking at these pictures. These is how modest women should dress, where you don't get to see the flesh, all that part down there. Now, I don't focus so much, it's just my opinion, I don't focus so much on the arms, although the arms have a lot of effect on a lot of people. My main thing is the breastises, the stomach against, the stomach against, and the legs and the contour of your body. Those are the main things that I say you should have loose fitting clothing to cover those parts of your body. Loose fitting clothing. One more thing, people say, well, Prince, I got on a skirt, but it ain't down to the ground. Well, how long is it? Because it should be down at least past your knees. And if it's down past your knees, at a minimum, in my opinion, it's my opinion, the law don't have any specifics in how he does what he do, but it should at least be down below your knees. If you ask me my preference, it'll be down to the ground. That's my preference. But I'm not going to dictate and mandatory anything to my nashim. If they want to please me, they'll give me what I'm asking for. If they don't want to please me, then we don't have a marriage, and they can wear whatever they wear and go wherever they want to go and be whoever they want to be with. Hold you hostage, and you shouldn't do that. But at the same time, if you want to be married to a man that's willing to bend the world and break mountains for you, then you have to earn that. And you don't earn that by doing what you want to do, when you want to do it, and how you want to do it. That's just not how it goes. So that's how we do it in my house. And the rules may change for each household. It may change. So you have to talk to your husband. And if you don't have a husband, then you have to talk to your covering. If you don't have a covering, then you should probably talk to your spiritual leader. If you don't have a spiritual leader, then you talk to your uncle, your cousin, your nephew, whoever it is that might be in this way of life that you respect, and ask them how you should approach when you dress outside of the norm. All right, Sister Tucelia, I think you were next, and then Ima, you had your hand up, but I don't see it anymore. And then Sister all right, Eliana, and Sister Nabia was next, I think. So Sister Tucelia, if you would like to take the mic.
What was I thinking?
Long time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess back to the dressing thing. I think that when the laws were given, it was given to us as a nation, and we are supposed to be accountable to each other. We are supposed to be our brother's keepers. And I believe that, you know, outside of the nation, it doesn't really apply. But within the nation, it does apply, because we both, female and male, man and woman, knows about the law. So therefore, within our nation, this law applies, and we are our brother's keepers, so we should keep it that way. Basically, that's what I was thinking.
Well, our job as the nation and the law bearers to the world is to be a light unto the other nations. So yes, we are to keep it that way, but we're also supposed to express it to others in what is pleasing to the Most High.
Okay.
All right, very well, thank you. Sister Ima, did you want to speak?
No, I'll pass.
All right, go to Rebecca. Sister Trucelia, could you lower your hand unless you have another comment or question? All right. Sister Malkia, would you like to ask a question or comment?
Yes. So what I shared in the chat was
You shared something in the chat?
yeah, can you read that? My hand been up so long, I don't forgot what
Okay.
my question is.
It says, unfortunately, we shouldn't need any counsel to tell us how to dress. The closer you walk with the Creator, the more the ways of the world will diminish in your personal life. Whether it's how you dress or sexy pictures you post, as we drop the carnal behavior, holiness will prevail.
Yes, exactly. And I believe that it'll begin to manifest itself in your life, your walk. People will begin to see something different about you. I remember you 2 years ago where you would have said thus and so if somebody had did this, or you would have done thus and so if somebody had treated you that way. But it's just something different about you. As the Most High become more and more real in your life, and the manifestation of Him becomes more and more real and relevant in your life, it'll make you want to dress modestly, even if you don't have a husband, just because it's the right thing to do. And it's because the scriptures instruct us to dress modest. And also, we don't want to bring negative attention on ourselves as women. So why dress the ways of the world? You know, we should be running from the ways of the world. Aside from that, I wanted to comment on a woman's femininity. It's most likely going to be. I think that as women, we should be conscientious of how we throw these terms out to other women, because we don't know what each other has been through until we have that women's group where we all can sit down and talk and share some things about each other. And you might find that, for example, a person like me who's been raised around all boys might have what my beloved sister calls a tough exterior, when on the inside, you know, cried to drop of a dime, totally harmless, don't mean nobody no harm at all. But yet, you know, we become a product of our environment. But again, the Most High does the healing, and He can and He will heal us. And when our sisters get together and keep that sisters call, we can reveal to each other what it is that we see in each other and how we can help each other improve.
There you go. So, there was no better answer. No better answer. Go ahead, sis. You got the floor. It's your turn. Everybody,
I'm trying to figure out how to put my hand down.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Just push the little button, say lower your hand. Go into the more.
Yes, I'm looking for it. Thank you.
All right, you got it. Go into the more location. There you go.
I found it. Thank you.
All right. Sister Allie, you had your hand raised, sis?
Oh, yes, thank you. Awesome class. Awesome. So the question I asked, I also asked it in the chat because it was just a question. Because when you were talking about the tools of a vigorous man or mentals of a woman, I've never heard that before in the Hebrew. I've only read it in English. I have so much to learn. So can you please like a mantles, like the head wraps or head?
No, the mantle.
Okay, could you help me understand?
When I said mantle, I was talking about the clothing, mantle meaning clothes that a woman wear, like a dress.
Yes.
Skirt, slip, tights. Those are mantles or belongings of a woman. But the tools of the man is things that men do, or certain positions in life that men hold that are masculine roles that women shouldn't be holding. And I use a police officer an example to show that that should be the job of a man, not the job of a woman, unless she's a police officer inside of an office doing let me say less physical and strenuous things.
So does that mean like if I have a flat, I shouldn't change my flat myself or something like that? Because I'm
if you
single.
have a flat, first of all, you should have AAA.
I know how to change a flat.
Or you should have a man in your life that you can call and say, yo, I got a flat over here 6 miles away from the house. I need you to come and get me. Now, if you don't have either one of those things, then you got to do what you got to do. Don't never let nobody tell you that you don't learn these things so that the situation happens, you'll be prepared to handle your business. We're not asking for those kind of women. Like when we go work out, we want our women to go work out with us. Just in case we got to run across the city, she can run across the city with us. And we don't have to go back and get her because she can't run but half a block and we both end up perishing. We don't need that. So we need our women to be equipped to do things, but don't mean that they're doing them. You follow me?
Yes. What about tools? Okay, I'm really serious.
All right,
because
like
you do DIY projects, you know, like if I want to build a shelf, I like doing that type of thing. Is that wrong?
That's not a problem, sis. You do those type of things, but we're talking about industrial, real things.
Okay.
You can build a shelf around your house. Ain't no problem with you doing all that, but you ain't gonna build the house. The building of the house is the structures of the man. That's history.
Yeah,
but you know how many women really pick up tools and try to build a house? I don't need no man. I don't need a man. I could do this on my own. No, I'm talking about really. I'm talking about I'm taking something physical and making it spiritual, sis.
Gotcha.
So many women get rid of their men because they feel like they can do the job without a man.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, I understand.
That's not good. That lifestyle is not good lifestyle. But the industrial side of things is what the Father's speaking of. You don't try to do the role that pertained to a man. Let him do what he do, you do what you do. And we're built different, physically, mentally, emotionally, we're built different. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Isha, you had your hand up? You like to speak?
Yes, just quick question. So when you talked about the verse that talks about a woman shouldn't wear what a man has, and you said that the translation was wrong, it's actually like a woman shouldn't have the tools of what a man does, and then a man shouldn't wear what a woman. So my question is like, what word did they misplace or translate that made the verse now say a woman shouldn't wear what it pertains to a man? Like, because you said that it doesn't mean that, it actually means tools. She shouldn't do what a man does. So if I'm right in understanding you, so what word got misplaced there for it to be the translation now? Because, some women might take that and be like, oh, so it says I can't do all the construction on the things that a man does, but I can still dress like one, because if we're gonna say that, the scriptures don't say you can't dress like a man, but it do say a man can't dress like a woman. You see what I'm saying? So
no, because that's not, that translation wouldn't be any good. It's the things of a man a woman should not do. Period. It's the tools of a man. The tools of a man is his whole makeup. It's everything that he utilizes and do to make him a man. Those are the things that a woman should not do. That's the separation point. The things that make him what he is and what he utilizes to make him what he is and what he does. That's the difference. So let me give you Sister Mariah, you present?
Yes, sir, I'm right here.
When are we, I'll let you speak in a moment. I want to ask you a question, and then you can give me an answer and do what you got to do. When will we be starting our Hebrew class?
I don't want to give any specific time. I would like to be able to get back and set up with you and Medaya, and we'll be back on Monday, so we can start setting up a date and time, because it's apparent that this is needed because of the poor translation in the English language that is leading our people down the wrong path. And then we don't want to also give them the elite without the complete understanding. So yes, I'll be back on Monday and we can set up a date to start teaching the elite.
All right, wonderful.
Now, if I could, to answer Autumn's question.
You got it, sis.
Thank you. The word is keli, Autumn, and even for Navia, the word is keli, and it's exactly the way Prince is explaining it. It talks about the tools, the things that make a man, war, building and construction, police officer work, military. These are the things that are explained in the elite of that word. So those things which are or do fall under the word keli, the elite word, we as women should not partake in. Does not mean I can't be a police officer and be a dispatch, right? I'm not doing the same job where I can lose my life. It doesn't mean that I can't construct a shelf or put up a wall in my house or build a planter box or something like that. It's just that I'm not in mass construction when I'm on the 32nd floor and can fall off and die. It doesn't mean that I can't be into military intel where I am someone who's Yael. If everybody knows the story of Yael, she wasn't in the military, but she did something for the nation in the midst of a war that saved all of us, but she wasn't in the battlefield itself, right? That is what keli means. all those things. Let the men do what they do. It doesn't mean you can put on a pair of pants. That's not what it means. We should dress modestly. We should want to wear feminine stuff. I don't know. I have 9 brothers, and I thought my grandfather was the coolest thing walking the face of the earth. So Navia, yes, I can change the oil, change my tire. I can pre-trip a truck. I even drove a truck for a number of years. So did my sister Tamar. Maybe being able to do those things doesn't necessarily mean I should have been out on the road driving a truck in the middle of the night, and God only knows what state and what country in the middle of nowhere, which I found myself many a time. Those things that put us as women in danger are those things that Kelly is speaking of. When it comes to our modest dress, if you go back to where Syria, where, let's see, Mother Sarah and Father Abraham are from, those women there wore the tunics down past their knees with the pantaloon, as Brother Yaakov was talking about earlier. Some of them were tied at the ankles, some of them were flared, but the dressing that we wore was feminine dressing. We're not running around here with baggy pants with big belt buckles and t-shirts, no bras on top of, with a baseball cap turned backwards. When it talks about the mantles, the word being used for fabric in this particular case, headdress, gowns, dresses, pants, even our undergarments can be considered under the mantle. For us to understand, men should not be walking around in a woman's dress, high heel shoes, talking about, hey, boo, hey. No, that is what is the abomination to the Most High. We have to learn what things that make us and accept and love that part of us, ourselves of being feminine, and still be able to go swimming while we're covered and not in our underwear, because in my head, underwear is underwear. I don't care if you call it a bikini, a two-piece, a swimsuit or a bathing suit, or bra and panties, right? Still be able to go swimming in modestly attired clothing. And if at any point in time where you're not sure of it, I always used to say to myself, if my grandma Stanton could see me right now, would she be okay with what I have on? I always asked myself that, even when I was younger, because she was one of those women, as my imam was saying, wore the hat and the gloves and the dainties and the cute little shoes and the whole gamut. And I just wanted to run around like my brothers, just do whatever. But I would always say to myself, would Grandma Stanton be okay with what I look like right now? Always fall back to our elders if we are looking for an answer to what, as women, we should be wearing. They wore pants, but they always wore the pants that were wider and more feminine looking with long covering so that their tuchuses, or butts, or bottoms, or whatever you want to call it, were covered. There you go, Prince. I'm done.
Wow, thank you very much. So Ishi, does that help to answer your question?
It does. Taught us so much. I guess the only follow-up thing I have, and forgive me if she did say it and I missed it, but that word that she said, I don't know if I can pronounce it right, but the word that she said, why wasn't it used, or was it used in that following part where it said men shouldn't wear what pertains to, is that same word used there as far as tools, or is it a different word in that next one?
No, sis, because Kili does not necessarily just talk about the physical clothing. It's not just about the physical clothing. Kili is talking about the tools, the spirit, the physical attributes of a man. Well, when it was talking about men not wearing these, it was talking about their clothing, stay out of the women's clothing. And the word is Keli, K-E, if you spell it in the transliteration, K-E-L-E-E. Yeah, I just typed it in the chat for you, sis.
Okay.
All right. Amy, you good? Isha, you good? All right, wonderful. All right, Ima.
So I've been following along, and one thing that I noticed, we refer to a lot is what everybody keep referring to is women not doing the heavy lifting and certain things like that. But part of it too, which I wanted to bring out, the reason why the Creator has made those differences is because we women have certain organs in our body that if we do certain jobs, it will damage us. It would damage us tremendously. We could die from it. We could not have children. I mean, it's so many things. Working in the field that I work in, infertility runs rampant in Black women, especially because we have this ideal, or this idea rather, that it's okay to compete and want to do everything a man does. Even the little bit of work that we may do around the house can damage your body as a woman. And so we have to be very mindful of that. I grew up, my mother was very militant, very hardcore. But when she was in front of my father, she was his woman. She was soft with him and everything. My mom, I didn't see my mom doing a lot of labor work around the house. When I say militant, like she was about, if somebody came in this house, she got her gun and she was ready. Like she trained, she was prepared, which things that she taught me. So, a lot of people growing up, a lot of sisters that would be around were very offended when I would talk to them about being a woman. And a lot of women now take on that understanding that when you tell a woman that you're telling her to be less of voiceful or like expressing who she is. But what I'm more saying is understanding who you are completely, internally, most importantly, because even your mannerisms can change your organs. Most women who are butches, if you pay attention to them, they've changed their mannerisms so much that their whole body formation has changed. And not just their body formation, but their organs inside. And when they come to the doctor, they have all these problems. Women nowadays are having so much more problems with fibroids, thyroids. Everything is so much more exuberant because we have taken on these different mannerisms. And then not only that, we want to do the jobs that are not for us. Yes, in many countries, in many African countries, it has been shown that when the men went out to war, them women gathered their guns and they fought and then protected their homes. But that was at that time as needed. That's why they're trained for that. But it wasn't required of them, and it wasn't asked of them to be like, you better know this, you better know that. It was just something that they were prepared to be able to do. So that wasn't something that was an ongoing training process, because they understood, and I believe in the ancient days, the women and the men understood the effects of certain things being done repetitively to a woman's body or even to a man's body will change, different things inside of them. And just listening to this call, like that's something that I ever rarely hear being taught about. And maybe that's partly why I'm in the medical field, and I'm always think I compare so much to what goes on in a woman's body. Even when I'm gardening, like a root came up and I told somebody, oh, that looks just like how a fibroid looks when it's in the woman's body, because that's what it does. It attaches to the body and then it spreads out like a root and it destroys the body. And most roots in a garden or not, I won't say most roots, but if it's a root that belongs to like thorns or something that is to destroy, that's what it does. It roots inside of a tree and then it grows through that tree and then it kills it. So, just being mindful that, because it's always a debate or argument of, well, if a man can't control this or a man can control that, we women have to control it a lot more, because we are the, what do you call it? The motherboard to bring on, fruit. The children are born through us. So if we have these mannerisms about us and we have this concept in our mind, like I could do just as a man, all those emotions and feelings and spiritual thinking, all that stuff goes into our womb. And if our womb isn't clear of all that poison and detoxing with those words and that mindset, that's what we're breeding out here. And that's why the world is full of that. So I'm just saying, like, we got to look at all aspects of it and really take in consideration why the Creator made women a certain way. We're the only ones that can have babies. Men can't. There's things in our body that a man can never have, no matter how much these men go out here trying to change up, become transsexual, whatever they want to call themselves. They're never going to be able to do the things that the Creator has given us to do. And then we won't be able to do the things that the Creator has given us to do if we in turn try to change and become who they are. So we have to be very mindful of that. That's all.
Very good. Excellent point. And I had not paid notice to that in the past. So today I've learned something also. I appreciate that very well. Brother Yaakov, you got the floor.
Oh yeah, that was good. And this is the follow-up to that because I'm in the okay. So when you get a lot of women, and this is women used to say, and they're correct. If I work out, I don't want to get muscles like a man. So what muscles produce testosterone. What's going on today? A lot of women are doing male exercises, and the men are doing female exercises. Now they're working out. When a man don't work out, he get high
estrogen.
He get atrophy. He loses muscle, and he gets, we call man breast. They get the gut because the man must exercise. Men are made to work, whether they're working up, but we're made to work. So we'll increase our estrogen. Men will get estrogen, and women get testosterone when they work out heavy like a man. And I know what your Isha said, because that is an issue. That's why we try not to promote women doing male exercises so much. Cardio is okay. You're not using any heavy weight other than your natural body weight. But when they start, everything now is pushing the women get them natural male energy. They're taking on the task. I mean, I see it. Visually see it. All the women are doing men exercises, deadlifting, powerlifting, and the men they're not even working out. They're getting really soft. And so by nature, they're going to inherit some of these illnesses. Women are going to have more testosterone, and it can damage a woman having too much testosterone. And when men have a lot of estrogen, and some of the drugs that they're using, or some of the medication cause estrogen buildup. So so we have to be very careful, and that lies in taking on the attributes of a man. I wrote this man tools changes, and the tools are part of the attributes, meaning other pieces, components, not just the dress alone, but the spiritual aspect and the other things. Women will increase their testosterone if they lift heavy, and they'll change their the metabolism, and they get on the spirit. It's the energy that goes on with it too. You're taking on the spirit. They're talking about they want to go in beast mode. I mean, I hear it because I'm in in that environment. So a manual label is really designed for men, not women. So when we read that, also it talks about going to war. Women should not go to war. That's why women never went to war. Only time they were there to protect, as Isha said. So we have to be very careful on what's going on in this environment. And we start the breastfeeding, and and a lot of these men were not breastfed, so they have a very feminine aspect. And the end result is right now. 20 years later, you see a lot of it out there. So we have to be careful, because we are created in a certain way. Man is created for a certain task, and woman, we cannot bring forth life. I don't know what it is. Women are the life. They bring forth life. They're we plant the seed, and they're the soil. They have a certain role to play, and they cannot do what a man does. If they don't have one, then they have to, there's other things they can do in the meantime. But eventually, we're not designed. We're designed to be paired up, in the aspect of procreation. And the men go out and work. We're designed to work again, and the females, they have their tasks to do, because when they have childbirth and all these other things, their body changes. One time I took a prenatal. Now it's crazy. Don't laugh. my wife was pregnant, first wife, and she had some prenatal tablets. And I go, all right, they set up, they help them. They got more nutrients and vitamins. I took it, almost killed myself, being ignorant. So there's certain things that a man, we cannot take on, and a woman cannot take on. And even in our aesthetics, our look, just our nature, because women have a nature and men have a nature. And in the animal world, you see the lioness look different than the lion, right? So all these things are some of the components, and I'm glad we have these discussions to get clarity, and we continue. And then just as the Hebrew word is important to know, because if you don't understand the Hebrew, understand in the translation, it's missed a lot, and it's in the eyes of another nation of people. So we have to get the translation, learn the language and understand the translation and what it means, or find some sort of periodic, some sort of study that will show you the breakdown of the Hebrew word, whether it's paleo, but just to get the understanding of the root of the word. Okay, so that's all I have to say.
Very good. Very good.
Hey, Ray.
Hold 1 second, please. All right. Thank you, Brother Yaakov, for that information. Very good information, very informative. Brother Yaakov from Atlanta.
Need to take a breather on this one.
Take a breather.
I gotta breathe on this one. All right. I agree. I do agree that women are built different. And they shouldn't be in certain physical positions, obviously. But when we start getting into the Torah, because I have to empathize or show some type of appeal or concern for Autumn's question. I totally 1,000% get where Autumn is coming from when she asked the question about Deuteronomy chapter 22 and 5. Okay, and if you just hear me out for a minute, because we've heard everybody's explanation. From an English perspective, or from a surface level, it does say that a woman must not wear men's clothing, depending on what translation that you're reading. If you're reading from the King James version, then it will be worded differently. But nonetheless, the verse does say that a woman shall not wear that which pertaineth to a man. So when we get to pertaineth, and the interpretation there, from what I'm getting, the keli there is tools, I can see where there can be some confusion there in that interpretation, because it's saying that the woman shall not wear, and that wear is in the Hebrew as well. I think the thing about the Hebrew, when we start going into the Hebrew words, which in this particular case, we are addressing the Hebrew terminology keli. Is that correct? Keli, which is dealing with, according to what I'm hearing in this lecture, is dealing with tools or equipment that a man would necessarily, what he would possess from an industrial standpoint. I mean, I have to agree with Autumn's point. It kind of, there is a certain contradiction in that interpretation, because in essence, the mitzvah is addressing the men when it comes to the garments, but it's not addressing the women when it comes to the garments. From what we're getting is that the commandment itself is addressing a woman on a whole nother level in regards to industrious tasks dealing with tools. And that's that interpretation to me, and I believe can cause confusion. And so Autumn wanted to go deeper into the word. She wanted to know, why was the word put there? What word should they have put in? Why was the English word that interpretation? And so I hear a lot of individuals say that the problem is the English, and the problem isn't necessarily the English. The problem, or I can't say the problem, I would say the complexity of the situation. The complexity of what's happening here is the Ivrit, okay? It's dealing with the Ivrit. Keli, it does mean tools. It does mean apparatus. It does mean tools, but it also means article. And it also does mean a garment as well. The thing about the Hebrew word is that one Hebrew word can mean a plethora of things, depending on the context. I think what we failed to do in on this particular topic is we failed to explain the context in which the commandment is speaking of, which is the commandment is addressing apparel here, because keli does also mean garments or clothing. It doesn't have one meaning. It's very rare to see a Hebrew word that has one meaning. Keli is a noun masculine. So this is dealing with masculine clothing, because keli does actually mean garments. That's one of the meanings. I think what should have been addressed is the context. We failed to understand the context of what this commandment is pertaining to. Now, I do agree that, that the sisters shouldn't be putting themselves in danger, and that they should be tapping into their femininity. I'm all well with that. But in regards to basic Torah commandments, they wanted to know why this particular commandment is addressing women dealing with tools, and then on the other hand, it's addressing men dealing with garments. You can easily get a debate from that. That can easily be put up for debate. You can easily look at that, like the sister, what's her name? Navi. Help me out, sisters. And Navia.
That's correct. Thank you.
Navia brought up a good point. She brought up a really good point when she said, okay, so I can't put up a shelf, or I can't change my own tire, and to put up a shelf is construction. That is a part of construction. So how is she able to, she can build a shelf, but she can't help build a house? Or when we're talking about construction, when we start talking about, tires and the tools of tires, in this day in society, women have to use tools to change their tires. That's just the way it is. There's certain things that they're going to be able to do. In this day and time, and certain things that they're going to have to do that has these masculine aspects because of society. But what I'm simply saying is that in this particular context, right? In this particular context, keli actually does mean garments, but it's just from a masculine perspective. It's saying that she cannot wear masculine garments. It's not really saying anything about tools, even though the word does, one of the definitions of the word deals with the tools, and it deals with the different masculine functions of a man. I think we fail to address the word itself. The word itself has multiple meanings, and one of those meanings are garments. And so it's about applying context. When we're reading scripture, we have to apply some of these words, the definition of these words, and use them in in their proper context. So I just wanted to address that. The word itself, the English translation that we're reading, I believe it is accurate, simply because of the meaning. Keli does also mean garment. But I do agree with what the forum is saying, is that women shouldn't put themselves in danger. I also want us to acknowledge the fact that men being attracted to women is biological. There's nothing that we could do about that. We are attracted to women. And I think that we kind of underestimate the closeness that the man and the woman have. Like when the woman was created, she was created from man. And I just feel like, not the form itself, I just feel like we shouldn't pretend that there isn't an interconnection between the two. There's always going to be an interconnection between the male and the female. We are attracted to women, and we are biologically supposed to be attracted to women. And women have to make sure that they're wearing like the sisters were saying, making sure that they're wearing the appropriate attire so that these men won't lust after them. Because if a man lusts after another woman, he doesn't know if that woman belongs to another man. So if you're a Torah minded, if you have that Torah mentality, I think it's imperative, that you maintain your discipline. They may not always have the discipline, but it's imperative for you to maintain your discipline in the Torah and wear the modest attire so that the brother won't be, enticed by your promiscuous looks. I just wanted to say that as well. And then there was a lady, I'm not sure what the lady's name, but I believe she's over the prince called on her to break down the word, and she's supposed to be, I believe she's a moray of the Hebrew, and she was breaking down the term keli. And I just wanted to know, like, where are we getting our sources from when we're interpreting these Hebrew terminologies? Where are we getting our sources?
All right, you still got your hand up, bro. And once somebody responds to you, you're able to go back and forth with that individual. But I do ask that you lower your hand at this time. Ima, did you want to respond to him, or did you have something totally separate you wanted to discuss? Ima? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I did want to.
I can't hear you.
I was on mute still.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, did you want to
Can you hear
respond?
me?
Did you want to respond to him, or did you have something else you wanted to bring up?
No, I wanted to respond to that, but I think Sister Mariah also was going to reply. I'm going to let her reply to the language barrier or confirmation of how she got her information, but I want to respond to something he spoke on as well. So she can go first if she like. I spoke already.
Sister Mariah, would you like to go first?
Thank you, sis.
Can barely hear you, sis.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, much better.
Is that better? Okay, I'll speak a little louder. Just to address Yahako from Atlanta, I'm using several different sources. I'm also being taught Hebrew from a inland Israeli teacher. Okay. When I agree with you that you're very seldom ever going to find a word in Ivri that has a single meaning. Second, I also agree with you that context is important. When context is used, we also have to look at the words that are also being used. The word keli here is a word that is used to mean exactly what it is. It did not use the word lebush or the word baged, which actually means clothing or attire. If you look, and again, arguably, we can all come up with what we want it to mean, but when we talk to people in the land who know the language, because we all know that some of us got shipped out, some of us went back, and some of us didn't leave, right? When we look at the language, specific words are used in a specific way for a specific reason. Here, this was meant, the word keli was meant more than for clothing. It was a concept. When you look at labush, or if you look at baged, it is specifically talking about cloth or physical clothing attire. So in the context, with the word used, it is speaking more than just masculine clothing. It was speaking of a masculine concept. And yes, I am considered a morah, not a moreh, because I am a woman, morah in Israel, be it through academics, be it through Ivrit, or even be it through law. I am just bringing to us here that which I have been taught from the homeland, as well as if you want to go through, was that the Strong's dictionary, or if you want to go through the Blue Letter Bible, you'll come up with the same situation, because a lot of them are even still going back to the original place where our language was spoke to bring it here to us. Torah Rabban. Hope I can be a little bit more helpful. Princess?
What else is? I wanted to speak more, or go back with the clothing, because it's like our brother Yaakov from Atlanta, you brought up, you used a few words like promiscuous, and a woman being causing a man to covet. And I know a lot of times we only speak on the woman causing, but men can cause women to covet, and men can be promiscuous in their clothing. I know that it was a time when I first came into this way of life, in this walk of life, that when you go to a congregation or services, the men would have to wear certain garbs that would cover their groin area, just as in the same as women would have to wear certain garbs that would cover their bosom area, you know? And a lot of times it's always referred to as the women being promiscuous or the women having to be modest. Modesty should be across the board. I do believe when it talks of the clothing we wear, how the Creator, you know, describes how we are supposed to dress. And that's why he put in it, do not covet another man's wife. It may not say to us women, do not covet another man's husband, but I believe a lot of laws are just common sense to think about, because a man can cause a woman to covet or even commit adultery in her head if she's having, you know, covetous thoughts or even other thoughts that pertain to a man that's not hers. And that can come from a man wearing clothing too. So, you know, the whole thing of, I wasn't even going to get on it, but I feel like, you know, we have this misconception that being modest is a woman's responsibility. I believe it's everyone's responsibility, but I do also believe that if a man is going to wear a bigette that's down to his ankles, he should wear some type of short or pants under it, because even it shows us in the Tanakh, there was a time when men did it, the priests, when they would go up so that no one can see under their garment. So when we do wear certain garments, whether it be woman or man, I do believe in, the leggings on under our skirts and things like that, especially because of the way dresses are made nowadays. It's certain things can be so loose that it can show the shape of a woman's body. You can have a loose fitting skirt, and if a woman is voluptuously shaped, especially in the back area, you'll still see certain things going on back there. But she can also wear certain garments under that, like leggings, like certain what they call now, I can't think of terminology, but you can have certain slips and things that can hold it all in place so it doesn't move in the way that a man or even another woman can be looking at her and thinking, different thoughts. So, I just wanted to express that because a lot of times men don't think about that. Well, I don't like to quote and say what men don't think. I don't know, I'm not a man. But from what I have seen, a lot of men don't refer to themselves as being able to give a woman a reason to covet or being modest in their dress, whether it be when they're working out, working, or especially when they come to services, especially in-person services. Because if you're sitting in service, your mind is supposed to be at the creator. And I know that was one of the rules that we talked about in the congregation. Well, I've talked about it with my Ish, especially, but in the congregation when I first came in this way of life, that was like a set rule that everyone would be in modesty so that our minds would not be drawn to something else, which, like you said, is natural because it's natural for a woman to be attracted to a man and man to be attracted to a woman. So it's both of our responsibilities on that level. And I it was kind of like what, Ali was trying to say about controlling your own mental. We can all control our own mental, but if we're all responsible for one another, which is loving thy neighbor as ourselves and all those things, then we're all responsible for making sure that we respectfully be modest so that we're not putting something in place for another sister or brother, to have a hurdle to jump over to maintain who they're supposed to be. That's it, Sean.
Very well. Total rebuttal. All right, Sister Navia.
Wow. Princess Medea was amazing. What she said, I love every minute of it. I agree with her. I'm just raising my hand to piggyback off what she was saying because she broke it down more than I did. She's so amazing at that. Because when you say the sisters I don't believe a sister can make a brother covet anything because just like we know, because you can be a wife or just a woman and you can you can see a brother and now it's up to you to not think those thoughts. Nobody making you think, hey, I see this brother, but I have a husband. He's so fine or whatever. You don't have to think like that. You can change your thought. You don't let your thoughts go there. And that don't mean somebody's making you think that. I don't know, even if they dress, I don't know. However, still, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how a sister can make anybody do anything that they have no business doing when their allegiance is to the creator, not their own mind or thinking process, even it that way. So I think that's just like, it's kind of weird to me to hear brothers say that because it is. Because like you said, brothers are attracted to sisters, vice versa, like Princess Medea said. Exactly. Same thing, but we have to control ours. And for brothers to say they can't, sister just make it happen. Like I can't accept that as a truth amongst my brothers because it's not, really true. Yeah, that's all.
Well, thank you so very much for giving out your version of what's not really truth. Thank you. Brother Yacob from Florida.
Yes, and what your Isha said, it is true because it goes both ways. Because today's a lot of emphasis put on physical, right? So as much as the women are doing certain things, the men are doing the same thing. So we have to be very careful and also wear modest apparel. I mean, I can speak for myself on this one. I don't wear tank tops in the gym anymore. I used to before, and when I realized because that can be that can cause a woman to do the same reverse. They can have that, and when you walk a certain way, you have to make the choice. It's self-control, because men naturally think with the We have adults here. They think with their lower head, not the upper head a lot of times. I mean, a male, let's put it that way. But because all males pretty much will do that, but the man, the righteous man, has to be able to control his manhood, the respect for other brothers and sisters. Could that lady could be another man's lady, and vice versa. So we by us not causing us to put the tempter in front of us or cause temptation. Even though some of us have strong will, some may not. So we have to be very diligent in our attire. And men, and the modest shit, even though it applies to the women more, men do need to, especially the times we're living in, women are more aggressive than they used to be, right? They used to position themselves before, but now women will actually come to a man. So we have to be very mindful of that and tone it down. I mean that field, so I understand. Some things we have to do if we're righteous brothers. I'm not even gonna put the sisters, righteous brothers, and we're taking on the physical type, and there may be some, maybe not a lot. We do have to tone it down and really make sure we don't cause someone to desire, because they may put the variance between yourself and their husbands or vice versa, man, however it is, and we don't want confusion and these kind of behavior. And it's behavior. We all are accountable for each other's behavior. So that really made a lot of sense. It goes both ways. It seems like everything's more, a lot of things are more geared towards more masculine description. It doesn't have as much for the women in the scriptures in the Torah, unless you really dig for it and use common sense, because those are the things are given to us by the Creator. We're born with some sort of innate understanding. When animals are born, they know when to come out. It's time to get up and run. Sometime they got to go. So we're born with certain attributes, and attributes is part of something. So that's why in the Hebrew, not one thing means the same thing. They got synonyms and homonyms and all these words that kind of reference. It depends on the situation. And we have to be very mindful as we study these things. But yes, it goes both ways. Men needs to be held accountability. Accountability is the key thing. And we have to be accountable for our actions. So we judge eventually by our actions.
Let me ask a question. If I got a guy, a male, who takes a box of nails intentionally in his hand and goes out to the expressway and spread them all across the expressway, and somebody's driving down the road and happens to ride across those nails and get a flat tire from the nails that the brother put out on the road, whose fault was that he got a flat tire? The one who was traveling or the one who threw the nails down there?
Nails.
That was intentional, though.
That's right. That's the same thing I'm saying about a lot of people dress. A lot of women dress intentionally to entice men. Not all women, but a lot of them do. That's not good. That's all I'm saying. It's not good. When you walk around with your cleavage out, you know that your pants are too tight, you know that your skirt too short. I mean, this is what this is how I used to teach a long time ago. And I pray that you all can follow me. And Brother Yaakov, I see your hand. You know how when you go into a courtroom and you see the judge, you could usually distinguish the judge from everybody in the room by what? Not just where he's sitting, but how he's dressed.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to church, you usually can distinguish the preacher not by where he's standing, but how he's dressed. When you're driving down the street and the police pull you over, you usually can tell the police by not because they pulled you over, but how they dress when they get out their car, or even the vehicle that they're in. Well, when you're walking downtown late at night and you see a certain type of woman, you usually can tell by the way she's dressed, right? You usually can tell that this woman is a prostitute. And she's very provocative and enticing. So if you, as a regular woman, is not trying to wear the clothes of a harlot in your everyday life, why would you wear that style of clothing that is the same style of clothing that a harlot wears when she's intentionally trying to entice a man? You don't see prostitutes walking downtown in fully garbed, in loose-fitting clothing. You see them walking around with their stuff hanging out, or even more revealing stuff, their booty cheeks. Something about them is letting the passerby know that this is what I'm about. But you got a lot of women that might be at work on her 9 to 5, and whatever she do, or just your neighbor living next door to you, and they dress the same way like a harlot does. And then you say, what did I do? I didn't entice him. I didn't do nothing. What did I do? He should be able to control himself. No, sis, it ain't just that he should be able to control himself. And I agree that he should be able to control himself, but you contributed it to him not controlling himself because you enticed him. Not that you made him do anything, but you enticed him by the way that you wore or by the things that you wore on that particular day at that particular time. And let's not play like we don't know. Y'all women, I know because I heard y'all.
Hand raised.
I see your hand, sis.
Hand raised when this is my second time raising my hand because I know if you can't physically see it, you might forget. So hand raised.
So just so I don't forget, I'll be quiet and I'll let you speak. Take the floor, sis.
No, because I don't want to sing. I don't want
You
to.
already messed up my flow, so go ahead, take the floor, sis.
I'm sorry. I do apologize, but I know some sisters. I'm out here, okay? Some people won't say this. Some sisters may not say this. Men can be luring, and so I agree. I appreciate my brothers that did speak up and say it goes kind of both ways because it does. Men nowadays, the younger generation kind of droop their pants, but it used to be my generation anyway that men wore tight fitted jeans in order to show a bulge, or whatever the word would be, even to the point of adding a sock be of a lure to a woman. So it can go both ways. I think that we have to realize that one of the very first commandments was be fruitful and multiply. But people don't just interact in a romantic way just to be fruitful. There is that acquired appetite that has developed, and people are often responding to their appetite. That's number one that I want to say. Number two, in terms of the clothing and the dress, the physical physique of a man and a woman, yes, all these things are meant to define what is male, what is female, what is man, what is woman. But my brother Yaakov touched on something earlier when he talked about there's an obvious difference of which one is the man lion in his appearance and which one is the female lioness. You can tell. But I think that it's somewhat of a disadvantage if we lend our thinking to a misogynistic Western way of thinking totally. Because when you look at the animals, the lion pride, it's the female lions that go out there and do the hunting. The male lion sits around and only comes to aid them if the target that they go to get is too much for them. So the female lioness are industrious. They do labor. Someone touched on the part about Yael. If I'm not mistaken with the story of Yael, she wasn't a member of the army, and she definitely used her woman lure to lure the king who Israel was afraid of, who Israel basically was wrong.
I got
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop in a minute. But she lured him, but yet she won the war. Didn't she kill the man, the king?
No, she can't. No, I'll bring you up to date a little bit later. Go ahead and blow your steam, sis. I'm listening.
Well, you could correct me because I mean I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm gonna share it with you. But go ahead.
But my point is, and even if we were to read the 4th chapter of Micah, I think it's so important that we get in tune with what the Most High is, the work that He's doing within us, so that we can be lined up with His Spirit that's moving in the earth. Because there's prophecy that pertains to a woman, the daughters of Zion. And I personally think that when you read the chapter of Micah, it's speaking to the women. I know, some would say, oh, no, that's the nation. It's talking about the whole nation. But I just think that, yes, women are women, men are men, but we are a team. And if I'm with my husband and he's fighting a bear, I'm not going to wait till the bear eat him up to get into that fight. It would not be wisdom. It would not be wise. So a woman has to do what a woman has to do, because ultimately we're trying to protect and save our children.
That's it, sis?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute my phone.
All right, very good. I agree with you with 99% of the things you say. But if you my woman and I'm fighting a bear, you should run. Because I might be just sacrificing myself to hurt the bear, destroy the bear, to preserve the life of my family. If both of us go and get killed by the bear, what's the use of me fighting the bear? I might as well just lay down and let him kill us.
You might took your gun, but I might still have mine.
No, but me and that bear out there rumbling, we get it in, then that's giving you time to get them little children, get on that car and get on the road. Go halfway down the block and wait for me though. Just go there, because when I finish with the bear, I might be able to walk away. So don't think just because I'm fighting a bear that I ain't gonna win. I got the Most High on my side, so just be patient. But let me rumble that bear if you get out the way, because you could be getting in my way, trying to prevent me or trying to help me to beat the bear up. So don't jump in, Prince, your man. Whoa. Let me have that bear, because I beat down bears too. But the point I'm trying to make, though, sis, is sometimes I know your intentions is good as a woman, and you want to be there to help your man, but there are battles that you have to get out the way and let your man fight. You might want to help, but you get out the way. I'm telling you, because I had this conversation with my Nashid. I'm telling you, get out the way. Because when you got a real man ain't gonna want you in the way, risking your life. He don't want you there. You got other things to do. Let him handle that. You don't know what he's gonna do. Stop thinking you know just because it's a bear or just because it's a bigger man. You don't know, especially if your man is skilled in the arts. You see what I mean? He might know what he's doing. And if he know what he's doing, he where to go. He know where to go. He know what to do. So the best thing you can do, because the man might surprise you, be like, man, I didn't even know you know how to do all that stuff. Just get out the way and handle your business as a wife. Go get the children, pack the car, and wait around the corner. My wife gonna tell I'm gonna jump in the fight. I'm gonna help. Then that makes your man look like he ain't. Man, come on, man. Do you know how embarrassing that is to a man?
Well, it's not about embarrassment, but if I'm
no, sis, then you go running off with your female. Then you go running off with your female intuition again. It is about embarrassment. You'll make your man lose the fight because you embarrassed him. You'll make him lose the fight because he's sitting there talking about what you out here?
Okay, all right. So I'm not gonna help him. I'm not gonna help him. I'm gonna drive around the corner and wait for him. How long can I wait?
There you go.
Now the bear comes instead of him.
If the bear eats him, then he preserved your life so you can pull off with the children. Let him die. Come back later and dig him up and put him in the ground.
Oh my goodness.
But let a man be a man. Even if he perish,
so
let him be a man. Stop trying to interfere.
You say don't shotgun?
What? Yeah, well, go get the gun. But don't try to get in a fight with the man. Mind your business. Because the man is being a man. And what happens is too many women don't let a man be a man. They interfere. Nigga ain't got no job. They want to go to work. Let that bum sit on the butt while they go, well, I can get a job. Husband, you can't get no work. Watch me. And she go get a job and let him sit on his butt and he's not being allowed to be a man. Let him go do his thing.
I do understand that logic, but what if you know?
I'm going to come get this. I gotta come get you. I can't. Nah, we're not having this today. We're not gonna have this because a lot of people really think that it's okay for a woman to step in a man's place, and it's not. It's never okay. Women, they ain't got no husband. Dude left. I heard somebody mention something about changing a tire. A woman should always have a covering in her life. Always. Her husband, her brother, her spiritual leader, an uncle, a cousin. She should always have a covering. So if she does happen to meet a situation, she got a man she can call that's going to help her. Always. She shouldn't be out there changing no tire, except if she's exhausted every opportunity she had for that covering to come help her. Even if he got to travel 20 miles to come and do it. It's just like that. Stop trying to be the man. You are learned. We will train you and we will skill you with the apparatus that you need to do whatever you need to do in case we're not there, we're dead, or somebody come in and storm the camp and we can't get to it. You will learn how to do everything. But as long as we are breathing and as long as we're available, you don't touch none of that stuff. Let us handle it. And that's all I'm trying to say. And I ain't trying to make it hard on you because I know you mean well. I know you do. But too many women think that that's a good thing and they jump in their husband's battle. Like, for example, the law says if your man is fighting another man and you jump in that fight and you reach and grab that man by the testicles, why do you think it mentioned the testicles? You know why it mentioned the testicles? No, you don't know. You don't know. I bet you don't know.
I said why?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell all y'all women. He said the testicle because a woman is weak and a man is gentle in that area. You can grab him and control him in that area. So the woman that's weak, the best thing that she can do to take control of a strong man is to grab him where he's weakest, and that's his private parts. She has enough energy in her arm to crush his testicles where he will be in submission for that moment. That's why it says that. Now, that's the mind of a woman. So it's best that
What if she knocked him over the head? It's the scripture always says she couldn't grab her husband's opponent by the testicles.
Scripture is trying to tell you to mind your business. That's what the scripture is trying to say. Stay out of it with your emotional self. Stay out of it. And let the man do his job. And if he perish, he perish. But you are preserved to go on, get another husband, have some more children, and tell the story of your hero husband who tried to preserve your life. Just that simple. Let it happen. No, and now if you got a gun in the car, you got a shotgun, a rifle, you'll probably end up shooting your husband. Boom, because you don't know what you're doing unless he's trained you. And if he's trained you, you know exactly what to do. Because you've been through it, you already understand, and you're prepared for that. When a man is available, let that man handle his business. When he's not available, then you have to do what you have to do. But do what you can.
Well, that's okay. Well, that's my point. For a lot of women, the man is not available.
Yes.
Do they perish, and now the children are perish?
Now, when a man, the sister asked a question, she said, "What if the man refuses to help when called?" Then you got to find yourself a new cover. After you do what you need to do, get it done, or make some more calls. Call Prince. Prince will catch a flight all the way to Florida to change your tire.
No, come on, Prince.
I know, I'm just exaggerating. I'm just trying to say something though. You know I ain't catching no flight to Florida to come change no tire. That ain't happening. But guess what? If she called me, I'm gonna call another brother, and another brother who's in Florida might be able to help you. Exhaust all your avenues before you just assume the position of a man. Exhaust all your avenues. But what happens is, from the real tip, women get so emotional. They get so emotional. Yeah, I got that too, sis, and that's what I do. I use AAA, AAA. But women get so emotional that it causes them to lose their focus point. The man is actually out there wrestling so he can preserve your life, not cause you to lose your life too. Nobody think they're going to lose the battle. Everybody thinks, well, if I get this stick, I could possibly bust him upside the head in the back. And as soon as you go bust him in the head, he grabs your man like this and turn around and look at you and go, ah! And you go to hit him with that stick and he grabbed that stick and bite your head off. Because you thought you knew what to do. The best thing you can do is leave that man alone, let that man rumble. And if he lose, he lose. That's just as simple. But you get to live to see another day. Because that's why he was fighting that beast off, to preserve your life. So, Sister Tamar, you still there?
No, I'm gonna let you have the last word.
Oh, no,
I love you, and because I love you, and you my brother.
Well,
Let
I
you have the
pray.
last word.
I pray that if you let me have the last word, you really hear what I'm saying to you, and
I do
allow
hear.
a man to be a man. Seriously.
Oh yeah, I do. I do believe in letting a man be a man.
Now, a male.
I just don't think. I just think I don't want to see women be crippled either, to think that they can't do anything other than scream for help.
I don't want no woman to scream.
Most high empower women too.
Listen, sis, you're making this a man-woman thing in a different light. What I'm saying is, if it's a man and his son, that son better get out the way and let that man handle his business. Go sit in the car, get the car ready, or go get the gun and throw it to your father, however it goes. But you don't jump in the fight. The man is fighting so he can preserve you. Even if this is a boy, it ain't got nothing to do with being a girl. But what I'm saying is, specifically because it's a girl, specifically, you really are not strong enough. I know you got the heart. I know you want to get involved. Step out the way and let that man do what that man do. Because by you being in the way, he don't want to hit you. He don't want to hurt you. So you take away from his energy when he's thrusting the bear through. Y'all don't know this, but I'm telling you from a man perspective. We don't want to hit you by accident, so we're being like careful, like type stuff. Don't let it happen. Just get out the way. It's okay. If he lose, he lose. Now, if you got some guns or you got a super advantage over top of the animal, that's a different story. But naturally, you don't. I know a guy. I know a guy that he was in the alleyway. It was coming from the movies, him and his wife. And somebody robbed him, pulled out a gun on him. The guy pulled out the gun and robbed, but he only had the husband. The woman shot the guy and killed the guy. Because the woman had a weapon too. See, she preserved the life of her husband. She killed the dude, the assailant, who was attacking them. And I understand that. But if me and the guy out there rumbling and you got a gun, then you can threaten everybody. But if you shoot, you might shoot me. I don't think you meant to hurt me, but you may shoot me. And I might die. You don't know. So it's best you maintain your position. If the opportunity arises, then you do what you got to do. But the main thing is that you stay cool, calm, and collected, maintain your position, and just chill. Don't jump in that fight. Don't jump in that fight.
All right, hold on.
I know you want to, sis, but I'm telling you.
No, that's all right. You're okay.
Now, there may come a time, I need you to hear this too, and all you other sisters, there may come a time when you're with a male, and he flee in time of trouble or adversity. Like I know one male, he got a girl pregnant. And all during the pregnancy, he was dead. And when she had the baby, we just fornicating. If we married, he fled, he ran. But men don't do those things. Males do those type of things. When the fire comes, they run, they flee. All right, where we at? Brother Yaakov from Atlanta. You got your hand up, bro? Oh, ho. Before we go on, we got a caller down the bottom named Benny Siegel. Could you take the mic and introduce yourself to everybody? Please forgive me, family, for not introducing this brother earlier, please. Ben, are you present?
Kane, I'm here. Shabbat Shalom.
Could you introduce yourself to the family, please?
Shalom. I'm Ben Boaz, Ben Zavulun. I've been enjoying the conversation. Both the men and the women had some good input on everything from the understanding of what to be war and what not to be war. That was a good dialogue.
Right. Total Rabah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah.
Do anybody have any questions for the brother?
You with Rocket?
I got a question.
For the brother Ben Boaz?
Oh yeah. He sounds like he's from the NY.
Yeah, he's from the NY. But
All right.
he really didn't say a lot about himself.
That's okay. It's okay. All right. Shalom, brother.
Shalom, Prince. You always try to put somebody on the spot, man.
All right, I'm gonna let it ride, y'all. I'm gonna let it ride. That's Ben Boaz, one of the brothers. He lives down presently in North Carolina, correct?
Yeah, I'm in Charlotte right now. Originally from the Bronx, but I'm in Charlotte right now.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna let it ride. Let it go. Need to tell y'all too much about him. But my Isha, she knows him. I know she knows him. I don't know if anybody.
Yes. Shalom to all the family.
All right.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right. Brother Yaakov from Atlanta, you have the mic.
Yes. This is a very good dialogue between the family. I guess I want to discuss because I do understand that it goes both ways. But I feel like we should, the same way that we should empathize with a woman and how she is emotionally, and because there's a lot that we don't understand about women and their emotions. We just don't know. We can't speak for them in that regard. So we can't make proclamations about women and their emotions. And I think this topic is very heavy because it's also dealing with men and how they feel. And I just don't want us to demonize that part of the man, his biological nature to be attracted to a woman. Yes, he should practice self-control. We all should, both the male and female. But I think we should, the same way that we would empathize with a woman in her nature, we should also try to empathize with a man in his nature. And yes, I mean, we will hope that the men would practice self-control and that they would look at the woman and, turn, and be disciplined. But that's just not the way it is. That's not the world that we live in. We don't live in that type of world. The world is different. Men are going to be consumed by their carnal nature. That's the type of world that we live in at this particular time. And this is where we have to commend this entire community for trying to, or attempting to, or have already established a community or an atmosphere where women could come and thrive and not fear and have a place of refuge where they're around like-minded men like us and Prince, where they don't have to worry about those type of things where men, can't control their carnal nature. But that's the reality that you live in. And if you're living out in the world, that's what you're going to be faced with. And if you are in the instructions of the Most High, if you're in the Torah is going to be your protection, is going to be your covering. So I just wanted to say that. Another thing that I wanted to address was the lion situation. The female lions, they do hunt, but the male lions, they're responsible for security and protection. They don't just lie around and wait for the female lions to just go hunt. They have a job also. They have a responsibility also to protect the pride, to protect the cubs, and to protect the female lion from bigger beasts such as crocodiles and other lions who may try to invade that territory and try to take over that pride, and hyenas and so forth and so on. So the male lions do have a position to play, have a role to play as well, just like we as men have position to play as well as leaders of our household. Thirdly, I wanted to, I had a question for the Mora. She had mentioned earlier about the James Strong Concordance. And then in one of the messages I saw, one of the brothers had, it appeared that he gave me definition from the Strong Exhaustive Concordance. And that's good. But the James Strong Concordance only offers the different definition of one word. It doesn't offer the word in that particular context. It just gives you that one word, Kelly, and the different definitions of that word. If you are reading a James Strong Concordance, then it will give you the definition that we're talking about. It'll have the different definitions like articles and garments. Just depends on which concordance you're using. But to understand context, you have what are called interlinears and lexicons. If you go into the different lexicons, you'll see the context of which that particular word is speaking. So I guess my question was, were you referring to James Strong Concordance as your source that some of us could go into for understanding of Hebrew words?
So since you were asking that question, brother, towards me, yes, I was speaking of that, the lexicons, but the majority of that which I am learning is coming directly from a teacher who has lived in Israel all of her life. However, the context, if you go back to the KJV, if we would use the KJV version, if you would like, it adds the word shall not wear. But if you look in the Ivri, that's not what's there. That is added. That was added by those by their own understanding, added those words. However, when you look at what it says about the man, it says I believe the word is to put on. That is the context for them. But if you look if you want to go just by the concordance that you're talking about, the KJV concordance, it just says that Isha Keli, the woman, to use not, does not say put on or do not wear. The English word wear is not there. I originally thought it was too. However, when speaking with Salvanu, that is not what is in the actual language. And when you look at the word Kali, it's talking about a concept, because the word to put on or put or to wear is not there. It then turns it into a concept for your context purposes, not the actual vestige or mantle, or labouche, or baguette, meaning clothing. So yes, I'm just saying anyone that you may want to use is fine, and you can cross-reference them. But one thing I would suggest, and I always try to keep myself as humble as possible because I'm still a Talmida, I'm still a student myself. I wanted to learn what our forefathers spoke versus what our concept and understanding here in this land is. But those books also helped me get to where my understanding is, so they could pour the elite words versus what was added to, which is not in our original written book.
Let me add to what she's saying here. It says, Lo yihiye keli geber. Lo yihiye keli geber al isha. That means, if you read it, it says, there should not be the tools of a man upon a woman, period. So what is it talking about? It's talking about the fittings of that thing, that position, those tools, the whole thing that makes up him being a man should not be placed upon a woman. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. And I don't understand why it's so difficult, why we got to keep digging into it, and digging into it. You can interpret it to say clothes if you choose, because the clothes of a man is what makes a man a man. You can get into it about his job, his livelihood, the provisions of the household. All those things is what make a man a man. So there is no way for us to water it down. But now you got to look at it this way. What is the job of a woman that a man is not required to do? So usually what it's saying is, because a lot of men have to do for themselves. A woman could not be here to have a woman. She could have passed away. Anything could have happened. He's a young man. He's growing up to be a full-blown man. He has to learn the ways of a man. But a lot of the ways of a man encompasses the ways of a woman. But one thing that a man should never do that encompasses the ways of a woman is wear woman clothes, wear woman articles, or the mantle, or those things that generally belong to a woman. A woman should never be without a covering. That's the law. That's what the Most High says. Throughout, if a man gives a woman a bill of divorce, she's supposed to go back to her father's house. And you can see that in the book of, I believe it's Leviticus 20, I believe it is, where it talks about if a woman, if she was a priestly son, priestly daughter, and she got divorced, she had to go back and she was back in her father's house. It shows you by example, that's what happened. In the book of Genesis, 38th chapter, dealing with Tamar, when Tamar didn't have a husband, she went back to her father's house. These are examples. A woman is always supposed to be with a covering. She's always supposed to have a man over her, but it never says that a man has to always have a woman. Therefore, he has to know how to do certain things that are only given to a woman to do if he has a woman. My mother raised me very well. I'm thankful that she did what she did, taught me what she taught. I can cook, I can clean, I can go out and make that money. I can provide and take care of the family. I have a lot of talents as a man. But it's not a woman's job to do what a man is supposed to do. And if she needs to do those things, she's supposed to have a covering to do those things for her. So we got so much to talk about today. A lot of things to discuss. We haven't even gotten past half the stuff. It's not that the information wasn't needed and necessary. But right now we dragging it out. We're beating a horse. The horse is beat up. He got blood hanging out of his mouth. We won. He's over. We all got an understanding. We all know what needs to be done in this issue. I don't think there's anyone left in confusion. So I would ask that we let that conversation go. We get back to our commandments. And if possible, if y'all want to leave the commandments, we can get into the class of the day. It's up to you guys, whatever y'all want to do. I have to first stop with my brother Yaakov because he's the last one, Yaakov from Atlanta. He's the last one that's on the floor with a question. So I would like to leave that portion of conversation alone. and move
I
on.
had a question after him. I was raised my hand. I just had a comment. You finish.
Oh gosh.
No,
Okay.
my hand was raised.
All right. Listen. If it's a question about this subject, about this particular thing, Dylan, you'll be the last comment, okay? I'll let the brother. Let me ask because my sister got her hand up too. Sister Nadiwa, is your question pertaining to this subject as well?
Well, sorry. Well, I don't know. It's still about the changing the tire. I have no idea. I have no idea how to, well, I don't know about the law on that part. I'm just going to have to ask the Most High then because my dad is not alive. So I'm not going to be able to go to where he's at this time. And it just doesn't make sense. And besides, I was an orphan anyway. So it doesn't line up. Sometimes things look black and white, but it's not.
All right.
So I just have to ask the Most High what it is. For some people, it's like that. For me, it's not like that. So therefore, I guess I have to just ask the Creator on my behalf of what I'm supposed to do because I do things for myself by myself.
All right. What has to happen is we got to build this community so we don't have these problems.
Yes.
If we had the community built, you would have all the coverings you need. Probably
Absolutely.
have a husband more than likely. But that's
Absolutely.
how we do things. Yeah, that's the hope. You know what? All right, y'all. Let's go get the community tomorrow. Come on, let's go. And then we ain't got to worry about sisters out there
It's
saying,
funny because I came to y'all first. And then what happened? Here I am, still here.
here you
Feel
are,
me?
still here.
You
All
see
right,
what I'm saying?
let's make it happen so that none of our sisters can say, I ain't got no covering. We're going to fix all that, all right? We got you, sis, I promise you. All right?
Yeah.
All right. My brother, Yaakov from Atlanta, please, and brother Yaakov from Florida, y'all close this out with y'all portions. Cover this conversation, and then after y'all done with it, we're going to move on. Total Rabbi.
You sure?
From
You sure?
Atlanta.
Because
Well, I ain't showing nothing. If the family say they want to keep going with this, then that's what's going to happen. But I say we move on. But I'm going to say that after y'all two have given your spill. Read on, please. Brother from Atlanta.
Okay, so the reason why I have such an investigative spirit is because there are actual sources. There are actual sources that substantiate that truth, which is the fact that in this particular context, it is referring to garments. It's not. I understand the concept in regards to lebush and how we could say that the Moshe could have used that particular terminology, but again, that's the complexity of the Ivrit. Just like Adam is, when we look at Adam, it's not always talking about the man. It could be referring to mankind, the male and the female. And so that's the complexity of the Hebrew, and that's why we have teachers to show us the difficulties and the complexities of this Hebrew. But there are sources that solidify this fact that it is in reference to garments. It's not referring to tools. I understand the concept, but it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Sister Tamar. Sister Tamar.
I did. I muted it.
Thank you, sis.
May I continue?
Please.
Right. So there are sources that do confirm that it's referring to garments, and it doesn't make sense that it would apply that concept regarding tools, and then for the man, it's talking about garments. It appears that the mitzvah itself is addressing both individuals on behalf of not wearing garments pertaining to that one another. The difference is when it's speaking of the Keli, it's referring to the masculine because it's a noun masculine. It's referring to masculine garments because Keli does mean garments, or it does mean article, as in article of clothing. It is there. That definition is there outside. I just feel like if we could expand our minds outside of just the James Strong Concordance and read other scholarly sources, then we will understand that it is in fact in reference to the garment itself, that the man shall not wear a female's garments. And so that's why I keep kind of belabeling the point, because it's clearly there. There are sources that tell us that it's referring to a garment and not necessarily tools itself. I do understand the concept. I'm not saying that I do not understand the concept or the concept or the idea of or the interpretation, the exegesis that we're speaking about. All I'm simply saying is that in context, Keli is referring to garments.
All right. Thank you for your input, bro. Brother Yaakov from Florida. You have the floor, my brother.
Okay, thank you. So I thank you for the floor. Okay, let me take a breath on this. So historically, this was an environment that we lived in, and if a man had fighting another man, which was his brother, because when it says enemy, he's not talking about. Let me get this right, because I don't want we be mistaken and then we lose our life over stuff that we could have. A woman could have helped us at some point, but let me explain. So in the context what the Creator was talking about, if a man fought another man, and the woman should not intervene. We're not talking about having guns, whatever it is. We're talking about using their hands. Well, we used to use hands at one time. Today they don't use hands. Second of all, the neighbor they're talking about is not my neighbor could be from Russia. If I'm fighting a Russian, it's a whole new ball game here. It's not the same as your neighbor, because we had Avenger of Blood. Because if I die or one of them died, they have to go off to be judged, right? They have to have some kind of judgment. I think it's Numbers 35:12, until they figure out. Now you're going to have a widow, and you may have children. Not all women and men today have children. So we got to see all the scenarios. And in today's society, some of us don't have fathers and mothers. They died. Some of the women don't have fathers and mothers. So they're on their own, like in the book of Hosea. It talks about the scenario we live in, and the solution is to come back in the Torah and get back in communities where we can establish these laws and actually do them. It's very difficult right now. So a lot of women, there's more women than men out here that know they're in the work, they're not with covering, and they are susceptible, they're vulnerable, like you said, and they should have a covering. They cannot go back to their father and mother, kid. Some of them don't have it. We're broken people, we're scattered. If a man try to break down your door and you have 10 AK, you only got two hands, you can only use it so much, and your lady has a weapon, and first you're going to go in, but it's a bunch of people outside, and today they're raiding houses, and your lady's in there and have a weapon. I'm sure you're not going to go, she will come and help you. You're not going to tell the whole army try to fight off 20 guns coming in, you got one gun going out. Because after they overtake you, they're going to overtake your woman. So it's best that, who disagree is one thing. These scenarios are totally different. They're not fighting hand on hand. We're in a world that's totally wicked, upside down. Okay? A lot of us don't have children, and the scenario is a little different, but the main thing is to come back to the law, get all the women and men back and families, and then we can establish these things. Because while we're living in the world, throughout the world, we have a lot of peoples in different lands, and we're having parental problems. We're having a lot of widows out there, and that's the main thing. We have widows and orphans. We can't even help the widows or the single or the divorced women to say. They're not single, they're divorced women, most of them, right? So we have to recognize these things and learn this law and use all of the variables, because a lot of these things are seen from the eyes of our oppressors or people. I think the Masoretic text wrote some things after the Septuagint, right? So the Septuagint will give you a better translation because if you understand the history of the Masoretic text and the Catholic Church and the King James, so that's why we have to make sure the law is our life, the law itself, not what they said in the other translation. But we use all these things to get a standing on it. And the Father, he will put that knowledge in the repentant Israel who wants to do the work, you know, because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of fasting and prayer and humility, and all these are the substance to do this. We have to put thought behind it because that's where our wisdom come out. You know, we have to do that. You know, we have to work as one man. It is one law. One man doesn't mean male. It just means as a unit of people, man, woman, and children. We know our roles. Men must learn their roles. Righteous men must learn their roles. I'm not talking about male. That we are around a lot of males out here, you know. And some of them are not deserving of having a woman. They making children first and then think, what am I going to do? So we have to know, you know, we have to, when we use examples, we have to make sure they line up with what we have today and how can we resolve them in the context of the law, the Torah that's given to us. So we will make it work, because some of these things, the law is for every generation, but the time period, we were doing agriculture in this time. Today, we do a lot of technology. Men are doing work that women would usually be doing, sitting inside. Men are not climbing the poles, putting up the infrastructure. The men are the ones out putting out infrastructure. The women are not on the poles. So men are doing sometime office job where usually the women would do the administrative part and the men would be out there. So we have to go back and create our own sources so we can work on this law. And while we're working within a system that's actually against us, we have to find a way to show some compassion. And as we have these dialogues, especially in the day, you know, on the Shabbat day, where we're supposed to esteem the Almighty on His day, He gave us rest from all our burdens. We still have to be accountable for when we give answers, and we don't have an answer right now for some of these things. Some of the ladies in here and the men, we definitely have to get back to them so they'll get clarity. We need clarity. So that's all I have to say. I'm not going to say anymore. Thank you.
That was enough. And it was a beautiful thing. 1 second, family. Ima, did you get a text just now?
No.
I just got a text. Hey, where's wow. Sister Eliana, are you present?
She's here.
Sister Eliana. Okay, I guess she's not present right now.
Yes, I'm present. I couldn't find the mic.
All right, I just want to say you've been doing some great work. Sister Abigail, if we get a visitor into the room, can you answer that call, please, and let that person in, please?
Yes.
All right, let me see if they're going to show up. Y'all ain't going to believe what I just got.
Send it. Oh,
Oh, you going to get it. Don't worry about it. I'm going to send it to you. Amazing. So the person just texted me. I told them to come to the room. I invited them to the room to come talk to y'all because they don't need to talk to me. It's okay. I appreciate the fact that they want to talk to me, but I invited them to come talk to y'all.
Who is it? And why don't you want to talk to her?
Oh, it's not that I don't want to talk to her. I don't have a problem talking to anybody. But I thought that the damage, it's more important that she speaks to you guys than just speaking to me alone. I don't think it's right. So if she doesn't come in the room in a few minutes, then I'll get to explain to everybody what just happened. But let's get back to our subject at hand. We ready? She hasn't responded back to me yet, so let's see what she does. Maybe she's contemplating what she wants to do. I send her the location to the room, so if she decides to come, she has it, if she didn't have it before.
Oh,
You see it?
Does his name begin with the letter S?
No.
Okay.
okay.
How you see that?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
Huh?
What'd you say?
No, I said I got it.
Yeah. You want to share? Let me just say.
I'll share it with Abigail.
Yeah. I just thought that it was pretty amazing, and I think that it is what it is. Let me move on. I don't want to slow up the flow of what we're doing. All right. Please forgive me. And if she comes in a room, then she gets to talk to everybody. If she doesn't come in a room by the time we finish, then I'll share it with everybody, just so you guys know. But Sister Malka, you're doing a great job. Don't worry about it. You're doing a great job.
All right. Thank you.
And
Sure
Sister
that.
Abigail, you're doing a great job assisting and helping. So we say you're doing a great job too, acknowledging, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Oh, wow. We got a whole life to live. All right. So are there any questions? So did anybody have a commandment that, Sister Tamar, did we give you the opportunity to say your commandment? You did, right? Sister Tamar?
My apologies, Prince. What did you say?
We did give you the opportunity to say your commandment, correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
Did we give you the opportunity to state your commandment?
No, you did not. But
okay.
Now to turn from that page, I think it was. I take this as a commandment. I take this as a. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I take this as a commandment. It's not in the first 5 books. It's actually in Psalms. I think it was Psalms 4:4, where the Most High says to sin not, but to commune with your own heart upon your bed. And I think that's a command for me. I take it as a command because all the issues that come from the heart. And the Most High said he would put his laws in our inward part. So it's important to me to take the time to commune with my own heart upon my bed, because what I have noticed in as I've grown is that you sometimes can have issues of the heart that you have not addressed, and they can lay dormant until someone you encounter someone of that spirit, and then it can ignite things within you. And so in order to actually be a person that control your own spirit and not be like a city defenseless without walls, it is important that you commune with your own heart upon your bed. And I believe that that's where you'll find the instructions that the Most High has for you.
That sounds good.
So that's my commandment. If you guys will, it's not in the first 5 books. That's my commandment that I will share today.
Yep. Anybody have any questions about that? And I like her that I will say that is a commandment. Created telling you to contemplate.
I did find the scriptures. I'm sorry, I had flipped away from it. It says actually, stand in awe and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still.
That's right. All right.
Okay.
Anyone else? Somebody else wanted to comment? Sister Navia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. For the law, I know you said we weren't supposed to look in the books on these, so I just pulled it earlier for not to provoke the creator, not to provoke y'all to jealousy. I don't, so I'd have to look it up. Where is it? But I know we're not supposed to look. So that's just, I don't know the exact word, paraphrasing.
Okay, that's good enough. Anyone else? I get some strange texts sometimes, but it's okay. We're gonna keep on moving. Are there any other commandments? Thank you, sister, for that one. We appreciate that. Anyone else? All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Now, I don't want to drag it out. It is now like 4:19. You guys want to take a 5-minute break and come back so we can get into the lesson of the day? Or do you want to close out for the day? Which one do you prefer?
You say 5 minutes?
You mind, can't hear you. Your phone is breaking up.
I said, you said 5 minutes to go, like what, 15?
No, 5 minutes. I mean,
There's some people have it.
do you need 15 minutes? If everybody needs 15 minutes, then we can take a 15-minute break. It's up to you. I tell you what, it's 4:20. Let's go to 4:30. Is that good enough? Take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, because you can't be eating food in 5 minutes. You won't digest your food. You got to chew at least 35 times before you swallow.
Okay.
All right.
So then we need to go to 4:35 so you can get one chew a minute. Yeah, that was funny. All right. So let's go, y'all. Let's go. We're gonna take a break to 4:30, and then we're gonna come back. That's like 10 minutes from now. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna finish this portion. All right.
All right.
All right.
Total Rabat. See you all in a few minutes. She says to me, the email that you received.
Abba, we can hear
Prince,
you.
mute yourself, Prince. Prince,
Prince,
mute yourself.
I ain't got nothing to hide. I ain't got nothing to hide.
It's okay, but please mute yourself.
Any intermission music?
I'll see if I can find y'all some. Hold on.
One book.
Praise Yah, all ye nations, for in merciful. Kindness is great. Page out for you, people. Center ya doing forever. Lift up your voice and sing. Give praise when you call him. For he is worthy Hallelujah. Lift up your voices and sing. Give praise when you call him. He is worthy of will declare my name. Who will shout my name in the middle of the nation? Who will take the shield of faith and the sword of my tongue and declare my name to a dying world? He who has declared Jesus will walk in even greater power. For the sands of time are running out, but my name will be declared in this final hour. I am you. I am that I am. My trumpet will soon call out. I want the world will spread. Oh, but I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to shine. It's the day of the Lord. Oh, I will declare it. Yeah. Declare it is the day. Oh, But I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to die. It's the day of the Lord.
You see this plant in your backyard? Don't step on it. It's more delicious.
If this world that I'm learning is real life, yeah. Read about you, the commandment of the light.
Yeah. Oh, that class that 10 minutes just went fast. That 10 minutes just wasn't enough time.
It was 15. You got 5 more minutes.
That 10 minutes just went by fast, man. 4:30. Are y'all here?
Yes,
Yes,
we are.
Oh, I tell you, that 10 minutes just went past quick. Did y'all have enough time to do everything y'all wanted to do? Or do y'all need a few more minutes?
Drake did.
Did the brother say something? Sister Amber, are you there, Amber? Sister Amber?
I'm here.
Did you have enough time to do everything you wanted to do? Or do you need a few more minutes?
No, I'm good.
All right. All right. So we might as well get started then. Since everybody, Sister Tucelia, you back?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, I just can't catch nobody today. Let's see. Sister Navia, you back?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't get nobody. If this person be in the room, then I'm just gonna shut up and I'm just gonna move on. Zanta, are you present? Zanta. Okay. All right. Zanta doing her thing. It's okay though. She with us though. All right. Now who's that on the iPhone? Is that you, Brother Yaakov from Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So let's go, y'all. What I want to talk about today is 1 Samuel chapter 25. Let me see, making sure 124. It is. It's 1 Samuel chapter 24. First Samuel chapter 24. And if we can do 25, we'll do 25, but 24 is going to be very interesting. All right. Let me turn my computer back up. My wife just taught me how to turn it down. Let me tell you what I did. I downloaded a new program on my computer, a new operating system. And before, my volume used to be, I have an Apple computer. So my volume used to be up top near the screen where my name is. But since I downloaded this new operating system, there is no volume button no more. And I've been searching, and I couldn't find a volume button. And my wife came in here just now. I said, I don't know where the volume at. She reached over, pushed on my keyboard and turned the volume up and down from the keyboard. Do you know how do you realize how silly that made me feel? All that time I was searching for the volume all up inside the computer, trying to find the volume, and I couldn't find it. And the first moment I mentioned it, see, these women are sharp, man. These women, we don't give these women enough credit sometimes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't give these women enough credit sometimes. We men, we just think we, and then women just come along and just, and
She should not have done that.
Huh?
She should
Why
not
she
have
shouldn't
done
have done
that.
Why?
Because now you're going to feel bad. It's kind of like the bear,
Hey, listen, I feel appreciated. I feel appreciative to the creator that he gave me a woman that can think, because I sure wasn't.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
now I feel like
she's a helpmate.
yeah, she's a helpmate. That's a good thing. She's a helpmate. That's a good thing. Yeah, we talking about you right now. She don't know we talking about her. She downstairs. She just brought me something to eat. It ain't time to eat no more. Lunch break is over. It's time to get into the lesson. All right. Do we have anybody that want to read today? Anybody want to volunteer to read today? Anybody want to volunteer to read today? All right, Sister Aaliyah, Ima, you read for me all the time. I do appreciate your willingness. I do. I want to change it up a little bit. So Ima, maybe you can read 25 if we get to 25, okay? Okay, what we got, 12? All right, let's rock. Sister Aaliyah.
1 Samuel. Oh, yes,
1
sir.
Samuel 24.
Yes, sir. 1 Samuel 24. And it came to pass when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, that it was told him, saying, Behold, thy weed is in the wilderness of Engedi.
Now, now, I want y'all to know that Saul was not, he wasn't in battle with the Philistines when he died, when he lost his life this time. That was the next chapter, the one we read last time. Like that was like 26. So now we're reading 24 and 25 possibly. So go ahead, sis, read on, please. It's being reported to Saul where David was. And remember, Saul is chasing after David, trying to kill David, but David is not trying to kill Saul. Because David understands when the Most High put a blessing on you, man should never come up against that blessing. Read on, sis. Let's see where we at.
And Saul took 3,000 chosen men out of Israel and went to seek David and his men upon the rocks of the wild goats.
So
and
watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
And he came to the sheep
Hold up,
cote.
sis. Hold up, sis. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Saul, and I got to paint this for you so that you don't miss out what's about to happen. Saul took 3,000 men, 3,000 men to go and seek out David in the hill of Engedi, in the mountains. It says that David and his men, which was 600 men, is all David had, was up in the mountains. I don't know how many were at this time, but I know David had 600 men in his initial army. But they were up in the mountains where the goats were. Do anybody know how high up in the mountains the goats be?
Yes.
Very high.
Very high. So they actually saw, King David and his men can actually look down on the plains and see the men around them, especially 3,000 men. So let's watch what's happening. I want to paint that picture because I need you to be able to see it. Read on, please.
Okay. And then, let's see, yeah, verse 3. And he came to the sheepcotes by the way, where was a cave, and Saul went in to cover his feet. And David and his men remained in the sides of the cave.
So David and his men was already in the cave. And Saul went in to cover his feet, to lay down, get some rest, and to go to sleep. And let's see what happens.
And the men of David said unto him, Behold, the day of which the Most High said unto thee, Behold, I will deliver thine enemies into thy hand, that thou mayest do to him as it shall seem good unto thee. Then David arose and cut off the skirt of Saul's robe privily.
All right, hold up a second. Hold up a second. Hold up 1 second.
I thought he couldn't touch the Most High's anointed.
He couldn't.
But he cut off his robe.
He let him know that I could have took your life, but I didn't. So what verse are we on? Verse 4?
5.
No, we're on verse 4.
Verse 4.
Verse 4, I want to point out this instance. David was in the cave with his men. Don't say all of his men, but at least some of his men. And Saul came in to relieve himself, to get some rest, or whatever he did. More than likely, he went to sleep. And David took his garment and cut it, his skirt, and cut a piece off of his skirt, to later on be able to say to Saul, if I sought your life, I would have killed you. But that's not what I'm doing. But I want you to look at something. Look at the mind frame of David's men. See, this is what leadership is about. And a lot of people don't understand the importance of leadership. Whether it's the leadership in your home, whether it's the leadership on your job, or even if it's the leadership of the community. You have to, your mind needs to expand out past what ordinary folks see, and you have to internalize the future and future events that take place as a result of what you do. Let me share something with y'all. And it's a little bit in left field, but I have to be honest with you guys. The day I took the wife here, Autumn, after I took her to be a wife, we were celebrating Pesach. And one morning I woke up, the Most High put it on my spirit to do an interview with her and my Isha Medaya and publicize it, put it on Facebook before the world. And I told my wife that. I said, the Creator got me doing this for a reason. A little while later, after we publicized it, all hell broke loose. And these jokers came from everywhere talking about this, talking about Prince did that, and Prince did that, and then we had a hearing. Now we got the hearing going on. All these things are coming out. And the Creator along the way is exposing. And the people that's going through it, my Nashim, are mentally really going through it. We lost what we thought was a lot of friends, by the way. People upset now, and he did this, and he did that, and I don't want to deal with him. So many people got angry and upset and bitter. But the whole time, all I said was, the Most High is having his way. Let the Most High do what the Most High is doing. He has a reason for what he's doing. Through all of that, I saw so much, but the greatest thing that I saw was the end of the matter. When all this was over and done with, all those fake friends was gone, so you can build off of the real people who are really in your life and really there for you. So I appreciate all of you who have stood by. I really do. I really appreciate it, especially all of you who really put in the effort and the work to endure during this time. I really appreciate it. So all the fake friends are gone, the fake family members, all that's gone. The Most High has completely changed around what it is that I thought was going to happen, how we think sometimes something's going to take place. The Most High got his own mission. And the only thing you can do is get yourself properly aligned with it and let the Most High deal with the future. Prepare for the future. You can see the future, but the things you do, you don't want to mess up what the future may hold that the Most High is trying to bring into play. That's the vision of leadership. A leader has to have that type of mind frame where he doesn't get in the way of interfering with the Most High's works. Dawid, in this cave, he understood that. He knew that you don't put your hands on the Most High's anointed, because why? That would interfere with the workings of the Most High in his favor for the future. So you being a man of your house, that's the type of mind you have to have, that you don't want to interfere with the Most High's blessings for your family in the future. Sisters, if you don't have a covering and you have to play both roles in the house, keep this principle in mind. Don't do anything that's going to interfere with the Most High bringing blessings into your household in the future. Brothers, run your home with the understanding that the Most High sees all things, that you can't hide anything from him. Sisters, with whoever is running the home, you by yourself, you don't have to be by yourself. We're here for you, but you may feel you have decisions to make on your own. What I'm saying is, any decision you make, let it be with the intentions of understanding that the Most High sees everything that you do. You can't lie to him. What's in your soul is what he sees, not just what your hands do or what your mouth say. Isaiah 29:13, he says, the people worship me with their tongues, but their heart, their soul, their essence, their minds are far from me. The Most High knows. So Dawid knew that he couldn't kill Saul. His men was like, yay, the Most High blessed us. Now let's take him out. Dawid said, no, man, let's just go cut off that little part of his skirt and let's take it back to him, and then let's see what happens next. You know, Dawid ain't got no problem taking the man's life. He ain't. He's just Dawid. That's how he is. King Dawid. He didn't kill hundreds of men. He killed 200 in one battle. So it's not that he's afraid to kill Saul. It's that he knows better. And a lot of people can sit back and watch you live your life, you as an individual. Mora Hayagita. They'll watch you in all the ways that the Most High has blessed you and all the things that you have accomplished and that you achieve. And then they still go behind your back and say things about you that they know is going to displease the Most High, but they'll still do it. Dawid wasn't that kind of person. Dawid wouldn't disrespect those that he knew that the Most High's blessing was on. He wouldn't do that. And he knew not to put his hands, definitely don't put your hands on. So he cautions his men. He cautions his men, no, we can't do that. So my sister, Nabia, pick up where you left off, please. And,
okay. Can I make a comment first?
Verse 4.
All right, can I make a comment first?
Ima wants to comment, so let's give the sister the platform. You have the floor, sis.
Hallelujah. I just wanted to add to that, because we don't take into account when the Most High said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. We don't know the sincerity of the Most High. We don't understand, how big that is, how serious that is. And King David, he knew that he couldn't touch Saul. Because he said, I will bless those that bless you and curse those that curse you. And then the one scripture that said, I can't curse who Yahweh has blessed, or, bless who he has cursed. So he knew, he understood that in its entirety. And when he said, touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. He knew that. He understood that. And that's what we gotta understand is, like you said about our leaders, about each other, you know, we gotta understand that, I can't harm you. I can't put my hands on you to harm you. And neither can you put your hands on me to harm me. I mean, I can see if you self defense. I ain't saying that, but I'm saying to just, even a self defense, because David could have killed him because of, self defense or whatever. But he knew that that the Most High was going to do whatever he needed to do with Saul, and that he was going to become king. So we all know, yeah. So I just wanted to say that a little bit. Hallelujah.
No, sis, you done? Take your time. You had something else you wanted to say.
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Very well. Thank you. Appreciate the comment. Dawid knew. So, my sister Nabia, could you pick up on verse 4 and read that verse again, please?
Yes, sir. And the men of Dawid said unto him, Behold, the day of which the Most High said to thee, Behold, I will deliver thy enemies into thy hand, that thou mayest do to him as it shall seem good unto thee. Then Dawid arose and cut off the skirt of Saul's robe privately. And it came to pass afterwards that Dawid's heart smote him because he had cut off Saul's skirt.
What did he do? What does that mean? Somebody tell me what that means. That verse we just read, what does it mean?
He was so guilty.
Before y'all start talking, let me lay the platform. Dawid was a slayer of men from his youth. He was about 17 years old when he slew Goliath. He ran up to Goliath as a young man and cut his head off. Do y'all understand the type of man that I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. He has no remorse for the people that he destroys. All he did was cut off Dawid's skirt, a little portion of Saul's skirt, a little portion of it. And somebody explained to me how that made him feel later, after he got to think about it. But see, even before he did all that, his men enticed him to do something. You gotta do something. You can't always listen to the majority of the people. That's why that king, that leader, that man, he had to have the last say to make sure he was going to go this way or that way. We trust that his vision is coming to him by the Creator. So Dawid had that option to say, no, I ain't going to do that. But he did. His men enticed him to kill Saul. Well, he said, no, I ain't going to kill him. I'm going to do something else. So he was really pacifying the people. He wasn't really doing what he knew right to do. And that's to mind his business and walk away. But what he did was he cut a little portion of Saul's skirt. Do anybody know why that's an infraction? If you don't know, I'm going to tell you, but then y'all can tell me the answer to the question I just asked. The reason why it was an infraction because Saul's skirt belonged to Saul. Anything that belongs to you carry a portion of your spirit. Dawid cut a little bit of Saul's spirit off of Saul and took it with him. He stole from Saul. Just the way it is. But he stole something that had his spirit. He did it for a point, and he's going to prove his point, but this thing hurt him to his soul, to his heart. Somebody explain to me why it hurted him to his heart. Why did it hurt him so bad? Anybody?
If I could.
You got the floor.
Giving all praise and glory to the Most High. First of all, Dawid knows that anytime that you take something from someone else, you steal a portion of their security. You steal a portion of their stability and that which they know to be safe. When he cut off his skirt, he took that from Saul and said, yeah, you're looking for me, but guess what? Look how close I am to you, that you aren't even secure with the Most High's protection. I'm right here and you can't get me. So now Saul walks around with the fear of the fact that he can get got, if I'm allowed to say that. He can get got just like the normal average person because he's no longer in the fold of the Most High. But yet David still knows that he is one of Yah's anointed, and he has to let Yah handle.
Absolutely. Ima, did you want to respond?
No, she covered it.
Okay, very well. Sis?
Yes.
Yes, very good answer. Sister Nabia, let's read on, please. Verse 6.
1 Samuel 24, verse 6. Okay. So, sorry about that. A second. Okay. And he said unto his men, the Most High forbid that I should do this thing to my master, the Creator's anointed, to stretch forth my hand against him, seeing he is the anointed of the Most High.
Man, this is deep, man. This is really, really deep. I don't know if y'all look how serious this is. This man was a killer, but it hurt him to his heart because of who it was that he did that to. He knew that Saul was anointed by, although not favored by the Most High any longer, but yet at one point in his life, the Most High anointed him to be king. That anointing never goes nowhere. You don't never lose that anointing. If it's on you, it's on you. Even if the Most High pull back his spirit, that process of anointing has always been on the record books and always will be. Read on, please.
If I can, bro.
Somebody want to say something?
Yeah, it's me, Haika. Also, we have to look at the relationship that David had with Saul. He was with him in his early ages, 17, 18, 19 years old. He looked at Saul as like, quote unquote, that other father figure, his big brother or whatever. He was like in that part of his family. So to actually have to do something to someone he loved, you know, his best friend was Saul's son. So to have to put Saul in that place, emotionally, although David was this strong man killer, take you down kind of brother, he was still a son. He's still a human with emotions and feelings, and he had a rapport and relationship with Saul that he watched dwindle down to nothing.
You're absolutely right.
That was my thought too, out of the compassion, because he had been the person that relieved Saul of his tormenting spirit that he had. So in order to do that, he had to have had compassion, develop compassion for Saul over the years.
Okay, very good. Nabia?
Okay. Yes. So we are at verse 7, 1 Samuel 24, 7. So David stayed his servants with these words and suffered them not to rise against Saul. But Saul rose up out of the cave and went on his way. David also arose afterward and went out of the cave and cried after Saul, saying, my Lord, the king. And when Saul looked behind him, David stooped with his face to the earth and bowed himself.
Now stop right there. Now, who want to say this before I say it?
I will.
Bro, got the mic.
Psalms, he wrote a psalm for that, Psalms 110. A psalm of David, King David.
The Lord said to my Lord,
sit at my right hand until make thy enemies my footstool. Because he said, the Most High said to my Lord, who was his Lord? Saul, right? You see it?
Yeah, so, yeah, go ahead.
Sit at my right hand until I make thy enemies the footstool. So I think that's what the psalm, why he wrote that psalm in reference to what happened to him with Saul. Because Saul was the anointed of Yah.
Very good. Thank you for that input. I want to read this part. So David stayed his servants with these words and suffered them not to rise against Saul. For Saul rose up out of the cave and went on his way. Saul rose up from the cave and went on his way. Saul. David also rose afterwards. So they stayed in that cave that whole time while Saul was asleep. Where was Saul men at? Probably outside the cave, giving him his privacy. But they made a mistake because nobody went and checked the cave. And cried after Saul, saying, my Lord the king, do you understand the respect that David is showing to a man that's choosing to take his life? Only honorable men still think of honorable things when you're at war. And they were definitely at war, except Saul was at war with David. David wasn't at war with Saul. David ain't nothing but an honorable man. He says to him, the man is trying to take his life. He says, my Lord, the king. And when Saul turned and looked, Saul used to people calling him that. He turns around and look. He don't know who it is when he hear those words. Or maybe he thought he did. So he turned around and he looked. And when Saul looked, behold, David stooped with his face to the earth. You know, today, to honor another man in that fashion is a disgraceful thing for the one doing the stooping. As if no man on the planet is worthy of that. But David, who knew he was the rightful king in the very near future, humbled himself to his leadership, even his leadership that was trying to take his life, and prostrated himself down to the ground. He bowed before this man. He honored him by calling him my Lord the king. He could have said Saul. He could have said, hey, king. But he honored himself by saying, you're my king, my Lord the king. You're my king. My Lord, my king is what he said. Giving honor to a man that wanted to kill his life, take his life. How much honor do you give a man that want to preserve your life? Do you do what David did, or do you do it in a different fashion? How about a man that actually did preserve your life and taught you about the Most High and led you in this way? How do you honor him? Think. Dishonorable men do dishonorable things. And it never comes into their mind the motion of honor or integrity. They only do what is in them, and that's dishonorable things. David was a very honorable man. And what David did what he did to his enemy, who chose to take his life if he had the opportunity, he still showed honor. I don't care what Saul did, David never disrespect him. He cursed the creator. He even tried to take David's life. But no matter what, David would never try to kill Saul. He never dishonored Saul. In all the negativity, Saul raised him. Saul took him from his youth from his father's house and brought him into Saul. Saul gave him his first wife. And then Saul began to take his life because he grew jealous of him. But in between that time, they built a relationship, a bond, as a father does a child. So for Saul, for King David now to grow up and be dishonorable to Saul, no matter what he did, that would mean that David was never honorable in the first place. That all throughout their lives, he probably saw him showing dishonor in his behavior. But he could never say that about David. What did Saul say? was it Jonathan? Or was it one of the men in Saul's army? I think it was one of the. Who is more honorable than David unto you? And Saul got angry when he said that. But the man spoke a truth. The man spoke a truth. He never raised his voice or his actions in a dishonorable way toward the Most High's anointed. Ever. And Saul had to be reminded of that. Because Saul lost his cotton picking mind. He lost his mind. And all he saw was David as an enemy. Can you imagine how this story would have went if he would have embraced David as a son, protected David, and caused David to be the rightful heir after his death? Can you imagine how that would have been? Saul probably would have lived a long time. And the Most High probably wouldn't have took the kingdom from him. But in order for that to happen, Saul had to be of a certain mind state, a certain way of thinking, a certain way of doing things. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of us today are not of that mind state. Well, I'm here trying to get you in that type of mind state, because that type of thinking is what it's going to take to get us where we need to go. That type of thinking. We got to put down our pride, our egos, our arrogance, all that stuff that hold back man from getting nowhere. We got to move that stuff out of our lives. We got to operate on a different level than most people today. Matter of fact, different level than all the people that I know of. And it starts within the minds of every one of us. We have to be humble. We have to be honorable. We have to live in our integrity. We have to be loyal and dedicated, where we're willing to sacrifice a portion of our own or ourselves in order to see that the bigger picture is fulfilled. This ain't no game, no joke. And if you weak, back off and let somebody else take your place. Or eat some Wheaties and get your strength up. Make some prayers, some tefillah. Make some prayers. Go before this king. Do whatever you got to do. Do some fasting, some sacrificing, and ask the Creator to help and heal you. Because this job, this mission, it ain't for the weak-minded. You're going to find reasons and accusations to run away, just like that man that I told you that claimed today, well, he was married to that woman, had a baby by the woman. As soon as the baby was born, he ran. As soon as the ground cracked on the development of a community, you're going to get afraid because you're not used to this. This is not something that you think you can do. But I'm telling you, we can do this. We can do this. This ain't nothing new to us. We can do it. We've been doing it since ancient times. Building empires, building things way greater than this. We've been doing it. Knock your DNA upside his head and waking it up, because it's inside of you. What it takes to get this job done is buried deep inside of you. You got to touch it. You got to tap into it, and you got to cause it to wake up to take over you. Let's get back to the story of David. And Sister Navia, you would have to explain that to me at a later time. All right, sis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Okay, so we are on okay, so 8. Okay, great. Okay. 1 Samuel 24 and 8. David also rose afterward and went out of the cave and cried after Saul, saying, "My Lord, the king." And when Saul looked behind him, David stooped with his face to the earth and bowed himself.
Stooped himself to the earth. He bowed himself to the king. And he himself was a king, a leader of men. What am I saying? I'm trying to tell you, just because you ain't the man, don't mean you ain't the man. You understand me? A rightful king will surround himself with great men and great women. That great man that he surrounds himself with could run a kingdom on his own. Do y'all understand? A rightful king will surround himself with great men and great women. And that great man that he surrounds himself with, every one of those great men. Me and my Nasheen, we had this class, and we talked about when they gave the description of the mighty men of David, each one of those mighty men were men who could run their own kingdom. Each one of them. They were mighty men, not because people liked them, not because they had a good mouth and they could talk a good talk and put up a good show, but because they proved through warfare, through the art of warfare, that they were worthy of being in the position that they held. Just like David proved that he was worthy to be king, and he's proving it right now. You don't give honor to a man if you don't get honor from a man if you're not willing to give honor in return. Wherefore, David could never expect his men to honor him if he couldn't honor his leadership. And at this time, it was Saul, and then above Saul, it's the creator. Every time David is about to do something, he seeks the advice of the Most High, something major. He seeks the advice of the creator. Creator, can I go out to war? Am I going to be successful? Should I do this? And the Most High lets him know, and he obeys. He's humbling himself before the king, the creator, the great king we have. Sister Nabi, you read on, please.
Okay.
Verse 9.
Verse 9. And David said to Saul, "Wherefore hearest thou men's words, saying, Behold, David seeketh thy hurt?"
A lot of people will always spread rumors and false reports about you. They will always do that when there's something about you that they despise. Think for a second. David was a man above men. The people used to say Saul killed his thousands, but David, his tens of thousands. They blew David up real big. So how do you think that made the rest of the men in the army look? That made them look like they were weak. They didn't like that because nobody's chanting their name. Nobody's talking about what they did. Nobody's talking about their accomplishments. And they might have been great. I know Abner's accomplishments was great, but nobody's shouting out Abner's name. So these same men who grew up with David or who knew David from his youth are now spreading bad reports about David to Saul because they don't like David. They have a motive. They have an agenda. So they're trying to get David to be taken out just off of the simple principle of jealousy. It doesn't mention anything about David doing anything to any of these men. But David knew that these men were the ones who was motivating Saul to try to kill him. Read on, Sissy, what it say?
Okay. And verse 10, "Behold, this day thy eyes have seen how the Most High have delivered thee today into my hands in the cave. And some bade me kill thee, but my eye spared thee. And I said, I will not put forth my hand against my Lord, for he is the Most High's anointed. Moreover, my father, see the skirt of thy robe in my hand? For in that I cut off the skirt of thy robe and killed thee not. Know thou and see there is neither evil nor transgression in my hands, and I have not sinned against thee. Yet thou huntest my soul to take it.
Did y'all see what Dawid did just now? Did anybody catch that?
Yeah.
What happened, sis? What did he do?
He just basically let him know that even though I could have killed you, I didn't. I had that much, respect for the most fear for the Most High and for you. I could have killed you, but I didn't want to. He knew he better not have.
Very good, sis. Very good analogy. Anybody else want to comment on that part before I just go ahead and tell you? Did anybody see what Dawid just did? Dawid humbled him. Yes, somebody want to say something?
Oh, no, go ahead, please, sorry.
Dawid humbled himself in the ultimate manner to a man on the earth, and he called Saul his father. Anybody see that?
Oh, yeah.
He called Saul my father.
Mm-hmm.
Saul raised him from his youth as a child. And he comes back to Saul and say, oh, my father, look at me. How much more humility can he show Saul? As a boy, he would never unhonor Saul, no matter what Saul did. This point right here, he's acknowledging that I look up to you as a father. Although you didn't birth me, you raised me, and I will never dishonor you. This thing is deep, man. I don't know if y'all see the whole impact on the type of man Dawid is. And Saul, being a weak king, but he's the king, but being a weak king is being led by evil men. They're trying to get him to take out the one righteous thing that we got left. Talking in Saul's ear, kill him, go get him. Talking in Dawid's ear, kill Saul. Trying to get both of them to make vital mistakes to disappoint the Most High King. You know Dawid got some wicked men with him. But the difference between Saul's wicked men and regular wicked men is that Dawid have wicked men with him. But the difference between Dawid's wicked men and regular wicked men is that Dawid's wicked men are loyal to Dawid. They don't always give Dawid the best advice, but they will never betray him. They will never step aside from him. They will walk with him. They will kill for him. They were real for him. There was a story when Dawid, maybe we'll read it soon. Dawid was out to battle, to war. And some of his men heard him whisper, man, I'm hungry. They was at war. He said, man, I'm hungry. Two of his men got up and risked their lives and went in the enemy's encampment to go get Dawid something to eat and brought it back to Dawid. They risked their lives. They loved that man. They loved him so much that their love superseded the love they had for themselves. They understood. How many men you know today feel that type of love and passion for anybody other than themselves? Dawid just whispered, I'm hungry. And they got up and went over there and risked their lives and got him some food and brought it back and said, hey, my Lord King. Dawid turned around and said, well, I ain't got no food over here. Where you get this from? They said, well, we heard you say you was hungry. So we went up over there on the enemy side. We knocked a couple of them upside the head, but we brought you back some food because we can't have a king hungry. Know what Dawid did? Threw it on the ground. He said, I'm not going to eat that. because you risked your life to give it to me. And I wouldn't want you to do that. Dawid was the man. See, they play Dawid down in these stories when they talk about Dawid. This man lived off of the principles of honor, off of honor. And there's so much to be said about him. But you know what? Whenever you talk about Dawid, you know some of the first things they talk about are the things he did wrong. Oh, he committed adultery, he lied. Oh, he had his sons run up against him in the house and they tried to kill him. Those are the things they'll talk about. But these things we're talking about today, people don't talk about that. You know why? Because most people are not honorable people. They can't even detect what we're talking about today because honor is not a part of them. Therefore, it eludes them in conversations such as this. It slips past them. They don't see it. But that's how we got to build this nation, fam. You can't let nobody turn you against your brother or your sister, no matter what they try to say. And if you got to question your brother or sister, go to your brother and sister and question them. But don't listen to an outside force going to tell you something about somebody that you knew most of your days that was about it. Well, I seen Sister Tamar in Walmart shoplifting. Huh? What? Oh, no, don't even try that. No, Sister Tamar, was you in Walmart shoplifting? Because such and such told me they saw you in there shoplifting. Sister Tamar said, what? He said, she said, what? Absolutely. Prince, you shouldn't even have to ask me that foolishness. Because you know I ain't about that dumb stuff.
Right.
Just because of the way we know she carries herself, how she moves, and that her soul is given to the people. Why would she hurt the people stealing? Don't make sense, do it. Well, people do things that don't make sense, but certain things, certain people will never do. There's no reason for it. So we never have to question.
You should at least ask them before you believe it.
There you go. At least you talk to them, right?
You should at least ask them before you believe it.
That's right. Call them, hey, sis, what's up, sis? Shalom. Man, don't shalom me. You was in Walmart stealing, wasn't you? No, you didn't even ask me. You accused me. And how about this one? How about I heard you were stealing in Walmart, so I wrote letters to everybody and told everybody, don't mess with Tamar no more because she's a thief. Well, how you know she a thief? Well, such and such told me that.
They got to pay for that.
You understand what I'm saying? And that's how we are as a people. We run with bad news. We gravitate toward bad news and negativity. But say something positive. Oh, Sister Abigail wrote a book about the nation of Israel and all the great things that we've done, the great leaders in Israel. Sister Abigail wrote that book. Yeah, well, that's Abigail. Nobody really mess with her. I bet it's a dumb book. I bet it ain't got nothing good in it. Let her write a book about the deceitfulness of the wickedness of the kings of Israel. Everybody out talking about it. Everybody want to buy the book. They sharing it all around the world. Can't get enough copies. Because we are gravitated toward negativity. Seriously. You make enough noise and negativity, people will gravitate toward it. You make enough noise and positivity, some people will gravitate, some people, but nowhere near like those who gravitate toward the negativity. And that's what we have to overcome. Give your brother or your sister the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, yo, talk to me. What's up? What you mean? Well, I heard. What you heard? Well, I heard this about you, sis. Oh, well, Prince, you ain't got to worry about that. That ain't in me. I don't do stuff like that. That's the end of the matter. Swear to the Most High you didn't do it. I swear to the Most High I didn't. It's a wrap. I'm done. Because you don't have that in your character. I don't see that in your nature. So let's move on. Let's get back to Dawid and his story, please.
Okay, verse 12. The Almighty judge between me and thee, and the Most High avenge me of thee, but my hand shall not be upon thee.
I could have took your life, Saul, but I won't. Read on.
As saith the proverb of the ancients, wickedness proceeds from the wicked.
What I just say? That's right. Read it again, sis. Where'd it come from?
Wickedness proceedeth from the wicked.
If you got honor in you, then honor is what's going to be about you. But if you're wicked, you're going to be drawn to wickedness. Read on, please.
But my hand shall not be upon thee. After whom is the king of Israel come out? After whom dost thou pursue? After a dead dog?
Am I nothing? You coming after me like I'm a dead dog? Come on now. I gotta mean more than that to you. Read on, sis. After a flea.
The Creator therefore be judge, and judge between me and thee, and see, and plead my cause, and deliver me out of thy hand. And it came to pass, when David had made an end of speaking these words unto Saul, that Saul said, is this thy voice, my son David?
What Saul say?
Is this thy voice, my son David?
Oh, Saul, you're making me cry, Saul. The problem is it ain't gonna last, but it's gonna work for a minute. Read on, sis.
And Saul lifted up his voice and wept. And he said to David, thou art more righteous than I, for thou hast rewarded me good, whereas I have rewarded thee evil.
What Saul acknowledged that what he did to David was evil. And what did he do to David? Somebody tell me what he did to David. If you've been following along the story and you've been hearing the teachings, what did Saul do to David that was so evil?
Tried to kill him?
Say it again.
Tried to kill him?
Tried to kill him, but why?
Cast them out.
Because he got jealous.
Because he got jealous. But it wasn't even just because he got jealous. What made him, in his jealousy, go seek the life of David?
He listened to his men.
He listened to his men. He went and chose the side of a false report. He heard that. He listened to his men who didn't like David, and he decided he wants to go take David out. That's evil. And we do it every day. How many of you today see a person on Facebook or social media or on the phone or even hear somebody's name, and the first thing you think about that person was the last conversation you had with somebody else about that individual? We do it every day. And if you're not strong enough to determine what's righteous and unrighteous, you will think negative about that individual every single time. Never once did you call that individual to say, hey, bro, this is what was accused of you. Did you do this? Did you do that? Not once will you say that. But you'll think about that individual every opportunity you get in that negative light. Sometimes it'll make you treat that person differently. Well, I heard he was a womanizer. Got to keep my wife away from him.
On good and well, you would not dare. That's what another man was.
Yeah. It's deep, y'all. We got to really pay attention to what's going on around us so that we don't become like that or like them. The Most High has us determined and set aside for a sacred mission. A sacred mission, one that we cannot fail on. And we cannot allow the adversary who's going to, he knows, and he got certain agents that's in the real world that's going to come to you and try to befriend you to take you off the path that the Most High got you on. Usually they do it by way of money, by way of sex, by way of promotion. This is how they usually come to try to take you away from the real mission that the Most High has for you. They try to win your favor with things that they know that men like. And that's what it is. That's how you can recognize them. And they will do it to you. They are here, they're coming, and they will be coming. The closer we get to fulfilling this purpose and this mission that the Most High has blessed us with, the more they're going to come. And the harder are going to be the tactics to be able to recognize the tactics that they're going to use to deceive you with. Somebody's sleeping, you're snoring, and it ain't good.
I heard that. Wow. Somebody wake up, Jacob.
It's not me. It is not me. I'm wide awake.
That's about 8. We got 5
not
more.
me.
Who's sleeping over there?
Not me.
Sister Tamar, are you woke?
You know it's not me. I've been doing too much talking.
Well, who is that sleeps? Somebody in here sleeping.
Somebody has nasal issues. That's all. That's all it is.
All right, let's go on, y'all. If y'all find out who it is, call them on the phone and wake them up, please. This should not be
Okay. Latter part of 17. For
Yes.
thou hast rewarded me good, whereas I have rewarded thee evil. And thou hast showed this day that thou hast dealt well with me. For as much as when the Most High had delivered me into your hands, thou killest me not. For if a man find his enemy, will he let him go well away? Wherefore the Most High reward thee good for that thou hast done unto me this day.
Saul acknowledges that he heard other men, he listened to their voice, and he sought to kill David. He's acknowledging that. I came to kill you. But you knowing I came to kill you, you had me in your hands, but you didn't kill me. Read on, sis. Let's close that chapter out.
And now behold, I know well that thou shalt surely be king.
Read that again. What he say?
And now behold, I know well that thou shalt surely be king.
Do y'all understand that? Do y'all understand the significance to that? Why did Saul say that to David? He said it to him because of the honor King David displayed even when his life was being threatened. He remained in that honorable position, never shook, never moved. That's right, his character. He never moved. No matter what the enemy said to him, he never moved outside of his position. And Saul, who is king, David just called him my father. David called him my Lord, my king. David gave him all kinds of accolades. But Saul, who is currently king, turns to the one he calls my son and say, my son, I know you're going to be king. Now this day I know for a fact you're going to be king because David moved like a king. Not because he stuck his chest out. It ain't have no achievements, no accomplishments, ain't put in the work. Just had a good vocal cords. No, he put the work in. His whole life was built off of honor, integrity, loyalty, trust, truth, and love. His whole life was built off of that. And Saul recognized it at that moment. And Saul humbles himself and say, I know you're going to be king. He don't know when, but I know you're going to be king. Read on, sis.
I have a question.
Somebody got a question?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Hallelujah. Ima.
Okay, go ahead, sis. You got it.
I was just going to ask, didn't Samuel anoint King David as a kid so Saul would know that he was going to be king in the future?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. But just because he knew it didn't mean he accepted it. He knew it, but don't mean he accepted it. And that's a part of the reason why he wanted to kill him, because he didn't want to give up his kingdom.
Like Trump.
Yep. A lot of people will know things about you. They will. They'll know things about you. They won't like it. They won't like what they hear. And sometimes it'll raise up jealousy within them because it's not them that's receiving those benefits. And that's just human nature. That's how people are. Wicked human nature. Oh, I heard Sister Amber is now with them brothers and sisters over there at Temple Kepharine. They ready to go build that land. They already got a school under that sister. What's her name? Yeah, that's her name, under her. They already got a school. Man, them niggas ain't about nothing. Who they think they are? That's what they do. Instead of the opposite, oh, that sister over there, More Hayagita, she's the dean of the school. She is doing her thing. Amber was tired of people. You know what? I'm gonna go see if I can get down with them. That would be the right thing to do. Because through Sister Hayagita, they should be able to see the Most High is with them. Obviously, they're doing something righteous and positive. Then their intake to Sister Hayagita, to the Creator, to get a portion of that blessing is through the one that they know, Sister Amber, who's connected to Sister Hayagita, who's connected to the Most High's blessings. Let me see if we can get on that bandwagon. Y'all need me to push a broom? Y'all need me to use my shovel to dig in the dirt? And what y'all need me to do? Let me tell you something. Wherever you see the Most High's blessings at, that's where you need to be. Any way you can get there. Anywhere you can get there, you go. If you got to answer the phones, put yourself in that place so you can get a part of them blessings. Iman, you want to say something?
As he wanted me to tell you that she said yes. She needs to push a broom. Push a broom. Get the shovel.
Push a broom. All right. Yeah, I got you. All right.
Or be a doorkeeper.
Yeah, she want to be the doorkeeper. I got you. But wherever you see the Most High's blessings, do whatever you got to do to be a part of it. Even if it's on the smallest level, be a part of it. Because if the Most High is blessing it, he's going to bless you too, because you're a part of it. And a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people see the Most High blessing somebody's life and they get upset because it's not them. Rather than saying, how can I be down? I remember one time I was in my car, and I don't know if it was Medaya that was with me, one of my Nashim, I don't know who it was. I think it was Medaya. I don't know. I'm in my car. Benz. Matter of fact, I was driving the truck, pickup truck. And this old white man had this nice Benz, real nice Benz, him and his girl. They was in the car right next to us at the light. So I rolled down my window. The old lady rolled down her window. I said, sir, when can you teach me so that I can get me a nice car like that? I want to be down. It's that simple. You ain't going to get down talking to people that ain't got nothing just like you. You got to talk to somebody who achieved something in life. Somebody that the Most High's blessings is on. Those are the people. He said, well, it's hard work, man, hard work. He don't know I could have had that. I ain't want that. I'm on another mission. So anyway, my wife that was with me, man, stop talking to that white man like that. You don't make that white man feel good like that. He's supposed to feel good. He achieved something that we didn't achieve. Not we, but we didn't achieve. So you're supposed to, people that you see the Most High is blessed, it's best that you give them their acknowledgement and be like, yo, man, the Most High is with you. What's wrong with that? Why can't we simply do that? I'm not talking about the man that you see the Most High is blessed. He got a little bit of substance, but he creeping out on his women at night with the dude next door. I ain't talking about them kind of people. Them kind of people, you better tell them, run! Run! Because when the Most High bring down his wrath, he's going to bring it down hard. Hard. Anyway, sis, did we close that chapter out yet?
No, we didn't close it out, but we're nearly done.
Go ahead on. You got it. You got it. Go ahead. Do your thing.
And latter part of 20, and the kingdom of Israel shall be established in thy hands. 21.
Oh. He said the kingdom of Israel should be established in your hand. So he was telling Dawid, he was prophesying that Dawid would actually be the king over all of Israel. He wasn't the king over all of Israel. He was originally, but then Judah broke off. After his death, the kingdom is going to be divided. Judah going to be with David, and Saul going to have the rest of the tribes. Read on, please.
Swear now, therefore, unto me by the Almighty, that thou wilt not cut off my seed after me, and that thou wilt not destroy my name out of my father's house.
Did he do that?
Yes.
Did David destroy his seed after him so that his name was cut off?
No.
Who said yes?
Well, he swore to Saul that he wouldn't.
He didn't, right?
All right.
Spared Jonathan's son.
Did.
That's exactly what he did. He spared Joshua's sons, Mephibosheth. He took Joshua's son and put him at his table, and Mephibosheth ate at the king's table all of his life.
Mm-hmm.
And then after David died, his son took over Mephibosheth and his children in order to honor the word that his father gave. This is deep, man. Y'all got to really see this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, King David did allow some of Saul's children to die, but he preserved some of Jonathan's lineage so that Saul's name wouldn't be locked out of the earth. I hope y'all understand that. Read on, sis. Close it out.
And David swore unto Saul, and Saul went home, but David and his men got them up into the hold.
So David and his men were still on the run. I want to read this next part if y'all would allow me to. It's a very good story. Very good story. It might even be a little better than this story. But I promise not to take too long because I know it's getting late. Shabbat almost over for a lot of y'all. And y'all want to get out and do what you got to do, but you couldn't do on the Shabbat. Matter of fact, the sun don't go down like 9 o'clock, right? So what else you got to do? You can't cook. You can't go to the store. We stuck here together. Now, what y'all want to do? Can we read the next chapter or what?
Yeah, let's read it. But the sun is already down in some parts of the country.
I don't know where you at with the sun down. Where you at in the sundown, sis?
Florida.
And the sun is down?
Gone.
Oh, wow. See, I'm up
but
here.
Yeah, I still want to hear the story though.
All right, let's go. Y'all ready?
Not in my area.
1 Samuel chapter 25.
The sun is not down. The sun is bright as hell. I got a picture. The sun is still up over here. It depends where you are, I guess. Yeah. That sun is bright. It don't go down until 8:30.
I guess I should say East Coast or West Coast. I don't know how y'all Floridians talk, but it's pouring down raining where I'm at and not a drop of sun. Pouring, lightning and thundering, not a drop
What part
of
of
sun.
Florida you at?
Tampa. I'm sorry, on the Tampa side.
Are you on Tampa? Oh yeah, we're further over. We should get the sun should go down here first because you're more west and we're east. So we'll it get dark up here by 8:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
All
we got
right.
sun over.
Should I take a picture or are you going to take my word
No,
for
I'm
it?
messing with you. You know how Florida is. It can be raining up the street and sunny across the street. You know how it is. That's how it is down here.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Shalom.
You see how we solved that problem? We agreed to something.
Right.
And we agreed to truth. We didn't have to compromise. We just told the truth.
Right.
Sometimes it's like this over here. Sometimes it's like that over there. We in Florida. You know what happens. I'm on the other side. You on this side. Okay, you might be right. Let's see. It's pouring down rain. It's really storming. That's why it's dark. She ain't lying. She know what she see outside her window, but the brother ain't lying either. He know what time the sun go down. They both in the same location, approximately. That's deep, man. And if Israel fought to do that with more of our problems and differences, we'd be a better people. Much better people than what we are. All right, let's rock on. Let's go rock. We on 1 Samuel chapter 25. Iman, you with me? And Sister Nabia, thank you for reading so eloquently for me. I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, praises. Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's go, Iman.
Chapter 25, 1 Samuel. And Samuel died, and all Yisrael gathered themselves together and lamented him, and buried him in the house at Ramah. And Melech David arose and went down to the wilderness of Paran. And there was a man in Maon, whose possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great. And he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal.
Nabal was a rich man. He was wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
David, he had a couple of hours, but his money only came from what he did while he was on the road. For a minute, David had 600 men with him. He was responsible for making sure all these men ate, had a place to sleep, and that their children and their wives that was with them ate and had a place to sleep. So there was a lot on his plate, that the common reader don't pay attention to. So David, there came a time when they didn't have wealth. So what they would do was they would sell themselves out as mercenaries. What do I mean? If somebody like Nabal had a lot of camels and goats and all that stuff, sheep, and they're traveling across the desert, David and his men would secure them so that nobody would take advantage and steal anything from them. And then later, they'll go back, if they need it, they'll go back looking for a payment. After they did you a favor and protected you from bandits and criminals, the honorable man will go ahead and give you a couple of dollars and pay you off and get you out of the way, because that's the honorable thing. But unhonorable people will say, oh man, I didn't ask you to do that. Did I ask you to do that? No, you did it, but I ain't asked you. It ain't my fault that 2 of your men got killed while you was doing that for me, because I didn't ask you to do that. I'm not giving you nothing. It's a real scenario. I had my nephew the other day to go clean up this big pile of trash in the back of my house, one of my houses, right? So he go back there and clean it up. We agreed upon a price, $800. The job was worth a little more than that, but we agreed, $800. So he gets all the big stuff up off the ground, and then come tell me he wants the balance of the money because he's done. I said, huh? He said, I'm done. I got it all up. Oh, so I go over to the job and I look and I show him that big pile of sheetrock, that big pile of trash, and all that debris on the grass. You got to get all that up. He said, we didn't make an agreement for me to clean it down to the grass. I just said I would take it all away. I said, no. When you tell somebody you're going to do something, you have to complete that process completely. You have to be a man of your word and do the job completely. He wanted to be paid, but he had not yet completed the job. Do y'all follow me? And he became angry with me when I told him, well, you ain't do the job. You ain't finished. So I'm not giving you the rest of your money. He got angry with me, but eventually I gave him the rest of the money after he finished the rest of the work. And I left it at that. Therefore, what am I saying? David did the job for a man in hopes to get money from a man and get paid, which was normal for that type of lifestyle that they were living. It wasn't like I gotta go get your permission to do this. They did this for people, and that's how he fed his army. So when they ran low on funds or food, they go search out in the bow because they was in that area. And the bow didn't want to pay him. So David says, settle up the asses. We're going to go take this man out. But I want to bring out this point. They wasn't just going to kill Nabal. They was going to kill everything pertaining to Nabal. All the men was going to be dead. And they were going to take all the women and make them their wives or whatever they wanted to do with the women. They were going to take all the women, but they were going to kill everybody that pisses up against the wall. That's how they said it, pissed against the wall. All of them was going to be dead. But this one particular woman going to have some sense. My girl, Abigail. She gonna have some sense. And she gonna stand up because she know how to do things that everybody else can't do. She gonna stand up and cause something to take place. She gonna be in counseling with Dawid, going back and forth with him over this, over that situation, over this situation, haggling. But she gonna do it in her femininity. She ain't never gonna step outside of her femininity. And she gonna say some things that she gotta say to calm the spirit of Dawid, so he don't say, get out the way, girl, we're gonna go kill him. So let's reload. Let's go.
Verse 3. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail.
What's her name?
And the woman was of good
What's her name?
understanding. Abigail.
What's her name?
Her name is Abigail.
Now I want y'all to notice that sis.
And the woman.
Oh, can I say something? Can I say something? Thank you. I want y'all all to know this. This has nothing to do with my sister Abigail, my brother Benjamin's wife. But ever since I started reading scripture, Abigail was always my favorite girl. Always. What she displays right here in this chapter alone, to me, has set her apart from every other woman in this book. Every other woman. So I always gave credit to this sister. She's the truth. All right, go ahead, Ima.
What's the definition? What hand raised?
Yes.
Do you know the definition of her name, Abigail? No.
Light of the Father.
Abigail, you want to tell?
Light of the Father.
Light of the Father. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Hold on. Hallelujah.
Thank you. Oh, Abigail, my father, the father of me, and I don't know what Gail means. So I guess that's light, some kind of light. Well, yeah, okay. So we'll get with that. Read on, please. Let's go.
Okay.
What verse we on?
Back in verse 3. Now the name of the man, verse 3. And now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail. And the woman was of good understanding and of a beautiful form.
She was
but
what?
The man was.
She was what?
Of good understanding and a beautiful form.
Of good understanding. That sets her apart right there. That shows you that this woman wasn't just a regular woman. She earned the right to be married to a rich man. She had great understanding. Oh, that's it. Let's keep it to the book. She had good understanding. She wasn't a fool, basically. All right. And then it says she had a beautiful body, a great form. What is it?
Great form. And she had a beautiful form.
Mine says beautiful countenance.
Okay. Mine says form, but same countenance. I'm sorry, I was trying to look in it to not forget something. Okay. But the man was churlish and evil in his doings, and he was of the house of Caleb. And Melech Dawid heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep. And Melech Dawid sent 10 young men. And Melech Dawid also said unto the young men, get you up to Carmel and go to Nabal and greet him in my name.
Now,
and thus you shall say.
Stop. Boy, when I be hearing stuff, man, it's just get me so excited. Listen. Dawid told 10 young men, get up and go to Nabal and greet him in my name. What does that mean? That means when you greet him in my name's supposed to carry weight. That means I'm supposed to mean something. When you mention my name, that means that he has to pay your attention and see what it is that you have to say, because my name carry weight. I'm Dawid. And when you say King Dawid, he wasn't king yet, but he was king to those people. Our Lord, Dawid, have sent us to you. Nabal's supposed to say, yo, you talking about that weed that did that for me in the wilderness in Carmel? All right, I got him. You go in my name. Now think about this for a second. First of all, how many of us can get 10 men to do anything for us today? To go somewhere and speak on our behalf. How many of us? Not me. 10 men. Dawid said he got 10 men to go speak in his name to a rich man because he's Dawid. Can you get one person today to go represent you somewhere? Get one person to speak in your name anywhere in there? Man, you can't even get your mom to go next door to knock on the door and talk to the neighbor on your behalf. Why are you calling me to go do it? Call your sister. Or call your brother. I ain't doing it, I know. I'm watching a soap opera. Leave me alone. Dawid was a powerful man. But Dawid's men loved him because they honored him. None of Dawid's men will go sit at the table of Saul after what Saul did to Dawid. None of them. Because they honored Dawid. But today, oh man, you could talk about a dude's mother. You could talk about the dude's father. Flash a couple of dollars in the dude's face, and for God forget you said anything about his parents. And he'll be right there with you tomorrow. Yo, bro, what's up? Shalom, what's up? When we going to the movies? Huh? Because we have lost the sake of honor in our lives. We don't know what it's like right now. We lost that. We lost the sake of loyalty in our lives today. We don't know what that is. We lost that. These are the type of things we have to get back. If we're going to be successful in this mission, we have to have that for each other. We got to understand that we are our brother's keepers, our sister's keepers. We have to look out for each other. If your brother need and you got, then your brother should have. He shouldn't have to go sell himself to be a slave for somebody for 2 days just to get some food to eat to feed his children, and you got it, and you could use the service that he have, swap it out, borrow it out some kind of way. Make it happen. Think, family. This is the type of building that we have to do, but it has to start right here with us right now. Not with somebody else. You got to start right here with us right now. Ima?
Yes. Verse 6. And thus ye shall say, all hail, and peace be both unto thee, and peace be to thy house, and peace be unto all that thou hast. And now I have heard that thou hast shearers, thy shepherds have now been with us, and we did them no hurt, neither was there aught missing unto them, all the while they were in Carmel. Ask thy young men, and they will tell thee. Wherefore let the young men find favor in thine eyes. For we come on a good day. Give, I pray thee, whatsoever cometh to thy hand, unto thy servants, and to thy son Melech Dawid.
So what Dawid's men are asking.
And when Melech,
hold up a second. What Dawid's men are asking him is payment for what they did for him when he sent his sheep to Carmel. All he wanted was some food, something to drink. He didn't ask for gold and silver. He asked for something that was simple, because in reality, only thing you really need is food and water. All that other stuff come later. You don't need a fat bank account, except if you try to do that just to keep getting food and water. But all of that stuff, that great wealth, is for that purpose, to buy food and water. So Dawid sends his men and say, hey, listen, go get us some food and water. What happened with Dawid and his men watching over Nabal's sheep happened in earlier. Yes, it was earlier, it was before. It was before. When the story first starts, it starts talking about Mount Carmel. and that Nabal he was a rich man, he sent his animals through. But Dawid, when his animals went through, Dawid and his men protected them. So now that the animals made it home and Dawid ran out of provisions for the family, he starts calling in and cashing in his chips now. So go down in the bow. The brother, we watched his sheep last week. Remember last week we watched all them sheep? We protected and guarded his livestock and his men. Go down and tell him that we need something to eat. Go in my name and bid good tidings when you go. He said all great things to him. No disrespect was found on those men's lips. But let's see how Nabal treated it. Read on, please.
Verse 9. And when Melech David's young men came, they spoke to Nabal according to all those words in the name of Melech David and ceased. And Nabal answered Melech David's servants and said,
they didn't add nothing to it. They said exactly what they were told to say. You know how hard it is to get a person to do that today? Do you know how hard it is to get somebody to do that? They always got to add I didn't tell you to say that. That wasn't what I asked of you. They just got to get their emotions involved and twist things up the way that they want it to be. David's men was loyal to David. They said exactly what David said and nothing extra. There is no chapter for it. You'll find out later. Read on, please.
And Nabal answered Melech David's servants and said, who is David? And who is the son of Jesse?
That's how you know
that's
how you knew he knew who David was. Nobody mentioned Jesse.
Right.
That's how you knew he knew who David was. Who is David? Who is the son of Jesse? He being smart. What he really means is David don't pull no strings around here. That's what he really saying. About who is David? He don't own nothing around here. I'm rich. I own everything. That's what he's saying. Read on. Let's see. Watch this.
He said, there are many servants nowadays, bring away every man from his master.
Ain't nobody
Shall I then take my bread and my water?
Ain't nobody told him all that, that he broke away from his master, unless he already knew David, which he did. Read on. Watch what happens. Watch what he said.
Shall I then take my bread and my water and my flesh that I have killed for my shearers and give it unto men of whom I know not whence they are? So Melech David's young men turned on their way and went back and came and told him according to all these words.
Now watch
and
this.
Melech David said unto
him, David's men didn't sit there and argue with that man. They accepted what that man said. And they went back to David. They already know how David played. They already know. Now all hell about to break loose because this man, Nabal, has no honor about himself. Let's see what happens. Read on.
Okay. We're in verse 12. So Melech David's young men turned on their way and went back and came and told him according to all these words. And Melech David said unto his men, gird ye on every man his sword. And they girded on every man his sword. And Melech David also girded on his sword. And there went up after Melech David about 400 men, and 200 abode by the baggage.
Stop for a second.
But one of the young men told.
Again, David had 600 men, same 600 men still rocking with him. I don't know if y'all understand this. These same 600 men was with David since he left Saul. Years later, these same 600 men is still there with him. Still there with him. That is loyalty. That's honor. They don't quit. They don't give up like today. Oh, I don't like the way Prince said such and such, man. No, man. You think he is, man? No. I'm out. I'm gone. But these would be the same ones that say, Prince, you're a servant of the Most High. I know you are. I know that the Most High shines in you. I know that the Most High got his blessings on you. Where they at today? Where they at? Where they at? So don't be deceived by the words of men, is what I'm trying to get across to you. Be deceived by their actions. Make people prove to you who they are, not just what they say with their mouths. Because the mouth is very deceitful. The Most High says, Isaiah 29:13, that we worship him at the perceptions of men, after the perceptions of men. We worship him with our mouths, but our soul, our hearts are far from him. The Most High is telling you, don't listen to what men say. Watch what they do. And I'm telling you right now, when people come listen to what they say, watch what they do. Watch the sacrifices that they make. Watch the moves that they make. Watch their character. And then you will determine within yourself the type of people that you got in the circle. When a man stands on the podium and teaches you and talks to you, don't pay attention to what he's saying. See what he does. See if that man will be willing to sacrifice what he has to make sure that your children eat. Then you know that that man has a genuine feeling for you, that he's willing to sacrifice something for you. Take something out of his plate and see if he's willing to share it with you. And then you'll know what kind of man you're walking with. Then you'll know. Watch and see what kind of sacrifices they make in their lives. Not the talk that they talk, because they can get up there. We got some proliferating teachers that can talk the talk. 4 or 5 of them can talk the talk, but they're not walking the walk. And if you don't see them walking the walk, you need to start walking. Quick. Matter of fact, don't walk, run and get away from them, because they're not worthy of a person like you. And we all have to acknowledge that if all of Israel stood up and start challenging their leadership to prove their worth and their value to them in their lives, if the women start standing up and challenging their men to prove their worth and their values in their lives, we would have a different Israel. Because most of the men can't prove that they're worthy of a wife, let alone 2 or 3. Most of the men. And that's sad. I love my brothers, but it's sad. But what they can do, if they find themselves in that condition, is they can get back to the Most High. Get back, study more, pray more, fast more. Start working on your character, the inward man. Start working on that man to better yourself, and just may be that the Most High will bless you and make you worthy of that woman that you hold next to you. Because a lot of them not. A lot of women don't know that the women, a lot of men don't know that the women only there for 1 or 2 things. And it ain't got nothing to do with his character. Some just don't want to leave because of embarrassment, how it's going to look to the other people. So I tolerate this no good man because I don't want everybody looking down on me. I tolerate this bum. He ain't no good. They talk to their girlfriends. They tell their girlfriends everything. Tell their mama everything. Their sisters, they tell them everything. But they won't leave because they're trapped. They're stuck because they're too worried about how others are going to view them. And that's not good. It's not good. Well, go ahead. Let's finish it up, please. I'm listening.
Verse 14. But one of the young men told Abigail, Nabal's wife, saying, Behold, Melech David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master, and he flew upon them. But the men were very good unto.
What did he do upon them?
Flew upon them.
I like my translation better. My translation says he railed upon them. He railed on them. He made them look bad, talk bad about them. They weren't nothing. Called Dawid a flea, a nothing, a tick.
Mm.
Read on, please. Now his man telling Abigail this. Watch what Abigail does.
But the men were very good unto us, and we were not hurt, neither missed we anything, as long as we went with them. And when we were in the fields, they were a wall unto us both by night and by day.
So,
all the while we were with them, keeping the sheep.
Ishad, that's their answer to the question as to what chapter it's in. There your answer right there. All right, that's the proof to what I said about them protecting the Baal's sheep and stuff while they were in Carmel. Read on.
17. Now therefore know and consider what thou wilt do, for evil is determined against our master and against all his house, for he is such a base fellow that one cannot speak to him.
They don't
then
even
Abigail
like him.
made haste and took 200.
His own men don't like him. This guy is unbelievable. He's unbelievable. His own men don't like him. He's arrogant, he's conceited, he's hard-headed. In another chapter when his story is told, his wife talks about him like a dog. In this one, she talks a little bit about him, but in the next one, she just started giving it to him. And when she started giving it to him, he died eating, fell backwards and died, choked. I think he said he choked on a bone or something. Go ahead, read on, please. Not in this chapter, in another chapter that tells the same story. Go ahead.
18. Then Abigail made haste and took 200 loaves, two bottles of wine, and 5 sheep ready, dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of figs, and laid them on asses. And she said unto her young men, go on before me. Behold, I come after you. But she told not her husband Nabal.
Now stop. She is using her intelligence. I don't know if y'all see what's happening here. She's using her intelligence. She's a wise woman. She said, what? They did what? He's going to do what? He's going to kill who? All right. Send him what he wants. Send him the food, the provisions, the drink, the water, the wine, the sheep, the vegetables. And if you watch, he had a good meal. He had a real good meal. He had 600 men. He had 600 men, so she had to send enough for 600 men to eat. But what she does is she sent all the provisions ahead of her so that the provisions would arrive. So that by the time she got there, they'll be satisfied, hungry, and they can think straight. Because when you're hungry, you'll do a lot of things that you normally wouldn't do when you wasn't hungry. You see?
Right.
She sent the food and everything ahead of her. Y'all, go ahead, send it on up. Go ahead, get on out the way. Go ahead, I'll be up there a little bit later. And then she comes. But remember, she's not a poor woman. And I want to say this because I want y'all to know, eventually, Dawid is going to end up marrying Abigail. Nabal is going to die. So all the riches that Abigail inherited it, Dawid inherited it. So he didn't just marry her because she was a good-looking chick, like they say in the scripture. He married her for political reasons as well. But she was a pick. She was a heck of a pick. So he had purpose in marrying her when he married her, because she also came along with wealth. And his men could use that wealth to survive. See, we don't look at the whole picture sometimes. We only look at a little bit of picture. Let's read on. Let's see what happens. You ready?
Okay. 20. And it was so, as she rode on her ass and came down by the cover of the mountain, that behold, Melech Dawid and his men came down towards her, and she met them. Now Melech Dawid had said, surely in vain have I kept all that this fellow hath in the wilderness, so that nothing was missed, all that pertained unto him. and he hath returned me evil for good. And she says, do so unto the enemies of Melech David, and more also, if I leave of all that pertain to him by the morning light, so much as one male. And when Abigail saw Melech David, she made haste and alighted from her ass and fell before Melech David on her face and bowed to the ground.
What she do?
And
what did she do?
She bowed to the ground.
What did David do to Saul? What did David do to Saul?
Showed him honor, humbled himself.
He bowed down toward the ground. See, there's a way that you show honor to an honorable man. There's a way that you do that. But we today, Israel, we've lost that because of ego and arrogance, because of the white man's doing. We've lost that, but we read on, please. I think I need to bring out this fact. I think I need to make this fact clear. At this time, David wasn't a king that the people knew of as being king. He was just the head of a bunch of people, 600 people, but he wasn't anointed as king. Well, he was been anointed, but he wasn't introduced as king at this time to the Judah family. But he was a king, but he had not assumed the position of king yet. So this woman was just naturally paying respect to an honorable man, the way that our people did it as a custom to men of nobility. You follow me? Nobody had to tell her to do that. That's how she greeted him. Read on, please.
Okay. And when 24, and she fell up at his feet and said, upon me, my Lord, upon me be the iniquity, and let thy handmaid, I pray thee, speak into thine ears, and hear thou the words of thy handmaid. Let not, my Lord, I pray thee, regard this base fellow, even Nabal, for as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and curlishness.
All right, I want to bring emphasis on something, because as I was reading this, I found something that I wasn't aware of. Okay, a word in Hebrew. I want to go back to verse 24. And can y'all hear me? Okay, verse 24 says, and fell at his feet and said, upon me, my Lord, upon me, let this iniquity be. Iman, you're not listening?
I'm listening. Good.
When I heard this part of iniquity, she said, let this iniquity be upon me. So I searched the scriptures to find out what she meant by this iniquity. And I found out that she used the word own. And I never heard that word. I didn't know what that word meant. The word own meant sin. So I looked it all up. And everywhere where they see iniquity all throughout the scriptures, it means let this sin be upon me. The word for chatot is sin in Hebrew that I know of, chatot. I didn't know that the word own meant sin until I looked it up. But when you look through the scriptures, it's iniquity. It speaks about iniquity, iniquity, iniquity. Well, what sin did Nabal commit? What sin did she say, let fall upon me the iniquity of what my husband did? I'll take the weight of that. What was she talking about? Does anybody have an answer?
His dishonor.
It's a sinful.
His dishonor, and the fact that, yeah, go ahead.
All right, well, the fact that what?
And the fact that he didn't just basically honor the fact that this man helped his people. He didn't even feed him. He just, it's kind of like, not only did he dishonor him, but he disregarded him and disrespected his name.
There's a law in the scriptures where it speaks about a man being able to do something but hold back his hand from not doing it. Does anybody know what I'm speaking about?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Talking about paying wages?
I don't know the law, but I'm.
What's that, sis?
Are you talking about a paying of wages?
No. Well, that would be a good one. That would be a good one. I like that one. That's a good one.
Mhm.
But there's another law where the Father says in the scriptures, if I had the time, I could look it up. I should have looked it up, so I should have been ready. But there's a law in the scriptures where the Father says, don't hold back your hand. If somebody comes to you and they need something and you have it in your hand to give, you shouldn't hold back your hand and give it to them. Sister Nabia, you have the answer? You know where it is?
Oh no, when you first asked, I was gonna say because he broke law. First of all, that's why Dawid was doing that. He broke law. He was disrespectful, but mostly though he broke law as well. So, and then you brought out that if it's in your power to do so, and someone and one of the brothers or sisters in need is supposed to do that. So that I was just responding, but you already were saying it.
Yeah. There's somewhere specific.
Abba.
Yes.
I'll tell you the
Proverbs 3:27.
What did it say?
Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due when it is in the power of your hand to do so. Is that what you mean?
Very good. And I believe that might be what I mean. That's very good. Proverbs is not the book of the law.
So it's a proverb?
Yeah, that's what we see right there. Do they give any references from that to another location?
I just looked it up on the internet. I don't see anything else around it.
Okay. Because I thought it was a law. But you know, in order for you to sin, you have to break the laws of the Creator in order for it to be considered sin. So either my sister is beefing him up, or these are the things where we know he's guilty of these things. And this type of character should not be displayed within the children of Israel. He was very unhonorable. He just did things that an honorable man should not do.
Well, maybe she was just saying, he's a rising king, I guess. So maybe she just considered it a sin because he's a king, I guess.
Well, that could possibly be somewhere. We can stretch it and search it out the best way we can.
But like you said, it wouldn't be a sin unless he defiled a law of the Creator, right? So she, okay.
Sister Navia?
So if we look at that law in Deuteronomy 15, verse 7, maybe this one can be applicable to it, because if anyone is poor among your fellow Israelites or any of your towns in the land the Creator, your power is giving you, do not be hard-hearted or tight-fisted toward them. So that's one's law, Deuteronomy. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good law. That's a good law. So we know for a fact that the man was violating the law. And his wife says, don't let the sin of the violation of the laws fall upon the rest of the people, because she is acting like a princess before she's even really considered to be a princess. She's showing the characteristics of a virtuous woman. She's looking out and trying to protect the lives and preserve the lives of the rest of the people that Nabal is ruling over. I don't even know if she's really worried about Nabal's life, but she's preserving him, the rest of the people, from being put to death at Dawid's sword. Emma?
No, because I was going to say in the very beginning, when it talks about Abigail, it tells you who she is. She said a woman of good understanding. So despite him being king or anything, she understood the law and she understood how you are to honor someone who does something for you. Because that's why I think they gave that description. So we already know what type of woman Nabal was married to, and then to come to understand why she was led to do the things she did.
Sister Nabia, you got your hand up. Did you want to say something, or you just got your hand up?
No, great job, sis. She always has amazing, says amazing things. I appreciate y'all. I didn't realize my hand was still up though, but at least I wanted to say that this is Medaya and
Toda,
the
sis.
wife.
Thank you for that, sis. Great job, Ima. I was coming back to
No,
you.
but I was just gonna,
I was coming back to you, but I was just waiting for her to put her hand down. I was coming back to you because you did do a great job. Thank you. That was amazing.
and it just shows too, like when we name a person or we take on a name, the responsibility of doing that. Because Abigail that's on our call brought it to my attention, like, on that sister call we have, like the first couple of meetings or first couple of calls, our assignment was to pick phenomenal women in the Tanakh that you alighted to and talk about them, and then talk about not just looked at them and honored them, but what in their story connected with your life. And she brought up how a sister talked about Abigail, but then as soon as all this stuff came out, she was one of the main sisters that came and attacked to me. And it just shows you that you cannot choose to alight yourself with someone, but your character deep inside is not that. So when you take on a name or you want to align yourself with certain energies, you got to really like get the negative out of you, or really know that that's who you are, So it's like, that's why it's so important, the names that we carry and walking in that name, in that integrity. And Abigail, in our history, definitely carried her name.
Abigail.
So silly.
Yeah. Oh, but see,
that's why I asked her the meaning.
That's why
of
what?
Her name. That's why I had asked her the meaning of her name earlier.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. May the Most High be praised. So my brother Binyana, I guess you got a hero. You got a superwoman.
All good.
All right, Ima. Let's go. Where we at, Ima?
I believe we're at 24. I'm just gonna read 24 again. And she fell at his feet and said, "Upon me, my Lord, upon me be the iniquity. And let thy handmaid, I pray thee, speak in thine ears, and hear thou the words of thy handmaid."
So just for the family, so that my family, my Nasheen, we had a conversation this morning for the time that we had Bible study this morning. And the word for hand, because we was going to do a whole different chapter today. We was going to cover Exodus 21. We was going to cover that whole chapter. And through our research, we learned that the word for handmaiden was Amma. The word Amma was the word for handmaiden. Do anybody know what Amma means? Other than handmaiden?
Young woman. Young
woman,
virgin.
Virgin. Anything else? Anyone else? Okay. Well, that's what it means. So that slave, it appears as if that slave that was being spoken about was a virgin or a young woman, or a young woman or a servant. And here where we have Abigail saying to Dawid, "I am your servant." That's what she says to him by using the word Amma. She says, Amatka. That means you, I am a servant of you. She is humbly submitting herself to the service of Dawid. She's a rich woman. Why should she do that? He's a poor man at this time. He's coming to them asking for something. You see the humility that I'm trying to bring out?
Mm-hmm.
She recognized something in Dawid. She honored Dawid. And she being a rich woman, she letting you know that money ain't got nothing to do when I see holiness. Money don't mean anything. She called her own husband evil, son of Belial. But she called Dawid something honorable when she said, "I am your servant." Amatka. I am your servant. Yes.
Never mind.
You sure?
I understand it. Mm-hmm.
All right. Read on, please.
Let not my word, well, I pray thee, speak in thine ears and hear thou the words of thy handmaid. Let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this base fellow, even Nabal. For as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name, and curlishness is with him. But I, thy handmaid, saw not the young man of my Lord, whom thou didst send. Now, therefore, my Lord.
She said, I didn't see the men you sent. If I would have saw the men you sent, they wouldn't have came back empty-handed.
Mm-hmm.
And she repeats the fact that she is his handmaid, your servant. Read on.
Now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing the Lord hath withholden thee from blood guiltiness, and from finding redress for thyself with thine own hand. Now therefore, let thine enemies and them that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal. And now this present which thy servant hath brought unto my Lord, let it be given unto the young men that follow my Lord. Forgive, I pray thee, the trespass of thy handmaid, for the Most High will certainly make my Lord a sure house, because my Lord fighteth the battles of the Creator, and evil is not found in thee all thy days. And though man be risen up to pursue thee, and to seek thy soul, yet the soul of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of life with the Creator, thy power. And the souls of thine enemies, them shall he sling out as from the hollow of a sling. And it shall come to pass, when the Creator shall have done to my Lord according to all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have appointed thee prince over Israel, that this shall be no stumbling block unto thee, nor offense of heart unto my Lord, either that thou hast shed blood without cause, or that my Lord hath found redress for himself. And when the Most High shall have dealt well with my Lord, then remember thy handmaid.
When the Most High has dealt well with you, my Lord, then remember your handmaid. Remember me. She's saying, when the Most High blesses you, I'm asking you to bless me. That's deep, man. That's deep. Believe me, this woman knew how to honor a man. She did. But it wasn't just any man that she was honoring. It was a man that she held in high regards of the Most High. That's who she's honoring. Read on, please.
And Melech said to Abigail, Blessed be the Creator, the power of Israel, who sent thee this day to meet me. And blessed be thy discretion, and blessed be thou that hast kept me this day from blood guiltiness, and from finding redress for myself with my own hand. For in very deed, as the Creator, the power of Israel liveth, who hath withholden me from hurting thee, except thou hast made haste and come to meet me, surely there had not been left unto Nabal by the morning light so much as one male. So Melech received of her hand that which she had brought him, and he said unto her, Go up in peace to thy house. See, I have hearkened to thy voice, and I have accepted thy person. And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he held a feast in his house, like the feast of a king. And Nabal's heart was merry within him, for he was very drunken. Wherefore she told him nothing, less or more, until the morning light. And it came to pass in the morning, when the wine was going out of Nabal, that his wife told him these things, and his heart died within him, and he became as a stone. And it came to pass about 10 days after that the Most High smote Nabal so that he died.
So she only had to wait 10 days to become David's wife. That man died in 10 days of hearing that bad news. In 10 days, he died. I can only imagine what she said to him. Read on, please. You think he had a stroke?
And when Melech Says his heart, he had a heart attack, definitely.
Yeah. Read on.
Verse 39. And when Melech Dawid heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Most High that hath pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and hath kept back his servant from evil. And the evil doing of Nabal hath the Most High returned upon his own head. And Melech Dawid sent and spoke concerning Abigail.
Now let me tell you,
take him to wife.
The Most High has a way of returning upon the head of those who seek to do evil against his servants. The Most High just let the Most High do it. You know, you don't have to fight. You don't have to scream. You ain't got to holler. You ain't got to go out there and make a fool of yourself, and you ain't got to prove a point. The Most High will give you everything you need. He will expose the evildoers. And what the Most High did in this situation was he took Nabal, the Most High determined that Nabal was worthy of death. And he died. Because read on, please.
And when the servants of when Melech Dawid heard that Nabal was dead, and he said, Blessed be the Most High that hath pleaded the cause of my reproach from the hand of Nabal, and hath kept back his servant from evil. And the evil doing of Nabal hath the Most High returned upon his own head. And Melech Dawid sent and spoke concerning Abigail to take her to him to wife. And when the servants of Melech Dawid were come to Abigail to Carmel, they spoke unto her, saying, Melech Dawid hath sent us unto thee to take thee to him to wife. And she arose and bowed down with her face to the earth and said, Behold, thy handmaiden is a servant to wash the feet of the servants of my Lord.
Stop right
and
there.
Abigail hastened.
Stop right there. Oh boy. This Abigail chick is something else. Do y'all see what's happening? Or is it just me? Am I the only one on fire when I read this? That's why Abigail, that right there in the trip, that Abigail right there, she's been my hero since day one. Because she is an extraordinary woman. Do you see what she did? She showed honor to the servants of Dawid.
Yeah.
This ain't Dawid feet she's saying, let me wash. That's his servants, his men. She's saying, let me humble myself even to his men. You know how hard it is to get a woman to do that today in this society that we live in? No, man, you don't get that too often. When I get visitors come in my house, male visitors, my wife prepares food for them, give them something to eat. If my wife ain't here, I'll prepare the food. Let me feed you. But I don't have nobody come in my house that I don't try to feed or give water or let them sit down and chill and rest. We don't do that. When we got visitors coming to our house, they have to sit with us, they got to eat with us, they got to talk with us. You have to make the visitors feel like kings and queens in your house. You don't shut them out, move them out. No, you can't. No, that's not how you do. My house is open to you. Go on my refrigerator, go on my zinc, go on my stove, use it if you want. Eat the bowl of cereal that I have reserved for myself. It's only a little bit left in the corner of the box. It's yours. We have to have that type of understanding with people. We have to. If we don't, then we fake it. We're not here for the purpose. This got to be real within us. In ancient Israel, when you got a visitor came in your house, your visitor was treated like royalty, even if he was a peasant bumming for food. And that's what you got to do. Wait, let me make space for you. Hold on, let me make space. Here you go. You're right there. That's where you at, right there. Even if they bumming for food, you treat them like royalty. You don't make them feel bad. And a lot of it is because they might be an angel in disguise. You never know. Or they may be a servant of the Most High in disguise, and you don't know. So you treat them with the highest respect. and then you send them on their way. But you make sure they're good before they leave. Any questions? Okay. Read on, let's close this out.
Verse 42. And Abigail hastened and arose and rode upon an ass with 5 damsels of hers that followed her. And she went after the messengers of Melech-David and became his wife. Melech-David also took Ahinoam of Jezreel, and they became both of them his wives. Now,
who he took?
Ahinoam.
So he had how many wives at this time?
2.
Oh, I thought that was adultery. I thought that was fornication. I thought that was something that the Creator didn't let happen in the old book. I thought a man can only have one wife. Nobody ain't saying nothing. I guess y'all all understand, right? Okay.
That's not true.
The hand raised. Somebody want to raise their hand. Somebody want to say something. Who was that, please?
Hadassah.
Ima.
Go ahead, sister.
I'm a Hadassah. You got the floor.
Wasn't the other sister trying to say something too?
Nah, she was just trying to be sarcastic.
Okay, so hallelujah. You know, I want to believe that the Creator, see, we have our way and the Creator has his way. To me, you know, this is the way I've been interpreting the scriptures. As far as, you know, men having more than one wife. That, you know, if that's what you want, then, you know, he'll give you the desire of your heart. He'll, you know, let you do that if that's what you desire. But he has his way, to me. And every time he, you know, sent out his men or gave a wife to a man, it was only one. You know, even when Adam and Eve, when he brought Eve to Adam, he only brought him one wife. And so to me, it just seems like, you know, he got his way and we got our way. And, you know, and like I said, you know, he will give you desires of your heart. It's like he told King David, if you wanted another wife, all you had to do was ask me. I would have gave you another. I would have gave you another one. So, you know, that's my take on that, you know, and no disrespect, you know, to anybody that desires that, you know, that's, you know, but to me, it just seems like, you know, we have our way and he has his way. Oh, yeah.
Okay. We have our way and he have his way. All right. Wonderful. It's a law that I'm looking for. Okay. Well, I guess I can't even bring that up because you're saying we have our way and he has his way. All right, let me ask you a question. I want to deal with what your psychological thinking is, the way that you laid it out. If the Most High gives us a desire of our heart. So if I desire to eat some pork chops, desire of my heart, I say, Creator, can I eat some pork chops? The Most High gonna let me eat some pork chops?
Yeah, he will. He don't choke you to death. He don't kill you after. You kill yourself.
Show me that in the scripture.
Well, I'm just saying, if you go ahead and disobey, or if you go ahead and do it your way, I should say.
See, in order for us to disobey, there has to be a law saying we can't do something. So where's the law saying that we can't have but one wife?
There is none. That's what I'm saying.
Where's the law saying I can't eat a pork chop?
I see your point.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you know, he has his way and we have one way. To me.
Now let me show you a law that the Most High has in place. You ready? We're going to go to Deuteronomy 21st chapter.
Because if that was the way he wanted it to go to be, then he would have did it all the way through. You know, I give you.
Not necessarily.
Because everybody should get, you know, 2 or 3. If you know.
Everybody's not built for 2 or 3.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Just because they want it, don't
Why
make them go
wouldn't
for it.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't everybody be? If
I
it's
just told you.
everybody's wrong.
Because everybody's
Huh?
not built for that. And I spoke earlier. I said a lot of men don't even need one wife.
Well, I'm gonna just try. I'm gonna need another one. I was just
Nabia,
for a week. Death in the family. Thank you.
Nabia,
Yeah.
can you put your phone on mute,
Oh,
please?
sorry. Yeah. I was sorry. I was talking to someone. I didn't even realize it was off, y'all.
Yeah, we know. It's cool. So, Sister Ima, it's so important that we have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. I really do. I just want you to know that I really appreciate this conversation. So what I want you to read, or we can read it together, is Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter. And I want to start at the 15th verse. You want to read or you want me to read?
You can read it.
It says, if a man has two wives and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers of that which was hated, the Most High has a whole law for a man that has more than one wife. Not only that, but the Most High has another law where it says that if a man dies and he doesn't have any children, male children by his wife, that his brother next to him should take his wife and raise up seed in his brother's name. But what if that brother next to him already got a wife? Then that means he got two wives.
No, you said if the man dies, didn't you?
Huh? I'm confused.
Never mind. Go ahead.
If my brother dies and got a wife that he doesn't have children by, male children, I'm supposed to take her and make her my wife. And I already got a wife, so that means I got two wives. There's a whole lot to this that a lot of people don't even begin to try to understand, because we be stuck on our Western way of thinking and how the Western man has programmed and traditionally given us these type of thoughts, and Christianity as well, that a man is supposed to have one wife. But as you go back in history.
No, I didn't say supposed to. Well, I guess I am saying supposed to, because I'm saying the Creator, if he would have wanted it to be that way, then he would have done it that way. But since he didn't, yeah, we have our way.
If you go back in history and check the history of our people, most of our nations had multiple nashim. Most of them.
Why not everyone, though?
Because everybody because everybody can't do it. Everybody cannot have more than one wife and maintain and know how to deal with more than one woman at a time.
When he equip us, though, he's not going to give us no more than we can bear, right?
Maybe that's why he didn't give more than one wife, because they couldn't bear it.
Seems like he would have equipped them to be able to do it.
Okay.
And the women too, so that we won't be so